Just take my hand.
Every step of the way, I ain't losing this race. I'm ready to go. And making me legendary.
Let's play a game. I'll hide, you seek.
Unconfirmed sightings of the GX Man have been reported all over the world.
My VPN means I can be in multiple places at once. I can mod my look at the click of a button. I'll block any ads attempting to promote the manhunt. Your time starts now. Play the GX Manhunt at GeoGuessr. Find me and get a reward.
The return of Area 51, Alienware's highest performance desktop yet, equipped with powerful Intel Core Ultra processors. Innovative architecture designed for ultimate gaming. Engineered to evolve alongside your game. Encounter the legendary Area 51 at Alienware.com.
Aloha, I'm Oli Carvalho. Dive in with me to see how the Shiba Hope Grows program is bringing our coral reefs back to life. Giving ownership to these communities, it's a sense of pride to know that we are giving back to our own oceans. Stream Reef Builders now on Prime Video.
GeoGuessr World Cup partners are Opera GX, Alienware, Shiba, Google Pixel, and Michela.
We're ready to go. The world's waiting for you. We're ready to go.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome to the GeoGuessr World Championship 2025 APAC Majors, coming to you live from Tokyo, Japan. We have an amazing show and competition in store, and I cannot wait to see how it all plays out. My name is Parla. I am your host. I'm joined on the desk by two of the brightest minds in GeoGuessr, Ziggy and Gellitress. Guys, how you doing? Excited to be here?
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's been a while. We had the World League for 21 weeks, and you get used to all this competition every Sunday. You watch these matches, and then there's nothing for a while. And I'm just so happy that we are back here on another LAN event.
Big hype, right, Ziggy?
Yeah, it's been a long journey. First time for me on the desk. All the players have played 21 weeks just to be here. I mean, the road isn't over. They all want to qualify for the World Championship, and we shall see who does today.
Yeah, great to have you back, Gellitress, and pleasure to be here with you as well, Ziggy, for the first time. Big shout out to our partners as well. So firstly, our tech partner, Alienware, then our browser partner, Opera GX, and our third partner, Shiba. Events of this caliber would not be possible without them. That being said, guys, why don't we start talking about sort of what's happened so far, the format of how the GeoGuessr World Championship has sort of been taking place this year.
Yeah, we had a lot of events. We had the World League as the main qualifying, way. We had 21 weeks of play, 40 players who also qualified from the last World Cup and from some online qualifying events, and they played, 21 weeks. Everyone played against anyone, so 39 matches for every single player. And now we have a table, and these 6 players qualified for the APAC region, and now we are here on the way to the World Championship.
Yeah, Gellitress, now we're here, and what a field of competitors that we have. But before we start talking more about them, why don't we check in with our other talent down on the ground in Tokyo. and say hello to our casters. Two very familiar faces from the GeoGuessr world. Let's give it up to Bloom and CG. Boys, how are you doing?
Doing great, Paula. Thank you so much. Lovely to see you guys there at the desk in Stockholm. We're here on site in Tokyo, Japan. Got the audience and players will be behind us, and we're hyped to be here. You feeling good, CG?
Yeah, this is amazing. The vibes are high right now. It's been great to see the Japanese community coming out for these events today. So, yeah, we're excited. We're ready to get into it.
Talking Japanese community, I think I saw that there was, a community meetup, like an actual hangout with the community members there. Guys, how was that?
Yeah, it was a great time. I will say they were definitely very excited for Shiina and Spaghetti, but it was actually a surprising amount of love for the other players as well. But lots of Japan fans here, so Shiina and Spaghetti, well, forefront of that.
Yeah, definitely. It's just been so cool to see the community showing up. Yeah, Japanese community is growing a lot, so I think this event really speaks to that, for sure.
And guys, how's the atmosphere? Like, obviously we can see you on camera. We've seen some shots. It looks like everything's ready to go. Everybody's locked in. It looks like an awesome setup that you have over there.
Yeah, definitely. People are still rolling in here into the audience, but we're almost at capacity. And yeah, the energy definitely feels very good. Lots of hype going around. The players are a little nervous backstage, but I think they're locking in.
Yeah, they are grinding hard right now. It is like dead silent in there. They're just playing any last-second games they can get in. They're doing it. So yeah, it's great to see.
All right, well, gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us. As always, can't wait to hear you cast over some awesome GeoGuessr action. Ziggy and Gelatris, yeah, I'm hyped for this. GeoGuessr esports been growing so much, and yeah, we have another amazing set of events ahead of us.
And what a location we have this time. I mean, APAC regionals in Japan, in Tokyo, and in the iconic Tokyo Tower. And to make it even better, we have two Japanese players competing. We have Shiina and Spaghetti playing in front of their home crowd, and we just heard that the fans are ready. They already have fans, and that's also something very interesting in the scene. They're fans for players now. So we've made a huge step, I would say.
Yeah, especially looking back in the last, let's say, 2 years, you didn't really hear a lot of Japanese players. It was everything like very US and Europe centered, the community, and seeing that growing to another continent and seeing that the Japanese community also grows now is very nice to see.
Yeah, year to year, everything's just been growing, and what an awesome point we are at now. With that being said, let's start breaking things down, start getting some analysis, start testing your brains. Let's take a look at that format in a bit more detail. Take a look at what's happened so far and what is ahead of us. Ziggy.
Yeah, let's talk a bit about the road to Copenhagen. How do you qualify? We basically had the World League started, 40 pro players. Most of them came from the events last year, from the World Cup and from the regionals, but we also had some people qualifying over online. We basically played 21 weeks, everyone played against everyone, 39 games played, and now we have a standing, and the top 6 for APAC and Americas qualified for the regionals, and the top 12 for the EMEA Majors qualified. You can gain points here as well. Then there's also Open Major with 1 player, which was held online, which is going to be in, I think, June. And then we also have 3 wildcard spots left to play. 2 of them have been announced, which will be in Saudi Arabia, and 1 unannounced wildcard still to go. And the final 2nd place in Copenhagen this year, so we are moving countries for the final this time. Stockholm was the place to be the last 2 years, and now we are finally moving countries.
Yeah, Copenhagen, iconic city, iconic location. Beautiful location, is that fair to say? Yes, of course it is. Turning our attention to exactly how our majors are going to be playing out. So yeah, of course, starting things off here at the APAC Majors, you can see who's taking part, the scores so far. Then we've got the Americas Majors, May 23rd to the 24th, and then the EMEA Majors, June 13th to 14th, Ziggy, as you mentioned already. Lots of familiar names, some newer names as well, Gelatris.
Yeah, especially for today. We are looking at today the APAC Majors. We see a lot of familiar names. I mean, especially looking at Feneb here. Also a name that has been in the community for a long time. But on a LAN event, we haven't seen Feneb played yet. So I'm really excited to see him play today.
And Ziggy, we can't forget about our Road to Copenhagen 2025 rankings. These are, of course, so integral to how this Road to Copenhagen is taking place.
Yeah, so basically, as you can see, only the top 12 in the rankings qualifies directly for the GeoGuessr World Championship Finals. We see Harrier right now sitting in 12th spot, but nobody is safe because there is still points on the line. Every major gives out points. There will be 3 different set of points awarded in Americas and APAC, and 4 in EMEA. Just because the player base is always bigger in EMEA, we have 12 players there and 6 respectively in the other ones.
Yeah, and it's not a very big threshold here if you look at it. I mean, between Harrier and Kratzu, the 12th and 13th place, it's only 1 point in between them. So I expect to see a lot of swaps between the ones at risk and the one just barely in the top 12.
Yeah, everything still to play for. Looking back, guys, how has it been being involved in the World League? Of course, this is a new part of the GeoGuessr ecosystem.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say it was probably easier for us because we just had to show up, yap about the game a bit. But these players had to prepare every single week, and every single week there was something to play for. Obviously, it motivates them, but it's also very harsh. And I think they're happy it's over, but it ain't over yet because they have to perform today, especially for some players. They need points.
Yeah, GeoGuessr, how do you think that's been, the World League? Because it's a big, if we're talking steps up in terms of how the esport progresses, having a league like that, having to compete so regularly, I'm sure it's pushed things forward in the esport a lot.
Yeah, especially. I mean, we didn't really expect anything from it. We didn't know what's going to happen and how the players are going to handle it, how we are going to handle it. I mean, we got used to it pretty quick. But the players, for them, it was a lot more grinding to do. I mean, you have to play every single Sunday almost. And yeah, it's not only game day, it's really the days in between those where they really have to grind and practice and prepare for those. And I think a lot of these players really had a rough time grinding, but for a lot of them, it paid off.
Talking about things generally, of course, a lot of us at this point very used to GeoGuessr esports, including in the audience, but some people aren't exactly going to know exactly how it plays out. So why don't we refresh for our people at home that aren't clued up exactly how GeoGuessr, competitive GeoGuessr, is played, Ziggy?
Well, GeoGuessr is pretty easy actually because the world is our playing field and everyone, I think, lives on the world except you're watching from space. Not going to be the majority, I think. But basically, you're thrown somewhere on the Street View, Google Street View imagery, and you basically have to look around, use clues available. In some game modes, you can move around. Sometimes you can only spin around and look around. And based off the landscape, based off clues that you have on signs, you make your guess, and basically the difference between your guess and your opponent's guess will be dealt in damage.
Indeed, indeed. You mentioned the game modes. We can throw them up on screen now. Move, no move, and NMPZ. Matches play in a best of 5 format, and we only see NMPZ if we get to that game 5. Already spoken about it lightly there by Ziggy, but move, players can move freely, no restrictions, no move, only panning and zooming. And yeah, NMPZ is no moving, panning, or zooming. Very often an audience favorite, GeoGuessr.
Yeah, definitely. And also, a lot of players have this as their favorite mode. And for those players today, it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough because in the World League, you had a best of 3 and you got to the NMPZ game pretty quick. But now you really have to be strong on the moving side with that game coming up in the first 3 games. So yeah, that will definitely be a change for a lot of players.
Absolutely. So yeah, to all of you at home, I'm sure many of you at home know exactly what's going on, but for those of you that didn't, now you know. Get involved, log on, play some games, or just sit back, kick back, and enjoy the action. Prize pool now, so first place will be going home with the lion's share of the cash, $7,000 to be precise. You can see the rest, the way the rest of the money is split through the competition. But importantly as well, we've got to talk about that score. Very important, Ziggy, that the placings here will be adding to our players on that leaderboard. With that said, yeah, we can start turning our attention to exactly what will be happening over the rest of today. Yeah, it should be an epic competition, a lot on the line, cash, but also the bragging rights. GeoGuessr, any expectations going into today? Of course, we've got 2 players currently waiting in those semi-finals, but we've got 2 quarterfinals to take place beforehand as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, first game coming up is Eamonn versus Feneb. We have seen them playing before in the World League. On that occurrence, Eamonn got the win with a 2-0 fashion against Feneb. However, and I've talked about it earlier, now we have 2 moving games in the first 3 games, and we know Feneb is a very, very strong moving player. So coming up against Eamonn, who's a more of a balanced player, I feel like it could change things and it could be more in favor for Feneb this time.
Yeah, let's bring those brackets up on screen now so everybody at home knows exactly how it's all going to play out. Yeah, so you can see Shiina and Zigzag, 2 very well-known names in our community, waiting in those semi-finals. And then we'll have our first quarterfinal, Eamonn versus Feneb. We've got a New Zealand versus Australia battle, a classic. And then on the other side of the bracket, we've got Leero versus Spaghetti. Ziggy, any expectations going into these matchups?
I mean, as Gelotros mentioned, we did see these matchups in the World League before because, as I said, everyone played against anyone. And we did see Eamonn take a 2-0. And I feel like he will take the game, but it's going to be way harder because Feneb, I feel like, was a bit unlucky in the moving game that he had played against Eamonn. And now he gets 2 moving games especially. And I don't really know where Eamonn will pick up his points, even though, as you said, he's a very balanced player. And also Leero Spaghetti, I think Leero is the favorite coming in, but Spaghetti can pull off anything in the moving games, and I think after that everything is possible. Because I think, in terms of skill, no move is the most common mode played by everyone.
Should also point out that Shiina and Zigzag are waiting in those semi-finals because Shiina was top ranked in the regional group and Zigzag was second in the regional group. All right, with that said, everybody, those are the matchups for today. That's the action you have to look forward to at home. Now, let's take a look at our schedule as well. As mentioned before, our first quarterfinal, which will be taking place very shortly, will be Eamonn versus Feneb. Then we'll have Leero versus Spaghetti about an hour later. And then you can see exactly the way the rest of the day will play out afterwards. So, Semi-1, about an hour later, Semi-2 as well. And then we'll move into our third place decider, aka the bronze match. And of course, a grand final to top everything off. Yeah, it's going to be an epic day of GeoGuessr action. And yeah, very excited to be back myself, everybody. The growth of GeoGuessr is definitely something to marvel at. And yeah, familiar faces, some newer ones, and yeah, I can't wait to see not just how the APAC Majors are going to play out, but each of our majors, and then of course crowning a new champion, etc. The lay of the land right now is very interesting, Ziggy, I think.
Yeah, it is. I mean, we have so many events coming up. We have the majors, we have the wildcards, we have the open major. I mean, there's so many events coming up, and then we also have the final, as you mentioned, in Copenhagen, which is going to be very exciting. But yeah, we progressed every year. Last year we did have majors, but they were locally in Sweden. This time we spread around the country, about the continents, sorry. And yeah, we made it all the way to Asia, and we're gonna make it all the way to the US next week. So yeah, it's definitely being a big stack up, and it's honestly very exciting to see.
Gelotros, any final general thoughts?
General thoughts, not really. I mean, about this APAC, I'm really interested in seeing the moving games, because we all know people from Oceania, from Japan, they are a bit further away from the servers, and they often complain how images load up a bit later when they play online. So now, with them being on LAN stage, everyone having the same setup, the same settings, the same internet speed, I'm keen to see how that will turn out.
All right, well, with that said, I can tell you I am keen to start getting into this first matchup. It's the first quarterfinal, Eamonn versus Feneb. Why don't we check in with both of the players?
Yeah, I don't really have too much of an expectation because everyone's so strong at the game. Yeah, if I get top 3, I'll be pretty happy. That means I should be able to qualify for the finals in Denmark, so yeah, that'll be great. Feneb is a very talented, underrated player, I'll say. He's obviously really, really good at moving. He knows a lot of info stuff that I don't, and definitely a lot better at using signs as well.
I'm a bit nervous about facing Eamonn, as I would be with anybody. I think we're really evenly matched. He's definitely a little bit stronger in no move and NMPZ, but hopefully I have the upper hand in moving. I think our match could go either way. It'll come down to, yeah, what countries we get.
Playing in front of the audience will definitely be very different from playing just in a room, so there might be some more pressure on me. And yeah, I don't know, I'll just try not to think about it. Just pretend that it's just me playing at home by myself.
Eamonn versus Feneb, our first quarterfinal. Any reactions from what we just heard? Ziggy, starting with you.
I mean, I didn't really hear what they were saying. Sorry, I was.
No, you're fine. You were locked in. Nonetheless, two players that you guys know. If you want to chat a little bit, perhaps first about Eamonn. Ziggy.
Yeah, I mean, what I want to mention about Eamonn, we just said that he is a very balanced player, and that is true because I looked at the stats actually in the World League, and they were all around 46 and 48% win rate in all the modes. So he's super consistent when it comes to win rate. But obviously, as I just said, 46 and 48, that's below 50%. And to win today against Feneb, he needs to have a higher win rate than 50%.
GeoGuessr, what do you think? Eamonn?
Yeah, I mean, we just heard it. I mean, they're very aware of where their strengths are and where the opponent's strengths are. Because Feneb just said that he thinks Eamonn is a more balanced player, which is true. I mean, the statistics don't lie. I would assume that Feneb also looked into those before coming up playing against Eamonn. But Eamonn also knows that Feneb is a beast at moving.
Okay, so, I mean, you've mentioned moving a couple times, GeoGuessr. Do you think moving is specifically going to be more important in this matchup, given how these players usually play out?
Yeah, definitely. As I already said, in a best-of-5 format, especially there where you have to play 2 moving games in the first 3 games, it is way more important to be good at moving. However, Eamonn is very underrated. He's very underrated when it's come down to moving. Everyone is just looking at Feneb, but yeah, Eamonn can also play very, very well with moving around.
We've got a few more minutes before we head over to the stage. Ziggy, any other important factors that our audience at home should be looking for in this matchup?
No, as you said, I think the moving games will be still contested. The other game modes, I think Eamonn has the upper hand, for sure, just statistic-wise, but anything can happen really, but both of them were grinding. I played against both of them in competitive. I played against Eamonn, I played against Feneb, and they were practicing modes they're not their strength, so Feneb was playing a lot of no-move games, and Eamonn was playing more moving games, so they definitely both worked on their strengths and weaknesses, and they are aware of where they lie, and I think that's a very important step towards improving.
Talking weaknesses, or at least unknown territory, Feneb on LAN, GeoGuessr, first time.
Yeah, this is the first time. I mean, I can talk out of experience. I can maybe also just say that that was the sole reason I'm not sitting there playing. But no, it will definitely affect you. I mean, playing on LAN is a whole different experience. You have all these lights on you. You sit there alone, you know people are watching. It's a whole... I mean, you can't compare it to playing online at all.
I mean, GeoGuessr, if anything, you're a good example here of trajectory in terms of being on a show, being live. Because I do remember when you first competed, it was quite clear that you were a bit visibly nervous and the moment was getting to you. But then look at your trajectory after in terms of playing, but also being on a broadcast. Now, very comfortable. This is your zone. If Feneb can adjust like that, but needs, but does it quickly, there's a chance here that he, right off the bat, is good on LAN. There's a small chance.
Yeah, it's really only the first couple of times where you have those nerves wrecking, and you get used to it very, very quick. So I would say that's a big advantage for Eamonn, who played just a couple of times already on LAN, so I feel like he will be way more confident than Feneb is. But moving into the first 2, 3, maybe 4 games, that won't happen in the best of 5. But I think having the first game done, he might also get used to it. I don't know how nervous Feneb is in general. Don't know him that well, but we'll find out.
Yeah, I'm sure our casters will let us know. Ziggy, in this matchup, you've said Eamonn sort of has the slight edge. Is there anything Feneb can do here to exploit Eamonn's playstyle?
I think there's not a lot you can do, because I feel like the only mode you can really exploit someone's like strength is moving, where you can just insta-send and maybe put them under pressure. But usually that's very hard to do in the other modes. So insta-sending in no move or NMPZ is not something that pays off a lot of times, because 15 seconds is a lot of time in NMPZ, and for no move it's also enough. So you can't really put the pressure on there. On the other hand, maybe we'll see Eamonn do some quick guesses on the moving part. Don't think he will do it, because I feel like, especially being on stage in front of that crowd, insta-sending is something that is very hard to do. So you have to pay respect to people who do that on stage. Somebody like MK doing it in a World Cup final. I mean, that's not something you do on your first time, but he did it. But we shall see.
Guys, I think we have some time for some quick final thoughts. GeoGuessr, starting with yourself, and maybe an official prediction as well.
Yeah, I mean, I've looked into this matchup. I've looked how they played previously.
Actually, in fact, I have to cut you off completely there.
That works.
Guys, this one is almost ready to go. Eamonn versus Feneb. Let's head over to the stage.
Now let's have the players for the quarterfinal 1 to the stage first. From New Zealand, Eamonn!
Eamonn 選手、ようこそお越しくださいました。
Welcome, Eamonn.
はい、ちょっと緊張の様子ですが、今のお気持ちはいかがでしょうか。
How are you feeling? You sound a little bit nervous. Are you feeling ready to go?
I'm feeling as ready as I can be. I'm very nervous but excited at the same time. Let's see how this goes.
はい、ちょっと緊張はしておりますが、準備は万端ですとのことです。
どんな戦いを見せてくれますか。
So, any expectation going to the match?
Well, Feneb's a really tough opponent, so I don't know. I think we're really evenly matched, so it could go either way. I wouldn't be too sad if I lose.
はい、フェネブ選手は本当に強い選手で、今回のこのマッチ本当に接戦になると思います。なので全力で頑張りたいと思います。
ありがとうございます。それではお席にお願いします。
So please take your seat and get ready for the match. Thank you.
それでは続いて対戦相手にも登場していただきましょう。
Now let us introduce his opponent from Australia, Feneb.
Feneb 選手、ようこそお越しくださいました。
Welcome, Feneb.
Hello.
こんにちは。
この大観衆を前に今のお気持ちはいかがでしょう。
So how are you feeling in this venue with all the crowd in front of you?
I'm terrified. Never played in front of a live audience before. This is crazy.
はい、もう観客ありの場所でまだプレーしたことないのでとても怖いんですけれども頑張ります。
どんな戦いにしてくれますか。
Any expectations for this match?
Zero expectations. I think we're super evenly matched. It could go either way. I just hope I don't make any guesses I'm unhappy with.
はい、もう本当に接戦になること間違いなしだと思いますので、なるべく間違えないように、しっかりとプレーをしたいと思います。
それでは席におかけください。
Thank you. So please take your seat at the desk and please do a fist bump if you feel like to.
さあ、それでは準々決勝第1試合。
Welcome in, everybody. It is time for the first match of the day. I am Bloom, joined by Chicago Geographer, and we're here to walk you through our games today. I cannot wait. Again, as it's been said on the desk, 21 weeks leading up to this, and we're finally getting our very first matchup. Eamonn versus Feneb. Only one's going to make it through to the semifinals, so it's time to see what they can do. They're both talking themselves about how evenly matched they think they are personally, and I would have to agree. So I think this might go the distance. CG, talk to me.
Yeah, definitely. I definitely agree with that sentiment. These guys are both so good. I think they don't talk about themselves as much as they should about how good they are. Like, this is an amazing match to start the day off, and I do think it will be very close. It'll be very great to see. So they're at their desks. They're ready to go. This is so exciting, guys. Let's get some hype going. Here's Eamonn.
Yeah,
look at those stats right there, Bloom.
Yeah, looking at the stats here, always nice to see the round win ratio right at that 48%. Nice even, but he's gonna need a little over 50 if he wants to win. Or he multi-merchants, you know what I mean? That's always an option too. But we'll see. Eamonn did seem more nervous than Feneb, I would say, or maybe Feneb hit it better. But we'll see once the gameplay starts if they are locked in. I mean, he looks pretty locked in right there, CG.
Yeah, he is getting in the zone right there. You see it on his face. And as you mentioned, yeah, Feneb definitely seems a little bit more confident in himself. You know, he does actually have a lot of experience being on stage as a classical pianist. So, you know, he has a bit of that experience performing for a crowd. Definitely a very different environment for him here. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see the differences in their mental game.
Yeah, definitely a new environment. I know I was talking to him earlier today at breakfast about, you know, he does have that experience performing in front of people, but performing a prepared piece that you spent a bunch of time for versus sitting down at a computer and getting a random location. Totally different thought process, but he does have experience in front of a crowd. And Eamonn has been on LAN before as well, so he has actual esport LAN experience. So we'll see what happens here. The weakness, India, kind of classic. It's a tough one.
Oh yeah. You do see he prefers no moving as well, so yeah, I would definitely agree that is his strong mode here. So he's going to be looking to win those no moving games. Hopefully force Feneb, you know, if he can get one of these moving game wins, get those no moving wins for Eamonn as well, that's definitely his path forward. But yeah, as we know, Feneb is one of the best moving players out there right now, so Eamonn's going to want to put a stop to that today and then get those no moving wins. That's his path forward right here.
Definitely, that's going to be the way to do it if he can. But yeah, Feneb so powerful on the moving, and he's getting 2 opportunities. The desk said it as well. Shout out to the desk, of course. But, you know, they mentioned it already. Feneb's getting 2 moving games, and here's the man himself. He's got the green blazer and the gold tie to represent Australia. Sports, for any Australians in the chat, get some hype. Lovely to see that, but you see he's locking in. Look at the composure there. Look at the composure.
Yeah, he looks really, really locked in now. And you can see actually their stats are pretty similar. Average guess time around 40 seconds, 49% win ratio. So yeah, as we've been saying, these are 2 evenly matched players, different skill sets for sure. Feneb's got that moving experience, so it's going to be a really good match to see here. Look at him. Yeah, he definitely seems ready. He's waving at the camera.
Yeah, I love seeing that. Oh, he's locked in. The wave. I'm surprised at how comfortable he actually is with the camera. I don't know if I expected that necessarily, but he seems ready to go.
Great to see.
Let's look at these here. Strengths, pinpointing, and speed running, of course, as one of those best moving players. Weaknesses, Brazil, Russia, and Canada. Interesting. Okay. I can see that. He's those bigger countries. He's maybe not as good at region guessing. If I lose at the majors, it's because I'm not playing on trackpad. Smiley face. That's facts. CG, if anybody doesn't know at home, Feneb actually played the entirety of the World League on a laptop, on trackpad, and he is one of the best moving players in the world, playing simply with only a trackpad.
Yeah, I have to say, it is so impressive to see him play with the trackpad. Like, he's using both hands. It's like he's got some tech for it. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting. He is using a mouse today, though. So,
he is.
Different environment for sure, in many senses. So, it's going to be so cool to see these guys face off, starting off the day here.
It'll be great. He did say he had a chance to get accustomed with a mouse in preparation for this in the last couple of weeks, but yeah, definitely a little bit of a new territory here. Players should be getting started soon. As they might have mentioned on the desk, we're working with the Japanese broadcast as well as our own, so timing it out with them is a whole thing, but we're getting there. We're doing it. It seems like we're going to be ready pretty soon. Shout out to Opera GX.
Yeah, big shout outs. One of our many sponsors here today.
I was actually very happy to see the Opera GX sponsorship because I use Opera GX and have for years. So, and
nice.
They didn't tell me to say that. But let's do it. It's time.
Here we go.
Game 1 of the APAC Majors 2025 Tokyo. Eamonn versus Feneb. Getting us started off on the moving game. Best of 5, of course, as mentioned before. So you gotta win 3 games here. Any prediction, CG, you want to give as we get started?
I'm going to say, starting off the bat here with the moving game, I think Feneb's going to take this.
Feneb takes game 1?
He seems locked in. So guys, here we go with round 1. Let's see what happens.
Let's do it. This is round 1. Everybody at home, this is what our players are getting to start us off. Let's get them straight in, not waste any time. There they go. They're locking in. You see them both already starting to lean in and get prepared. Again, we are on moving here. Both players deciding the direction to move, and both end up wanting to go north here by the looks of it. Looking like Argentina, probably relatively far north.
Yeah, definitely. Somewhere in the mountains, somewhere more dry up north. And yeah, they are both heading the same direction right now, kind of taking in the same information, so...
Should find the same information if possible. Both looked at a sign there, but Feneb actually has decided to reset back to spawn. Gonna try moving the other direction here, see if he can find anything. But no information so far.
Yeah, looking like a pretty rural round. With only 20 seconds left on the clock, might come down to just region guessing at the best of their ability, but Eamonn does have a sign here.
He's got something. Feneb's in a town. Nope, just gonna have to region guess it. 10 seconds left on the clock in the round 1. Both in a pretty similar area. That kind of northwestern mountainous part of Argentina. Timer's coming to an end. Basically the same guess. Feneb just slightly closer. Only 104 damage to start us off.
Yeah, very impressive to see them making the same region guesses there. It was actually La Rioja province as well, so a good start for them both as we head on to our next round, round number 2.
Round 2 time. We'll get them straight in once again.
Again, only 60 seconds for these players to figure out where they are in the world.
Yep, 60 seconds here, looking like a Brazil, I would presume. CG, unless you have any other thoughts?
It does seem that way. That's my first thought as well. And again, you can see...
Very rural.
Yeah, Feneb is just rocketing down the road. Eamonn as well joins him. They just need to move to find anything, because this does look really rural.
Yeah, one thing that's very important to note is during the World League, because of difference in people's ping, fast moving was not allowed. Now we're on LAN, so fast moving is back in play here. You can see how fast they're able to move down the road. That's when you click down and you hold space. It allows you to move as fast as your internet will let you. So they're allowed to do this now. Here we can see Eamonn has a sign while Feneb has not found anything yet.
Yeah, Eamonn does have that sign. If you see PI at the bottom right there, it should be for Piauí State. I believe that's where he's looking. Let's see if he can figure out Lagoa do Sítio.
And he finds it. Feneb's just making a region guess, I think. Or what is he scanning for? Maybe he saw something and we missed it. Nope, he didn't. It is going to be in Piauí. Eamonn is going to be closer. That is a nice bit of damage for a round 2.
Almost 1,000 points of damage. Yeah, trading decent blows here to start us off. Yeah, both players seem to be doing quite well to start.
Yeah, a great start for sure. This is the round 3 they're getting. Again, only 10 rounds here. And it seems like we're just chilling in LATAM, basically.
Yeah, this is the LATAM tour right now. We might be in Tokyo, but these players...
Game 1 is definitely not in Tokyo so far.
No, sir.
Can tell you that much, CG. But they're off on the round 3. A sign here quickly for Feneb. Not for Eamonn, though. It doesn't look... Is there a town on there? Hard to tell on our smaller viewing screens here. But they're going off. And it looks like a Peru.
Yeah, should be a Peru. We have this black Google car and then a pale yellow license plate you might have noticed on that truck that was following us. Those are 2 good clues for Peru.
Yeah, so people always think of the Colombian yellow plates, but they forget about the Peruvian light yellow plates.
Yeah.
Good to know as well.
Now it's just a matter of figuring out the region guess here up in the mountains somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, they've seen a couple little signs, but they don't seem too important yet. Looking like only 10 seconds left on the clock, and once again, no real information. No pinpoints yet. Round 3, let's see who can actually end up closer, though. They are both relatively far north. Wow, pretty much equidistant there in the end. Feneb just a little bit closer, 166 damage, but Eamonn is going to hold that lead here as we go into round 4. And we're so back in LATAM.
We are just really going through every single country in Latin America right now. Round 4.
We're doing it.
Here we are.
Let's get them in once again. Start it off. Looking like an Ecuador.
Yeah, I believe so, with that bollard on the left side of the road there. Both sides, actually. That white with 2 red strips on it.
Yep, and they both arrived at the same sign pretty quickly, took a look at it, didn't find anything too important there, so they're both going to move on almost simultaneously. Eamonn, yeah, resetting back to spawn, going to go the other information. Feneb is now in the town. So it's always a debate. Am I going to find more information within a town, or should I leave the town, find the signs that lead back to it? That's kind of the question a lot of times on this. But this time, Feneb comes across information first. He's got the road and cities here. Guayaquil in the south there, which he knows, and it looks like he has the road as well. Already, Eamonn, no information. Nope, he comes across a sign too. Similar information. They both have the E40 here.
Yeah, so now it's just a matter of which player is better at breaking down this info. It looks like Feneb is really narrowing in on it right now. He thinks we're really close to Guayaquil. I think Eamonn is farther outside of the area. Let's see who is correct.
Oh, they're both going to be so close. It's actually going to be Eamonn closer. It was farther outside of the city in the end. Eamonn is actually extending that lead here. Very impressive stuff. Let's get us on to round 5. I think we have finally left Latin America. I think it can safely be said.
Yeah, it does seem to be the case. Now.
Ooh, this is what we're looking at, round 5. Let's get the players in. European Forest.
These are notoriously tricky rounds. See if they can move out of the forest and into a town, and Feneb does just that right there.
Yep, doing it quick, getting us out of there. Interesting here, trying to read that sign. Feneb kind of still stuck. Yeah, does
yes,
it have it?
It does say Aalborg on the sign. Eamonn insta-sending, thinking that Feneb maybe missed that.
He probably did too. Okay, Feneb is making just a pretty central guess here, probably ahead.
Wow.
But no, Eamonn's on it.
Eamonn, that is the strategy you want to employ in these moving games. As soon as you have concrete info like that, where you're probably going to be quite close, just instantly send, and that is exactly what happened there. Eamonn, great play.
Yeah, you just hope you have that asymmetry and information. Eamonn did. He makes that confident guess, and it pays off for him. Let's get us into round 6 now, starting it off here. Looking like the UK, I would presume.
Yeah, it does seem to be the case with that architecture. We have a British fence, actually. It did seem to be, so let's see what these can do. Another really rural round here. So again, it's just a matter of moving it info. Feneb has some signs there.
Durin, something I can't totally read, but yeah.
He thinks it's Scottish, looks like.
I do like the Scottish shout. That's not a bad idea there. But again, it's really moving can tend to be, at this level, it can tend to be a race who can find information quicker and then use that information. So Feneb has some signs. They didn't seem too helpful for him. Probably very tiny little towns. So he's opting to make a region guess and then look within that region guess for the towns. We'll see if he can find anything, but with 10 seconds left, it seems unlikely either will find anything. Too close. Region guessing it once again on the round 6.
Both players making similar guesses in Scotland.
Wow. Wow, it is just going to be farther north. And Feneb was considering up there early on in the round, ended up going a little further south in the end. So we'll see what he can do here on the round 7. This is what we're looking at. We're in Kenya. So they'll definitely know this. Kenya information can sometimes be hard to use. Sometimes POIs won't be super accurate. Big town names, definitely usable, so we'll see what they end up actually finding if they get to any signs that are helpful. Both off in the same direction now. They found a little town here. It's very dry, so you're probably not going to go too far west on a round like this.
Yeah, North Kenya and sort of, North Kenya gets quite dry, so heading up to that area should be...
Oh, Feneb has a county name here.
Oh, yes.
Which are labeled and very noticeable, and Feneb locks it into. Okay, Eamonn's come across a sign as well. What did it say on it? Did it have the town name? It might have. Oh, wow. Yeah, it does.
Yes.
So he's got the town. I think Eamon's going to have it here. Feneb is... No, Feneb does. That town was incorrect. Feneb with the 4995. 1,800 points of damage, and the game is practically even as we go into round 8.
And just to remind everybody at home, we have only 10 rounds here. This is it, guys. 3 more rounds to go. Whoever has least health at the end will lose. So let's see what we're working with here in round 8.
Let's get the players straight in. Wow, it's so even going into round 8 now after Eamonn actually looked pretty dominant, which is interesting considering how much we've talked up Feneb on the moving, but we saw it there. Feneb had one little sign, used it so well. Feneb does have information, even though Eamonn is already locked in. Is that going to be enough time? He only has 10 seconds to use those signs now. Oh, wow.
Whoa.
Wait, is he lining it up? I can't tell. 2 seconds
in the right
to
area
go.
with 700 roads.
Oh, and Eamonn's closer. Eamonn's region guess. Just going Trondheim. Worked out. That's 760 damage with the multiplier. And we already are going into round 9. Everybody lock in. 2 more rounds to go.
This is such a close game, as we expected between these two. They are so evenly matched, guys. Let's do it, round 9.
So evenly matched. There's only 2 to go at this point. This is all that matters. We're in Ghana here.
Yeah, Ghana can sometimes be a tough region guessing country, but Feneb seems confident looking at this road in the southeast.
Wow, Feneb in so fast here, and he's already lining it up. That road looks not too bad.
Yeah, I do like the coastal shout here with this really flat landscape that you're going to get in the coastal plains. So we'll see if he's cooking something up here.
Eamonn's opting to just continue moving, try to find whatever he can. While Feneb might have wasted some time actually trying to line up early. Now they're both just looking for any signs or information they can find. But it might come down to a region guess once again here. But Ghana, small country, multipliers are quite high, 5 times damage now in the round 9, so we could see some points, but I would venture to say it won't be the game unless I'm about to cast a curse. Let's see what happens here. Eamonn in a similar area, yep, so we're definitely not seeing the game. They're both right there. Yeah, very nice guesses there with almost no information at all. 60 points. It's all coming down to this, but Eamonn sitting in a really nice spot here.
Here we go, guys. Last round of this game, this moving game. Again, whoever has least health here will lose. So it's do or die. Get close on this round or lose the game.
Let's see, let's get him in. Starting it off. The final one, 60 seconds to decide who takes game 1. Some signs there for Eamonn, but they don't look too usable.
Yeah, it was in Thai or Sri Lanka, actually. Tamil script, yes.
Yeah, Tamil there. Sri Lanka is going to be hard for Feneb to get enough points on if he wants to overtake Eamonn. He's going to need to find some information quick and make a very good guess off of it if he wants any chance of taking game 1 here. Fresh Chicken Farmhouse? Does Eamonn know where that is? Probably not.
Hey, maybe he finds it scanning. You never know.
Maybe. Oh,
but Feneb.
Got some information there, but Eamonn's locked in.
Can he find this town? Samantarai.
Samantarai, he's scanning for it. He thinks it's West Coast.
They're in opposite sides of the country right now. 3 seconds.
Country 5.5. Oh, and Eamonn!
Eamonn!
He is on it, and Feneb even gives him a clap. Eamonn takes game 1, moving against Feneb.
Eamonn, this is exactly what he needed to do. Feneb, this is his strongest mode, moving. So if Eamonn could put a stop to his moving performance here, take a win, Eamonn's in a really, really good spot now to take this match. So shaping up to be a good one. Guys, we have some no moving action after this.
Yeah, and most predictions would have had Feneb taking the first moving game.
Yeah.
He's gonna have another one still, guaranteed. But he lost the first, which is what he was expected to win. Time to go on to no move there. Saw a little bit of one of the BME people there, but then it went to the right cams. Lovely to see them back on the cam there as we get us into no moving.
Wow, what a great first match though, going all the way to round 10 like that. It's, again, speaks to how even these players are. So exciting to see, guys.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is of course, Feneb really sort of touted to win that moving game, but if you think about it, most of those rounds did not have usable information, which is what he needs. That's where he shines, and it didn't really seem possible for him to find anything and use it against Eamonn in that game 1. But now, game 2, guys, no moving. 1 360 panorama, and no moving up and down the road anymore. Let's get him in. Can Feneb take it 1-1, or is Eamonn going to go up 2-0?
Let's do this, guys. Again, this is Eamonn's preferred mode, so he's definitely going to be looking to keep the momentum going, pick up the 2-0, and keep himself in a really good position. But again, we've seen Feneb has what it takes to make good region guessing as well. He's sort of kept his own for a while in that moving game, so anything's possible here, guys. Round 1, let's do it.
Round 1, lock in, everybody at home. This is what we're getting to start us off. Let's get him straight in there.
So now, of course, in these games, they're just stuck with this 1 360 panorama. No more moving, of course. What can they do?
What are they going to be able to find?
Eamonn opted for Spain. He clicked that first. I do agree with that. Yep. Feneb zooms in as well.
I do very much like the Spain shoutouts. Seems probably the best option here, just with the landscape and everything. But a difficult round nonetheless. Region guess could be quite difficult on this one. Any other countries this could even be if it's not Spain?
Yeah, I think this is one that's pretty much guaranteed to be Spain. I mean, maybe a small chance of Portugal, but I think both players are going to be in the right country. It's a matter of, again, as you said, the region guess. They are on opposite sides. And it is just south of Madrid there.
Wow.
20 points for Eamonn.
20 in the chat. 20 in the chat. We're going to go on to round 2. Not too much to start us off. But This is what they're getting here again. A lot of rural here. I wonder how this no-move map is going to be. But we do have black car, long antenna here. That's going to be very helpful for the players. Let's get them straight in. Start it off, round 2. This is looking like a Russia, I would have to presume.
Yeah, seems the most likely with that antenna. And then this sort of landscape should be quite far south.
Yeah, I would agree. Maybe near Volgograd, that sort of area.
Yeah.
Krasnodar area. Wow, that's a specific shout from Eamonn, and I like it too. So there are some differences amongst the antenna that players have learned, basically the different curls and things like that. It gets very specific amongst these high-level pros when looking at Russia. They can use that Google car antenna to really differentiate some areas. Right now, Eamonn is actually locking it in way down near Krasnodar. Feneb is going to open it. Yep, he's thinking the similar area, but he's a little bit farther east and south. But it's pretty close.
Eamonn's confidence. Let's see if he's right.
Ooh.
Wait!
Last second, Feneb switches to Israel. Oh, that's 4,500, and he was right there.
He had the region guess, but second guessed himself, and that cost him dearly.
Wow. I mean, that's a pressure moment right there. The pressure got to him. He probably had a slight thought, hey, this might possibly be Israel. But, you know, second guessing yourself on the LAN, it happens, and it does not work in his favor. But we go on to round 3. We can see we're in a Turkey here. We had that flag, as well as the white Gen 4, Google car with the antenna.
I'm sure Jolotris back in the studio is happy to see this round come up.
Jolotris already 5.
Oh, yeah, of course.
He knows exactly where it is.
Let's see if these players know exactly where the 5K is.
That's what matters right now, CG. Eamonn is thinking farther north and just pretty central. There is a bin there, so in Turkey, bins very commonly will tell you the city you're in, but I think that's too far away for them to really read.
Yeah, a little bit too fuzzy there on the imagery.
So right now, Feneb is considering sort of southwest, while Eamonn is pretty kind of just central, honestly. Now Feneb considering a similar area as well, though, so shouldn't see too many points here. Only 2 times damage on the round 3.
Yeah, I think 2 pretty reasonable region guesses right now. Got somewhat good distance between them. Yeah, Eamonn.
Wow, Eamonn with the 2 times multiplier. That's enough.
Wow.
Eamonn takes it on game 2.
Eamonn absolutely dominating right now. In 3 rounds of that game, he takes the win. Feneb's switch to Israel just really cost him the game right there.
Yeah.
Unfortunate circumstances.
Yeah, very unfortunate. I mean, really, that's the only thing there. It's just that blunder.
Yeah.
When overall, the other 2 rounds, Feneb's guesses weren't bad, but you lose that much damage. Hard to come back from that.
Yeah, and now Eamonn, he is in such a good position. 2-0. Is there a best of 5? He just gets 1 more game win here, and it's his. So let's see. Feneb, we're going back to a moving game. So Feneb,
yeah, we are.
This is his tournament, his mode. Maybe he can change the story here.
Moving is his turf, you know?
Yeah.
This is where he wants to be. So hopefully this time around, he actually gets more rounds with usable information, and he can make some great guesses. We're going to get them straight in here for game 3. It's moving. Is Feneb about to reverse sweep, or is Eamonn taking it 3-0? This is our round 1. This is what we're looking at here. We'll get the players straight in. I know they're probably antsy to start. Sign right there off the bat. Chris Hani District. Let's see what they can actually end up finding, though.
Yeah,
they should be in South Africa.
Yeah, this is maybe the most urban round we've had, so potential for Feneb or Eamonn to find some actually solid signs here.
That's a very good point. But it's pretty more, it's suburban, very residential here. So it actually might be difficult, but oh, wait, he's got a sign there for the town, and he locks it in.
Eamonn found that right away.
Wow.
He knew.
And Feneb has not seen that same sign. He's going to have to region guess this, and he's going over near Durban. Underberg, I think that says there. So he's not too far away, but Eamonn's on it.
Eamonn, this is so impressive from him right now. He is just knowing these signs. He sees it and he instantly knows where to zoom into.
Yeah.
Really impressive.
Very impressive and a very dominant performance so far from Eamonn with a couple blunders coming out from Feneb so far. But Feneb's not out of it yet. He can definitely still make a comeback here. Moving is his turf, as we've mentioned. Let's get him into round 2.
Yeah, I'm definitely pulling for Feneb to get a good moving round in here. Maybe this is the one here. Looks like we're back in the UK.
Some signs there. B7024, that's going to be a very small road, but if he knows those town names, that's going to be helpful.
Yeah, it looks like he has it. He's lining it up.
Yeah. Oh
there
my God.
Feneb.
That's the Feneb that we've been waiting for.
10 seconds for Eamonn to respond, but surely Feneb's got this on lock. Eamonn's going Wales.
Wow.
Huge difference.
Oh, now
Northern Ireland.
Northern Ireland. I mean, regardless, this will be some points because Feneb is on it. 1.5 times damage. The 4994. That's almost 700 points there. Eamon still with a slight lead, but it's not by much. Let's get him in to round 3. This is what we got here for round 3. Got a plate. Looks like a Malaysia. Let's get it started.
Here we go. And another city round here. So maybe works to Feneb's advantage again if he can find that information, and just like he did in Scotland last round.
Why was there a Malaysia plate? You want to tell me that? Why was there a Malaysia plate in Chile?
I think it wasn't a Malaysia plate.
Oh, I trolled. It's okay.
It's all good.
I looked around and I was like, okay, Latin America, and then I saw the plate. I went, oh, looks like we're in Malaysia. We are not in Malaysia. We are in Chile. Biblioteca. Got the library nearby. Oh, what's on that sign there for Feneb? He's definitely got some information. Oh, what's on there? But Eamonn's in already. Yeah, okay, Feneb north of Santiago. Eamonn's farther south. 5 seconds to go. Feneb's using the time to his advantage. Seeing if he can find that town on the sign. He doesn't. It's much farther south. Eamonn gonna be closer, 2 times damage. That's 1,600 points.
Eamonn is in such a good spot. He's playing so well today.
Yeah, Eamonn is absolutely on it right now. We'll see if he can keep it up. A 3-0 would be pretty surprising. Earlier today, talking with the players, many were saying they didn't expect any 3-0s to happen today. So
yeah,
we'll see. We'll see.
This is about to be a huge victory for Eamonn, possibly. Can he pull it off? Round 4.
That is the question. And this is single elim here. So if it ends here for Feneb, that's it.
Eamonn's got a good sign right there. A lot of information. Can he make use of it though? Somewhere in Malaysia, Sarawak on that sign gets him the state, which is on the island of Borneo. Feneb has the same information as well now.
Oh, Feneb isn't quick.
Ooh.
Feneb in fast. Oh, wait. Hands on the face? Oh, I don't think he's happy with the guess.
Maybe he's in too fast and wasn't sure.
Oh, he
wait.
did. Eamonn gets the 4995, 2,400 points of damage. Feneb's in the red.
Wow. Yeah, you could see it immediately. Feneb regretted his choice there. But Eamonn, again, he's just on it.
Yeah.
So impressive today.
Very impressive from Eamonn. I think the nerves are actually getting to Feneb more than Eamonn.
Yeah, once you make a blunder in the LAN tournaments, like speaking from experience myself, yeah, it just really gets to you. You get flustered. So it's all or nothing now for Feneb with the 3 times damage. He's got to turn this around.
Yeah, you make that one blunder, you're on the stage, you know how many people are watching you, it can just continue to mess you up.
Yeah.
I won here on the round 5.
I do want to give a shout out to some people in the audience here. They are dressed up as some Poles.
True.
Yeah, so shout out to the barbershop Poles.
Yeah, there's a Taiwan Pole in the audience here in Japan.
People are so dedicated to this. I love it.
It's amazing to see. Beautiful. Wow. Okay, Feneb, first one with information.
And you see Eamonn checking the pole plates in Taiwan. Those can be helpful for region guessing, so both players making use of different info right now. Does Feneb have this?
Ooh, they're going to be close regardless. I mean, Taiwan not too big.
Yeah.
Multiplier at 3x. Shouldn't be anything too crazy, even if Feneb is very close, which he is. But Eamonn there basically just making a region guess kind of central. And so he's not going to take too much damage on that. We're going to move on to round 6.
Feneb hanging on for dear life. Anything he can to not go out in the 3-0 right now.
Yeah. See what he can do here on the round 6. This is what we're looking at. Let's get him in. Let's get it started.
Here we go. Looks like we see Feneb give a smile. I think this is Australia.
Looks like it. Australia. They're both on the same road here, getting a little bit stuck, but now they're going to continue to move. Both just made it to that bigger road at the same exact time, now deciding which direction they want to go. Feneb is actually... Oh, he's got a sign there with some information.
Renfo, yes.
He is from Australia, and he seems to kind of know the area. It's possible. Got a yellow plate there, so it should be New South Wales. So Feneb's locked. Eamonn's going to know it's New South Wales as well, and he has come across signs too. Will he be able to find them? He sees one of the towns. Oh, yeah, they're both right there. They're both right there. They're going to be on the same road, pretty much. Timer's going to run out. It is going to be Eamonn closer. That's not going to be enough for the game, but 144 points is something nonetheless. Continues to chip away at Feneb's damage. When he's in the red, even that can hurt.
Anything at this stage. Here we go, guys. Round 7.
Round 7. This is what we're looking at. Let's get him straight in.
Looking like a Lithuania, if I'm not mistaken, from the language.
Think so. I like it. Got Feneb going there. And he's just locking it in fast, too. I mean, you're down health. You got 4 times damage. You don't want to give Eamonn a chance to find anything. I respect this quick guess. Eamonn did have a truck there with some information, but it didn't seem too usable. So let's see where he ends up going. Yeah, he's going to actually be there as well. He missed it just slightly. So Feneb, 92 points of damage there. We're approaching round 8 now. Getting to that round 10. Feneb's going to need something huge here if he wants any chance of taking us to game 4, and this is what we have on the round 8. Take a look. Which direction are they going to decide to go here? Looking like Latvia or something Baltic, I would presume.
Yeah, not going to be too far away from the Lithuania round. And yeah, it looks like a Latvian sign there. That thin red border on the yield sign is exclusive to Latvia within the Baltic states. So good little trick there.
Wait.
Or...
But Eamonn's thinking Lithuania.
I have it backwards.
You have it backwards?
I have it backwards. It's the thin sign for Lithuania and Estonia.
Ah, true.
That's the way.
Yes.
Okay, so it is Lithuania, yep. And Eamonn does have a good sign there. Some directions to pretty decent-sized towns.
Feneb's lining it up as well, locking it in, but both players are already so close to each other. So we should not see the game. Feneb needs something much better than this. He's going to hope for a big country here in the next round.
Yeah.
Wow.
Eamonn.
Wait, Eamonn with 4.5 times damage. That's 526. Feneb's on 223 health. As we go into round 9, this is looking like Eamonn's game. Feneb, what are you going to do here? Let's see. We're looking at Germany by the looks of it. We got some Germany Bollards. Copyright 2023.
Yep.
Let's get them in. Round 9.
With 5 times damage, if Feneb can pull off a crazy region guess and Eamonn gets the blunder, could be a huge blow. But again, it's relatively unlikely at this stage. I think Eamonn...
Wow.
Wait.
Yes, I was just going to say, Eamonn probably does not want Feneb to find a Landkreis, but he does find one, and I would venture to say that Feneb knows them, and he does!
Oh!
That's going to be massive damage. 5 times multi, 4,600, and the game is so close!
You could not write it any better than this. Going into the final round, both players now with less than 500 health. Unbelievable play from Feneb.
Wow, this is actually now anybody's game. Whoever is closest on this with 5 times damage is gonna take it. Will Eamonn win the entire match here? Or will Feneb take us to game 4.
This is maybe the most critical round of Feneb's life right now. This is it, literally the last chance for him.
Oh, and Eamonn guessed quickly. I don't know if I really like that guess, to be honest.
Central hedge in Thailand?
Central hedging in Thailand on round 10, 5.5 times multi.
Feneb.
Where is Feneb gonna go? He's farther south. And it's Feneb! Feneb with that takes the game!
Feneb turns it around and does not go out in the 3-0. Unbelievable result there.
Wow, Feneb is still in it. His tournament life is still alive as we go back to no moving. Can Feneb take a stand on BZ now? That's the only question.
This is absolutely insane. Absolutely flipped this around. Not at all expected. But yeah, again, as you see, Feneb just has that moving knowledge. He knows to look for the land cries and things like that in Germany. So even though, as you said, Bloom, Eamonn insta-sent, nothing they could have done there to stop Feneb from getting that region guess. So
yeah.
Wow, what a game, what a match.
Yeah, I mean, we have the earlier in the matchup, Feneb blundering going Israel on Russia, but I would say Eamonn insta-guessing there is a blunder in its own right, because I mean, his goal was probably, okay, I don't want Feneb to find a land crisis, but 15 seconds, you never know. They can be posted quite commonly, so he ended up finding one.
You do see those signs a lot, so
yeah.
Crazy stuff, guys. Here we go back to another moving, or no moving game, I should say.
Yep, no move, and yeah, that's really what did it for him, getting that Germany round. Yep, back to no move. They're just gonna get this 1-3-60 panorama. That's it, that's all. And looking like a tough one. I would have to guess US, Canada?
Yeah, this is pretty tricky. We do have a nice view, but otherwise just kind of deep into the wilderness here, so.
Yeah, not a lot to go off of.
Yeah, Eamonn's thinking it's the East US. I like that, somewhere in the Appalachian Mountains.
I really like that guess as well. That's a pretty good shout. But CG, you are the US expert here, definitely more than me. So I trust you if you like the guess.
Yeah, I can get behind it. I feel like it's maybe more north than West Virginia, somewhere in the north. Like, it's hard to say though. It really is. This kind of round.
Yeah.
It's certainly Eastern American foliage.
Definitely tough. The players are trying to look at whatever they can, but again, very middle of nowhere. Wait, Feneb. Feneb is in Italy?
Oh my goodness, guys. 5 seconds. If he stays, this is huge points without even any multipliers.
Wow. I mean, it can't be game on a round 1, but I think it's got to be the US here. And Eamonn's like 5K'ing. What? 4,800 points.
I don't even know what you say about that. Just let alone that Feneb went the wrong constant, but for Eamonn to get such a good guess on that round 2.
Unreal.
Oh, crazy,
what
guys.
Is that? I think that's gotta be considered a blunder there from Feneb.
I think, yeah, you have to call it that, unfortunately.
I don't think you get that Gen 3 car in Europe.
Yeah,
that blur there.
That's one of the most important ways to differentiate the two, is knowing the car blurs in Gen 3 coverage. And yeah, Feneb misread that one. Wow.
Yeah. Wow. But another very difficult one. Maybe we see a huge shift in points here on something like this too.
Yeah, definitely possible. Again, you can see Eamonn was checking the car. He thinks it's Yucatan Peninsula, Mexico.
Wow, okay.
I see his vision. This is a crazy round, but I see his vision.
Yeah, I do see the vision for sure. I think definitely Latin America at the bare minimum, and I do not hate a Mexico guess. Wait, but Feneb is in Indonesia?
Guys, what is going on with this match right now?
This no move game is... I don't even know what to say. I mean,
Eamonn's right. This is probably it.
I think this might be a 2-rounder. I think this... Wow.
Let's see.
Yeah.
It is.
Eamonn just makes 2 unbelievable guesses and wins the entire matchup.
I don't believe what I've seen here. I mean, Feneb, he had those blunders in the no-moving region guess. As we said, those were tough rounds, but Eamonn, absolutely dominant performance today. Yeah. I'm blown away. I am absolutely blown away.
Wow, unreal. And look at him right there, Eamonn waving to the camera. He does take the win, and he's going to move on to face Shiina in the semifinals. Wow. What a way for that to go. I must say, even though it was a 3-1, what an exciting game.
Yeah, like, that was so intense. Like, as soon as Feneb turned that moving game around, anything was possible, it seemed. So, yeah, I mean, what a great match to get the heart racing here today. So exciting, guys.
Yeah, unbelievable way to start the day. We'll sadly be saying goodbye to Feneb for now, but he'll be around in the back. I'm sure he's going to enjoy the rest of the event. But GG to Eamonn. And with that, guys, we're going to throw it back to the studio. Paula, talk to him.
Bloom, couldn't have put it better myself. What a way to start the day. Eamonn getting off to a flying start, shooting himself, propelling himself into that semi-final versus Shiina.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a quick 2-0, and then I was like, okay, he's just taking the 3-0 as well. He was up by 4,000 points in that moving game, or even more. And then he made a decision. Round 9, Germany round, he turned around once and was like, you know what, I'm just gonna slam it in the middle of Germany and take my chances. That backfired, especially after that round 10. I mean, any thoughts on the no-move game in the last one? That was 2 crazy rounds, I would say, right?
Yeah, GeoGuessr, I mean, if we're talking crazy rounds, like Ziggy just mentioned, we had a bunch of them, GeoGuessr.
We had a bunch of them indeed, especially like, as already said in the last ones, we were not sure on which continent we are. Feneb didn't know either. So yeah, huge shout out to Eamonn for actually getting it. He also looked confident. I don't think he really, I mean, he did his double checks, but he wasn't switching between continents. He wasn't switching his pin from Asia to the Americas. He was there all the time, and he knew that's his vibe, and he trusted it.
If Eamonn looked confident, is it fair to say Feneb sort of lacking that confidence? Which is surprising, because, you know, when he came out on stage, definitely looked like he was enjoying the moment. He had his suit going on, which I hear is a running meme from the World League. But then on the server, actually playing some pretty solid, tough, bad mistakes that he made, Ziggy.
I mean, I have to say, the first game was not really a bad mistake.
That's true. It was pretty close up until the very end.
Yeah, it was very close. Yeah. And I think after that, he may have lost a bit of his confidence. But I feel like especially the first game was very, very even. It was basically just Eamonn being very, very confident and very, very consistent that he took that game. And after that, it felt like he lost a bit of his confidence, especially after that Russia guess we have to talk about. What do you think about that, GeoGuessr? I mean...
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly where you can tell if a player is confident or not, because we saw Feneb switching over on the map. He was in Russia, and then he hovered down to Israel, went up again, went down. So he was not sure at all. Whereas Eamonn was in Russia, and he was looking where in that pocket he is. So you could really tell who really had the confident guess there, and it was Eamonn, and it was correct.
For anybody at home unaware, or people like myself, why would Feneb sort of confuse Israel and Russia on that round?
I mean, I can answer that. We had the black car with the long antenna, which is common in a few countries, especially in maybe with that landscape, you would consider Spain, Israel, and Russia. But I feel like the vegetation was way too cold to be either Spain or Israel. And usually in Israel, there's not a lot of coverage, so you would probably have seen it if there was a unique road like that. But it has to be said, Feneb was in the right area in Russia, so he did consider the right area of Russia.
Yeah.
But just in the last 2 seconds, he made that very last second switch, and I was so, I was like, oh no, why?
Ziggy, great thoughts and analysis. Let's take a look at our bracket. So, yeah, we've already mentioned Eamonn will be going through to play Shiina. Feneb bows out. You can also see what we have coming up next, Leero versus Spaghetti, our second quarterfinal.
Yep, Leero versus Spaghetti. I just read a very funny thing. Every player in this event put Shiina as the toughest opponent. But yeah, Shiina put Leero as his toughest opponent. So Shiina thinks the best player outside of him, maybe, is Leero. So it's definitely not going to be an easy battle for Spaghetti, especially because Spaghetti, I think, is the worst played player in the rankings we see in this event. So not an easy start to this APAC Major for Spaghetti.
Before we rush ahead, gentlemen, why don't we check in with our winning player? We've got Eamonn down on the sidelines. Eamonn, how you doing, brother? Congratulations.
Doing good. Good to get a 3-on win right off the bat.
Yeah, Eamonn, initial question. I think the way we see it on the desk is that the first moving game was pretty close, but then after you won out there, you took a lot of momentum away from Feneb and he lost some of his confidence. Do you agree? How do you see how that match played out?
Yeah, the first moving game is definitely very close. I found some good info, but yeah, round 10, anything could have happened there. And then I think I just gained some momentum on the 2 no-move games and yeah, closed it up pretty quickly. I think the third game was quite, I was a bit unlucky to lose that in round 9 and 10, considering I was ahead. But yeah, Germany and Thailand were 2 countries I was hoping to not come up against him in moving, because I don't know Landkreis and I don't really know how to read Thai, so yeah, I had to instance end.
Eamonn, how would you rate your own performance? You look pretty strong out there.
Yeah, I think I did pretty well this game. Probably my strongest match I've played on LAN so far, so yeah, that's great. Not too many blunders.
Ziggy, any questions from yourself?
Yeah, I mean, we have to talk about the 4th game, the no-move game. We saw 2 very hard rounds. Eamonn, did you ever think of any other possibility on that US round or that Yucatan round? Did you ever consider anything else, and how hard did you think the rounds were?
Well, the first US round, I checked the blur, and it was the US blur, so I was pretty sure about US. I wasn't sure about the region guess. It could have been like basically any area in the Appalachia Mountains. So yeah, I just kind of hedged West Virginia and got lucky that it was quite close. The second, the Yucatan one, there was no antenna, so I kind of considered Florida, and I was checking the carbler, but I couldn't really tell which one it was, but I just went for the one I thought was more likely, which is Yucatan, and yeah, luckily it was.
Gelitris, any questions from yourself before we let Eamonn go?
I mean, yeah, regarding to the games, I think everything has been said and done, but the nerves, Eamonn, how about the nerves? I've seen you playing a lot of LAN events so far, but you seemed a little nervous to me today. How was it?
Yeah, I always feel a bit nervous, especially because I'm playing in front of the crowd for the first time, but yeah, definitely that win in the first round has definitely given me confidence in my next few games, so hopefully I won't be as nervous. And yeah, I reckon I have a good chance now of qualifying if I just win one of the next 2 games.
Best of luck for that. Thank you very much. You are indeed right. In front of an audience is one thing, playing on LAN is another thing, but both combined can wreck some nerves, but you did play very well. You were locked in, and congrats on the win.
Thank you very much.
All right, let's let Eamonn go so we can get some rest and relaxation before his semi-final against Shiina. Yeah, great. Always great to hear from the players. Any quick reactions to anything Eamonn just said?
No, I mean, he pretty much explained his guesses and they made sense to me. I also considered US on the last round, where he went Yucatan. It's also like a 50-50. He said there was no antenna. Usually you would get that in Mexico. But, you know, he still went with the vibe landscape guess, and that pulled off. Just 2 very hard rounds still, if you don't use too much meta there. So I definitely see Feneb, not making the worst guesses, but it's 2 tough rounds in a row. It's very hard.
And Gelitris, what about yourself?
Yeah, I was most curious about the Germany round, why he sent that one so quick and in the center of the country. He was trying to put the pressure on, but he just explained it was the knowledge of the Landkreise, the smaller level, administrative districts of Germany, and Feneb knows a lot of them, whereas Eamonn lacks that knowledge, so apparently that was the reason. I thought maybe he put that pressure on because we were moving towards the round limit, where he tried to make that game out because he was in the lead the whole time, and he probably tried to pressure him into also clicking middle, but yeah, it was a lack of knowledge on the Landkreis.
Gentlemen, thank you so much for your thoughts, as always. All right, everybody, Eamonn moves on to the semi-finals versus Shiina. Up next, it's our second quarterfinal, Leero versus Spaghetti. Do not go anywhere.
Let's play a game. I'll hide, you seek.
Unconfirmed sightings of the GX Man have been reported all over the world.
My VPN means I can be in multiple places at once. I can mod my look at the click of a button. I'll block any ads attempting to promote the manhunt. Your time starts now. Play the GX Manhunt at GeoGuessr. Find me and get a reward.
The return of Area 51, Alienware's highest performance desktop yet, equipped with powerful Intel Core Ultra processors. Innovative architecture designed for ultimate gaming. Engineered to evolve alongside your game. Encounter the legendary Area 51 at Alienware.com.
I'm Oli Carvalho. Dive in with me to see how the Shiba Hope Grows program is bringing our coral reefs back to life. Giving ownership to these communities, it's a sense of pride to know that we are giving back to our own oceans. Stream Reef Builders now on Prime Video.
Welcome back, everybody, to the GeoGuessr World Championship 2025 APAC Majors. One quarter-final down. Eamonn moving ahead of Feneb. Eamonn will soon play Shiina in the first semi-final. But before that, we have our second quarter-final. Leero versus Spaghetti. My name's Parla. I'm still your host, still joined on the desk by two of the brightest minds in GeoGuessr. We've got Z and, is it Gello Trees? How do we say it?
However you want to, Parla. However you want to. Guys, I don't mind. I've never said any rules to that.
Can you say Ziggy instead of Ziggy as well?
Ziggy or
Ziggy.
Is it Ziggy? Okay.
No, it's Ziggy.
Ziggy. Okay, all right, guys, we'll figure it out. Yeah, what a brilliant first quarterfinal we had, and now we've got Leero versus Spaghetti up next. Guys, initial expectations going into this one. Ziggy, starting with you.
Well, I have to say Leero should be a feared opponent because an interesting fact is that he won against every single player in the World League that is playing on the APAC Majors. So he won against Eamonn, he won against Zigzag, he won against Shiina even. And Shiina also put him as the toughest opponent in this major. Everyone else put Shiina, but Shiina thinks Leero is the strongest player. And his performance against the APAC players has shown that. So I think Spaghetti is in for a tough one, but especially with two moving games, everything is possible. Any other facts?
Yeah, I mean, especially if you face the one you fear the most as your first opponent, that's not a ideal start to the day. And I know that will affect Shiina. I know his stress level is pretty high when it's coming down to fearing someone, being afraid of something. He is looking around all the stuff that's happening around just the game. I feel like he has a pretty hard time to just focus on the game. So it could maybe bring him down off his locked-in stage, but we'll see.
Guys, enough initial reactions or initial thoughts from us for now. Why don't we check in with our two players, Leero and Spaghetti?
I don't have many expectations. Expectations really just have a good time, explore Tokyo. In terms of the tournament, I'm up against Spaghetti first, and to be honest, I wouldn't be too upset if I lost to him. Obviously, I want to win, but yeah, I'm okay with losing.
Leero is probably one of the strongest no-move players here, so it'll be tough to take no-move games off of Leero. But I think I have the relative advantage in moving, so being able to play 2 moving games is going to be good for me.
Yeah, Spaghetti, he's a really good player. He's really all-rounded, well-balanced player. He's definitely stronger than me in the moving especially. So to win, I'll probably have to take at least 1 moving game off of him.
I've done what I can do to be ready, but obviously there's always more to learn, so I'm never like fully, I don't know everything. I've done what I can, and I'm hoping I can kind of play to the best of my current abilities.
All right, nice to hear from Leero and Spaghetti. Leero saying he has no expectations and is actually okay with losing. A bit surprising there, Ziggy.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to be a bit humble, maybe,
yes,
off the camera. I think in his mind he's like, okay, I should be the favorite, but he doesn't want to play it up too much in case this game might go wrong. But I feel like on paper, if you look at the stats as well, Leero should be the clear favorite coming into this game. But keeping it humble, Spaghetti also says he knows his strengths. He knows he needs to win those moving games. He said he doesn't have the biggest hopes for no move, but yeah, it's GeoGuessr after all, and they have 5 games to play.
Yeah, and Gelatrus Spaghetti mentioning he's aware that the no move could be especially tough.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of Leero's strongest modes, no move, especially. And Spaghetti is also, I would say, kind of similar, though, with his skill set. So I would say this is a very balanced matchup here.
Yeah, also, Leero, so considering the fact that a lot of players have said that Shiina is the toughest opponent here, but then Shiina himself has said it's Leero. In that sense, how would you give Leero a big edge or any kind of edge here over Spaghetti?
Yeah, I would probably give him the edge, but not to an extent where I say 70% win rate. I would maybe get like 60% out of it. So 60% I would give him, but maybe Gelatrus has a different number in mind.
I am very even with them. For me, it's a 50-50. I can see anything happening here, yeah.
In which case, what factors should our audience at home be looking out for where an edge could be found by either player when we're live? Ziggy, starting with you.
I think the no-move games. I think the no-move games will be very close. I think in the moving you might see that Spaghetti has a bit more experience in that mode, but I think the no-move games will be highly contested. If it goes to an NPZ, I don't have high hopes for Spaghetti because Leero is very skilled in an NPZ, that is for sure. And yeah, so I would say no-move games are interesting to watch.
Gelatrus?
Yeah, I do agree. I would say Leero is not really someone who enjoys playing moving. And if you don't enjoy something, you also are not too interested in getting better at it. Whereas Spaghetti, I feel like, has done a little bit of practice for the World League, maybe a bit more than Leero. So in this case, on a best of 5 with 2 moving games, at start, it can be a bit more difficult for Leero in this case. But we already talked about the no-move games. They are in between.
Yeah, we have just under 30 seconds before we have to head to the stage. So, gentlemen, can I push you for some official predictions, perhaps? Ziggy, starting with you.
I will take a 3-1 victory for Leero.
Okay, 3-1. Gelatrus, what about yourself?
I'll turn the tables. 3-1 for Leero.
Okay, well...
for Spaghetti.
I was like, I
didn't flip the table there, but no, yeah, Spaghetti, I think.
All right, well, analyst desk is split. Who at home do you... If you're at home, who do you have? And with that said, everybody, it's time to get this one underway. Let's head over to the stage in Tokyo.
準々決勝第2試合が始まります。皆様、準備はいいですか？盛り上がってますね。
はい。
それでは行きましょう。準々決勝第2試合の選手を呼び込みましょう。大きな拍手でお迎えください。
Let's now have players for quarterfinal 2 match. Please welcome from Australia, Leero!
You are now in the presence of a...
Leero 選手、ようこそお越しくださいました。
Leero, welcome.
今のお気持ちはいかがでしょう？
How are you feeling right now?
Quite nervous. Yeah.
結構緊張してますと。
今日この大観衆の前でどんな戦いを見せてくれますか？
How do you want to play today in front of all these people, the big crowd, and then what is your expectation for this match?
I don't expect to win. I just want to play the best I can and leave the stage with no regrets and play as best I can.
はい、今日勝てるかどうかはちょっと分かりませんが、自分の全力を果たしに来ましたので全力で臨みたいと思います。
素晴らしいプレー楽しみにしています。どうぞおかけください。
Thank you. So now please take your seat. Thank you very much.
では続きまして対戦相手にもご登場いただきましょう。
Now let us introduce his opponent from Japan, Spaghetti!
スパゲット選手、ようこそお越しくださいました。
Welcome, Spaghetti.
今お気持ちはいかがですか？
How are you feeling right now?
いやー、なんか人が見てる環境でやるの初めてなんで、結構なんか今まで人に見られてる実感なかったけど、こうなんか緊張しますね。
Well, I've never played in front of the crowd in my life, so I'm pretty nervous right now.
しかしですね、スパゲットさんを応援するたくさんの日本のファンの方も集まっています。
But so many Japanese fans cheering for you today.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much.
そんな皆さんの前で、そして配信をご覧になっている日本中のジオゲッサーファンの前でどんなプレーを見せてくれますか？
How do you want to play today in front of all the crowd, all your fans, and everyone watching on the stream?
いやー、まあちょっと変なことしないように、なるべくね、普段通り、そこそこでやれればいいかなと思ってます。
Well, I'll do what I can do without any weird mistakes.
ありがとうございます。それではいろんな皆さんの応援もあると思います。どうぞ力に変えて素晴らしい勝負を繰り広げてください。お願いします。
Thank you, Spaghetti. And now please here take your seat and do a fist bump if you like with your opponent.
Welcome in, guys. It's time for our second quarterfinal match. I am Bloom, once again, joined by Chicago Geographer. We had a crazy start to the day. Let's see what can happen here. Game 2. CG, any thoughts?
Yeah, as you said, Bloom, it's been an insane start to the day, and I think this match is going to be really interesting to watch. As has sort of been set up by the players themselves, the analysts back at the studio, these are two very different players in terms of their skill sets. Spaghetti, really good at moving. Leero, that NMPZ expertise. So we'll see if this one goes the distance today, goes all the way to that fifth match. But no matter what happens, I think these players are both really good. They have what it takes to win, so it's going to be fun.
Yeah. One thing I also want to mention as well is Leero, even on the stage, continuing to just be like, right, whatever happens is going to happen. But I think many people at home, including Analyst Desk, predicting him to take it. So we'll see what happens here. I must also admit, though, Spaghetti definitely had some aura as he walked onto that stage. There was some aura emanating off that man.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
We'll see. We'll see.
We'll see.
But yeah, both playing in front of an audience for the first time. So land pressure should be sort of evened out here. Again, we saw last game Feneb that definitely got to him, playing in front of the LAN.
Definitely.
In front of the audience and everything. But now, these players both dealing with that for the first time.
Yeah, so they're both in the same boat here. See, Leero has a relatively fast average guess time, 30 seconds. That's, on the slightly faster side of things compared to the rest of the players in the World League so far. About 49% win ratio. So yeah, he's a solid level-headed player here. You see him walking in again. He's testing out his mouse. He's getting his setup ready to go. But yeah, as you said, he seems a little bit nervous for sure.
Yeah, he does seem. It's weird because he seems nervous. He's saying he's nervous. He doesn't look nervous, I must say. But he's admitting to himself that that he is here. But yeah, well balanced with meta that I learn is his strength. Wow, that's you'd hope, right?
I hope so. Yeah.
You'd hope. And his special fact is that he is from Perth. Wow.
I like how just succinct that is. I'm from Perth.
He's straight to the point. He likes NMPZ. You know?
He's from Perth.
He's weak at Russia and Brazil. Pick the two big countries that are relatively hard, and he's good with meta that he's learned. Wow. You know? Amazing. Love to see it.
Definitely do.
But Leero had a really impressive end to the World League, actually. Definitely got some wins in stride there in the end. Moved up pretty high on the world ranking by the end there, getting to 15th after a slower start. He also wasn't playing as many games near the beginning. But yeah, by the end there, a nice move up, really good performance, and people were expecting a lot from him at the previous APAC Regional 2024 season. Did not end up making it there, but now he's back, and this is his chance to do it. Let's see what he can do up against Spaghetti.
Yeah, there's Spaghetti getting ready at his desk. Spaghetti, as we've said, he's a pretty strong moving player, and in fact, actually, among these 6 players qualified for the APAC Majors, he was at the lowest ranking in the World League, so he just barely scraped by here over actually last year's champion Karania. He was only 1 point ahead in the rankings to qualify, so yeah, Spaghetti got here by the skin of his teeth, and yeah, he's going to be fighting his absolute hardest to fight against the favorite here in the match, which is Leero for sure.
Yeah. One really noticeable thing there between them is that Leero's guest first percentage was far higher than Spaghetti's. Spaghetti really, again, moving players, you tend to see stuff like that, so definitely takes his time and is going to be making guesses after Leero most of the time if those stats end up playing out. And it looks like he's looking for sponsors for a LAN tourney in Japan. Just, you know, any sponsors in the chat.
Hey guys, Spaghetti, he's on the market.
Spaghetti's on the market. Man is locked in. Also recently married. Congrats, Spaghetti, in the chat. If you're watching
very amazing.
Home. Recently got married just earlier in May. So, and I believe his wife is here in the crowd.
Hopefully that gives him that little extra moral support and boost of confidence that he needs for this match. It's going to be a great one, guys. There they are, ready to go.
They're ready to go. Leero did actually bring his childhood best friends with him, too. So
that is true.
They've both got important people here in the audience. Here to support them. And of course, Spaghetti being from Japan has, I'd say most people here are going to be rooting for him. Our first Japanese player on the stage so far of the day. So we'll see how into it the crowd actually gets for this.
Yeah, should be exciting to see, guys.
Locking in, Leero. Warming up the hands.
Yeah, got to get your fingers flexible here. You got to be clicking fast, moving, heading into the map. Yeah, very important to be ready to go here, so.
Yeah, Leero is still looking calm though, but Spaghetti, I can see the nerves on him.
Definitely.
Not on Leero though. See, it appears we have a slight delay, but we should be getting in very soon. Both players getting a chance to maybe test out the computer setup, which is nice.
Make sure their mouse is all ready to go.
Yeah, they're going to be happy about that, actually, getting a little chance to get used to the new setup here. All the players get a chance beforehand, but, you know, actually in the hot seat, had a second to get used to the game, and we're ready to get started. It's going to be Leero versus Spaghetti on moving game 1, best 5. CG, you ready?
I'm so ready, Bloom.
Let's do this thing.
Let's do it. Round 1.
Round 1. We're in Europe. This is what we're looking at for round 1. Let's see if we got any information here quickly. Yeah, some signs down here they're going to look for very quick. So let's get them in, get them started. It's time.
And they are off. 60 seconds to move and pinpoint as accurately as they can.
So some signs there, but it looks like they sort of disappeared, but they've moved back to get them in the coverage. A couple signs here, but
oh, Spaghetti's got a good one there, yeah.
That's a sign you want to see in Czechia. That's going to give you your nearest towns. Czechian sign right there. Leero's got a .cz for any domain fans.
Always good to learn those. One of the first things that I recommend players should figure out. Your website domains.
Definitely good to know. So Spaghetti hasn't, I don't know if he's actually been able to find those towns on that sign here. Leero's come across a sign of his own.
Yeah, Spaghetti had an address there as well, but it seems like he's not familiar with the towns. He's making a west to region guess. Leero's in the middle.
Central versus west for the round one. Leero a little bit closer to start us off. Just a couple hundred points there, 227. Not much to write home about.
Yeah, relatively small countries, no multis yet. And going on to round two.
Yeah, okay.
Oh.
Round two, CG, talk to me.
Looking like the Mountain West of the United States.
Yeah.
I would have wagered to guess Utah or something like that here. We'll see. License plates are actually very helpful in the US. We'll see if these players look at those to get the state. There goes Leero. Looks like an Idaho plate, maybe. And yeah, he knows.
Yeah, both players getting a guess down there. Leero very far north in Idaho. Very far north.
Spaghetti has Wallace, Idaho on the post office. And he's found it. He's found it.
Oh, what a find. Spaghetti touted as the better moving player. Using that information very well, but Leero's region guess is close nonetheless. But a very nice find from Spaghetti, the 4999, and the crowd is going wild for that one. I don't know if that's getting picked up by our mics here.
Big applause there. So yeah, definitely seeming like Spaghetti. You know, he's the fan favorite here. Home turf in Japan.
Yep, definitely
great guess
the fan favorite. We're going around three. If this was no move, this would be a tough one, but players are going to get started on this and hopefully find some information besides the trees.
Yeah, these trees are not going to cut it for these players. They could probably still make a good region guess, but they're going to want some signs. See what they can find.
It's a sign there for both players, but I think Spaghetti just moved right on past it. Leero and Bulgaria locking it in.
Oh yeah, dude, some Cyrillic there, and those white signs.
Yep. Spaghetti's going to know it as well. Going to be nearby, but south of the capital, Sofia. 3 seconds to go. Wow, Spaghetti is going to be closer there. Deal a little bit of damage.
Yeah, really solid region guess. Looks like Leero kind of just Sofia hedged a little bit. Yeah, Spaghetti's playing quite well to start.
Yeah, close game though nonetheless. Both players above 5,000 health still. And we're going to go into round 4. Let's get them straight in here. What appears to be a Portugal, I would say. Do you have some... yeah, it should just be Portugal.
Yeah.
It's sort of coastal, but I don't know. Can you see coast there on Leero's screen, or is that a lake? No, maybe not coastal.
Yeah, some sort of lake or river or something there.
Oh, wow. And Leero's in quick. I mean, we were just saying this as we were getting into the game. Leero with somewhere in the 60s for 60% guess first. Spaghetti's was 26, I think, and we're seeing it here. Leero so fast. And he's closest. And he's closest. I mean, this is going to be Leero's way to take Spaghetti on moving, just putting pressure on and not letting Spaghetti find and use any information. Round 5 now, 3 times multiplier, just about halfway through. Let's get him started. Surya on that sign is what we saw. Ting Ting Motor. I wonder if you got a Kabupaten on that. Hard for us to read there, but I think it must, because Spaghetti's in.
Oh, yeah, he seemed confident there. He got it. Let's see, Leero, 10 seconds now. Can he find anything?
Is he going to find anything? Oh, he's got a little sign there for a shot, but no, he's going to be on Sumatra. He didn't get a Kabupaten. This is why you learn your Kabupaten. That's the 4998, and that's the game.
Spaghetti absolutely destroying Leero with that guess. Indonesia, one of these countries, yeah, as you said, Bloom, you just have to know the Kabupaten. You've got to find those signs as fast as possible. Spaghetti takes the dub with that, and it's 1-0.
1-0. People expected Spaghetti to be winning the moving games, and he's doing it in the first one. Gonna go on to no move now. Should even things out a bit for these two players. Leero's gonna be a little more comfortable, but really, if he gets that NMPZ, that's probably where he would do it. So we'll see what happens after a very nice win for Spaghetti on only 5 rounds. And he still had 5,300 points.
Yeah, I mean, Spaghetti just really put on a great show for us there to start. Spaghetti looking good. Looking good as we go into the no moving now.
Yep. No more moving up and down the road anymore, everybody. 360 panorama upcoming as we move into no move. Powered by Opera GX, of course. Shout out. Look at the players ready. They're looking, yeah, look at that. Leero looks calm. Leero looks calm. He doesn't look two-faced.
Yeah, he's ready to turn it around after that. You know, he knows he has the good region guesses. He can do this. And no moving, this is his way forward. He's got to stay locked in. Here we go,
stay
guys.
Locked, and I know he can. No move. Game 2. Let's take a look at what we're starting off on our round 1 here. Spaghetti with the Daigo hat. Amazing. Daigo is in the building today, actually. Shout out to Daigo. All right, round number 1. This is our 360 panorama the players are going to get.
Wow. Beautiful place.
Very beautiful. Very, very beautiful. Let's get him in there.
Let's do it.
Wow, okay.
So, gonna be the US here with those road signs.
Yeah.
Somewhere out in the southwest.
Looks like it. I like this sort of Arizona, maybe New Mexico. Do we have some bollards? We do there.
Yeah, I think this is a safe enough Arizona with this landscape. The really red rocks like that. This sort of canyon landscape.
Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, it could be a Utah as well. Spaghetti's looking there. Leero zooms in as well. Yeah, I think it's definitely this sort of Four Corners area, by not far from the Grand Canyon.
This is where, when I'm playing, I click directly on the Four Corners monument and hope for the best.
The Four Corners edge. It's a good one.
They're definitely not going to do that here. Going to try and line something up, but again, we're already reaching the end of our round here. Only 10 seconds to go. Neither player's found anything that looks too great.
Spaghetti thinks we're off the side of a highway here. Let's see if he's right about that.
Yeah, timer's going to run out. They're not too far apart from each other. It is going to be Utah, farther north. Leero just slightly closer. Deals 400 damage.
It was off the side of the interstate as well, so Spaghetti picked up on that, but just was not looking at the right highway.
Yeah, and we go into round 2 here. Looking like Scotland, I would say. I think... Wow. Some sheep?
I think that confirms it.
That definitely confirms it.
That'll
Should
do it.
be Scotland. Let's get him in. Let's get him going. Round 2. 1.5 times multiplier now. And Spaghetti start a little back and forth. Maybe he takes the round 2 here on game 2. Scotland shouldn't see too many points here. It's not a insanely mountainous area. These aren't massive mountains, so it limits... It's going to help the guess a bit. It limits your possibilities to some extent. We actually have an Ireland here, which I don't hate either. Definitely very possible.
Yeah, it might be the case of Irish grass in the middle of the road, actually. That's, you know, one of the more controversial metas in GeoGuessr. Actually, Leero.
Northern Ireland, UK for Leero is what he's considering here. While Spaghetti's in Northern Ireland, but the country of Ireland.
Yes. Let's see if they're right about this. And who has the better region guess? 10 seconds to go. There's still... Spaghetti's looking on the map for a valley that fits. Wait, Leero's thinking about Scotland.
Yeah,
He's
Leero's moved it to Scotland now. Leero's moved it to Scotland. Timer's going to run out, and he's in.
Ooh.
Wow, but Spaghetti, that's a great guess there. 1,600 points of damage on only the round 2.
Spaghetti, again, keeping up his great performance so far. Just confident in his region guesses. And yeah, that's just the classic Ireland versus Scotland, that kind of round. Leero fell victim to it.
Fell victim to it. It happens. I thought it was Scotland at first.
Yeah.
Fair enough. But we go on to round 3, and we're in Russia. Leero did list Russia as a weakness, CG.
He did. Let's see. This, yeah, could be a bad position for him right now with the double damage as well. Kind of a interesting back road that we've got as well.
Yeah.
What is going on?
Not too much to go off of. Some fall coverage. Players definitely will learn sort of when in the year certain coverage was taken, certain parts of the world. So especially in places like Russia, players definitely will know, okay, well, maybe these oblasts, the coverage was taken in the fall. So I don't know if these players happen to know some information that's specific. We have some relatively different guesses here, actually. Spaghetti, I think, was much farther west than Leero was.
This is a quite big difference. So multipliers, if one of them is on it, This could be huge, especially for Spaghetti, extending that lead. Let's see.
Timer running out 10 seconds. Yeah, these are very disparate guesses.
They're so far apart here.
Wow, okay, 2 times multiplier. Timer is gonna run out. This is gonna be massive points if one of them's close, and Leero is! Leero, I don't think Russia's your weakness. You're taking the game on it.
Wow, not at all what we were expecting to see there. Spaghetti, so far west, and Leero nailing the region guess there, way out in Siberia. So impressive. It's 1-1, guys, and maybe not the way we expected that to happen. Leero wins, or actually no, Leero won on the no moving. This is what we expected.
This is what we expected, but maybe not that dominantly.
Yeah.
I mean, it is one amazing guess there that does it for Leero, and Spaghetti was playing very well at the beginning of the no move, but again, predictions possibly, would have said that's how we're gonna start it off.
Yeah.
I think if it keeps up like that, we're getting an MPZ, CG.
I think so. It's shaping up that way. But yeah, as we see with these games, with just one single match like this, even in a country like Russia where Leero thinks he's not that great at it, that can win you the game. So you never know what's gonna happen in this format, guys. It's a 1-1 as we go back to the moving format.
Yep, back to moving. Spaghetti's gonna be happy to be here. Can he take another moving? We're gonna find out right now. Right now. Wait, right now.
And
now. We're trying to time it. We're not timing it correctly, guys, but there it is. Round 1.
Here we go, guys. Let's do it.
Let's get the players off on this one. Let's get them straight in. Don't want to make them wait. So we can move up and down the road anymore. Again, of course, 60-second timer, but Leero is not gonna let Spaghetti find anything. However, he still has. But they're both on the same island here, south. Mindanao here. Does he have it?
I think he knows this. Yeah, the lake.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yep. Very nice there from Spaghetti. No multiplier, so it's not gonna be a ton of health, but a good start, good confidence booster with Spaghetti being back on that moving, his comfortable mode, and we go into round 2.
Yeah, the Philippines, again, one of those countries where you get information like that on signs, and Spaghetti's gonna know.
So round 2 here, looking like Australia.
We actually see another Google car there at the start?
Wait, did we?
I think we did.
Spaghetti had some Gen 1 there for a second.
That's kind of crazy too, yeah, the old coverage. And again, Leero instantly locking. He's not
Leero instantly locking, but Spaghetti has signs and he's gonna use them. Leero up in Queensland and Spaghetti's in New South Wales. Wait, he's made his way up? Oh, and it's actually gonna be in between them. But, okay, 300 points there. Spaghetti's gonna extend that lead. And we're gonna move on to round 3.
Yeah, Spaghetti actually, he has the flawless right now, so Spaghetti.
Yeah,
Gonna keep it up.
We'll see if he continues it. This is our round 3 here. Oh, I moved a bit. But I got us in there in the end. Round 3.
Here we go.
Some black Google car, very deserty. It should just be Peru. I like the very far south near Arequipa from Leero. He's playing so quick right now. He just really does not want Spaghetti to find any information. 5 seconds to go. Spaghetti's using it.
5 more. Can he figure something out with this? He's by Takna. No. Farther up the coast.
Leero is going to break the flawless with that, deal a little bit of damage, even out the game a bit. And we're going to go on to round 4. This is what we're looking at, round 4 here, everybody. This is what we got. Let's get him in. Looking like a Brazil. Oh my god, Leero is playing so fast. Leero is playing so fast.
Yeah, instantly. He just looks around, gets the region guess.
What do you think Leero's average guess time is on this game?
It's got to be under 10 seconds.
Under 10.
There's no way.
Has to be. Has to be.
Spaghetti, 3 seconds left. Going by Sao Paulo.
Going downtown Sao Paulo, and it's a great guess, actually.
Works out.
Just outside of the city. 1,100 points with the multiplier. And we move on to round 5. Spaghetti up quite a decent bit now. A very nice lead here. looking like Canada, I would say, unless CG you're going to tell me I'm very wrong and it's the United States.
Yo, Bloom, I think you're on the money. I think this is out in the prairies of Canada somewhere.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
Let's see.
Gonna try and look for some information here. The players might want to look at some plates here. For instance, Manitoba plates, very recognizable. They might be able to see one of those if it was Manitoba. But I didn't look like it was one.
Yeah, it seems like a pretty small town, so even if they get the name, which Spaghetti does right there, does he know where that is? Let's see.
He's zooming in like he knows where it is.
Oh my goodness.
No, I think he's just gonna start scanning. Thinking it's Saskatchewan, which I like. Makes a lot of sense. Some more information there and some signs, but doesn't seem to be super usable. This is a very small little town.
Yeah, just out in the prairies somewhere, a little farming town. So it's really gonna come down to, if they have the town name. Can they find it on the map in 20 seconds? Spaghetti is looking furiously right now.
Trying his best to find that town name. Leero is moving, but yeah, doesn't look like he's gonna find anything. 10 seconds to go. Once again, coming down to a region guess.
Let's see if any of them get lucky here with 3 seconds to go. Not gonna happen.
Making pretty much the same guess, yeah, they are. I mean, close guesses.
Yeah,
Close guesses.
great hedging there. That works out.
It does, but...
Well, 21 points for Leero.
Yeah, 21. 21. We had a 20 earlier, now we got a 21.
Yeah, it's working our way up.
Yeah, maybe we'll get a 22 damage round. Moving up in the world, CG.
Oh, yes. This round.
Yeah, round 6. Let's get him started.
Definitely in the U.S. this time. Dollar General.
Dollar General.
Oh, yeah. Hallmark sign. And it's going to be in the south somewhere with these pine trees. Spaghetti this time.
Spaghetti this time flips the script and is in quick.
I do think it is North Carolina. We saw Leero look at that license plate. I think that's what that was.
Wow. Let's see where he goes. He's going to go North Carolina as well. So they're both going to be there. And Leero's closer. Oh, wow.
What a round. That was
really nice guess.
That's so fast, and they both got the state. I'm impressed there.
Very impressed. And that's a big hit. 2,100 points of damage. Let's get them into round 7 here. Wow, both players above half health as we enter round 7 with only a couple more rounds left to go. That's what we're looking at. Let's get them in. Get them started. What does that say? Oh, wow. Very quick guess, Northern Argentina. It should be Northern Argentina, that's what it looks like here. But it seemed like there could have been some signs close by. Spaghetti's trying to find that. No, but it doesn't actually seem like there is. Ooh, okay, he's almost went very far south. But nope, they're now in the same province, and it is correct. Wow, so that's going to be 1,500 points with the multi. Wow, okay, so Leero really extends his lead here. And we head into round 8. Leero might take the moving.
This is a crazy moving game so far, and guys, I think we have our first Japan of the day.
I think we do. Let's get them into Japan. Spaghetti, if he can find some signs, we know Leero's not reading them, so he's gonna guess super fast.
There it goes.
Because he does not want Spaghetti to find anything.
Okay, Spaghetti's got a poll. He's gonna check for the poll plates, which are regional in Japan. He can get the region guess. Does he know? 5 seconds. Did he get it?
Oh,
Kansai?
Guesses are close, even though he had some info, but Spaghetti is closer. That's 2,800 points of damage, though, and Spaghetti takes the lead.
This game is so back and forth. It is so close. 2 more rounds left. What is about to happen?
Unbelievable stuff going down now. This is our round 9, a tough one with some snow coverage. Let's get him in.
Yeah, this is I don't know what to make of this round. Let's see what these players make of it. Is it Norway?
Norway could be a very good shout here.
Yeah, looks like it as these players move out to a more main road here. Yeah, or no, it is Swedish lines. This Leero instantly locks. Yeah, he moved to the main road just to make sure of the country.
Yeah, got the Swedish dashes on the side of the road. A very classic thing many players learn early on in GeoGuessr, these short dashes. Wow, but Leero actually going to be closer. Neither guess too accurate, but Leero close enough and actually wins the moving.
That flips things around from what we expect. Leero winning in the moving against Spaghetti. And he's up 2-1 now. This match is shaping up to be a wild one, guys. We are heading into no moving after this, but Spaghetti is starting to get in trouble after a quite strong start in that first moving game. But now Leero, he showed he has what it takes to do the moving as well. So anything's possible, guys.
Yeah, I mean, he really did it just by not letting Spaghetti move.
Yeah.
Really. I mean, he just played them no move and made Spaghetti under pressure. And it worked out for him. Yeah. I mean, he did it a lot more in this game than the first one, and that's really what worked out for him. But now we're going to go back to no moving up and down the road anymore. And we're in a position where if Leero takes this, he's going to win the matchup.
This could be the match, guys. It's 2-1 Leero. And it's back to no moving.
Back to no move. Should we predict? Oh, I was going to do the now thing, but it just started right away.
We're a little too late.
It started right away. This is our round 1. Looking like UK, Scotland, probably. But I said Scotland last time and it was Ireland. So.
Yeah, let's see if it's another repeat of that. Here we go, guys.
Let's take a look. Get them in. Get them started. Both players locking in. Leero looking calm.
Yeah, he's definitely looking a lot more composed now.
Yeah, I would say so too. He looked calm before, but now it looks like he's really settled in.
Yeah. So they're soaking in the landscape on this one.
I mean, Leero has to be feeling good right now. I would assume he expected probably to lose both of the moving games, and if he was to take the match, he probably assumed he'd have to do it on NMPZ. So he's sitting in a nice spot right now.
Definitely.
I'm sure he's feeling good.
So let's see what these players are thinking. Looks like Spaghetti is hedging text of the UK on the map, which is valid.
Click title.
It's moving a little more to the Lake District, and Leero's way up in Scotland, quite far up. But it's just the first round. Won't see too many points.
Yeah, shouldn't be too bad with no multiplier, and they're both not too far away, but it's a difference in guesses for sure. Is Spaghetti gonna move it up? No, he doesn't. Oh, wow. Very good guess there from Spaghetti. I mean, 859 for round 1 is noticeable.
Yeah, especially in a country like the UK, not that huge, so a round 1 pickup of that many points there. Spaghetti's got to be happy. Sets the stage to bring it to 2-2 perhaps, but we will see. It is early.
It is early, and we go on to our round 2, looking like Kazakhstan, and this man has some drip. I cannot lie.
Wow.
Let's get him started.
Feels straight out of Peaky Blinders almost. He might have been from the England around there.
Yeah, yeah. Good point.
Let's see, though. This is a small town, Kazakhstan. Can kind of be tough in no moving. It comes down a lot to knowing the differences in the cars and the seasons. A country sort of similar to Russia in that sense, which is really dependent on those kinds of things. So, well, let's see if these players know. First Kazakhstan of the day.
First Kazakhstan of the day. It's a bit green, so I mean it rules out certain areas, especially Western Kazakhstan. But wow, this is a big difference in the guesses. Spaghetti very far south, and Leero thinking Astana, and he locks it in too. Pressure's now on for Spaghetti to follow. 10 seconds to go, and his pin is still far south. Let's see if he keeps it there. Oh, he's gonna move it up.
Oh.
Okay, he's much closer, and it's north of Astana. Leero will be the closest there.
Wow.
Eamonn 800 points back.
Yeah, Spaghetti really saved himself there. Even with that switch, he lost 800. So if he'd stayed south, that would have been devastating.
Yeah.
We have a very even game now.
Very even game as we're starting off our round 3. That's what we're looking at. See what the players do with this. Interesting location.
This is...
I almost want to say Philippines or something. This is weird.
Yeah, we have this field of banana plants. It looks like Spaghetti does think it's the Philippines.
Spaghetti thinking Philippines there. A difficult location nonetheless. It's very dry.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it could be farther north in Luzon, which sometimes gets a bit dry, but yeah, it's hard to say.
Yeah, definitely hard to say. This is a tough location. We have no idea what Leero is thinking yet. He has yet to even open the map. He's looking at everything he can. And for Leero, that's pretty abnormal. Probably his longest guess time so far in this match.
Yeah, this is a real tough round. He's going south.
He's thinking Mindanao. southern Philippines. Spaghette's just a bit farther north on those middle islands. See who has it. It's Leero. That is a very impressive guess on a very difficult round. 2,000 points of damage. And we move on to round 4. Round 4, Spaghette's already on 3,000 health.
Yeah, this is Spagette. He's slipping here. This is not what he wants to be seeing. Leero, if he wins this game again, he takes the match 3-1.
Yeah.
So Spagette gotta stop himself from sliding down like this. Round 4.
Spaghette's gonna have to lock in if he wants to keep his tournament life alive. Is this a Mexico? Hard round again, getting some difficult ones. This is a tough no-moving map that we've had so far.
Yeah, it definitely seems to be the case. Especially thinking back to the Eamonn Feneb game.
Yep.
Some blunders happened. So yeah. What will these guys do on this round? 30 seconds to go. I like the Mexico shout from New Bloom.
Is it ever like Colombia though? I think, oh yep, Spagette going Colombia. Spagette going Colombia. They're both gonna be in Colombia in the end.
10 seconds to narrow down any region guess. They're really taking their time on this one.
Okay, Leero considering farther north. Dry, like, it's pretty dry, and far north can look like this. So he's gonna move it up farther north in the end, and it will be Leero closer again. Just gonna continue to chip away that damage. Spagette loses half of his remaining health.
Leero, this is what he needs. Keep up that pressure, and match is yours.
He's so close to doing it. And this is what we have for our round 5. Let's get him in. Just get them in and get them started. A tough one again. This no move map. Very difficult. I think it should be... Wow, hard one. I was gonna say, yeah, European. I like Austria.
I can see that, yeah.
Okay, we have a Croatia from Leero.
Yeah, kind of hard to get a grasp on. I mean, I think that poll that we have there is sort of abnormal, or not exactly helpful for region guessing. So this is, yeah, it's gonna come down to landscape vibes.
Leero's now moved it over to Romania, while Spagette is in Austria, sort of on the Slovenia border, very close by. So very disparate guesses. Leero's in Serbia now. That he definitely doesn't think it's Serbia. This has to just be a hedge on his part here.
Yeah, surely that's what's going on there.
I mean, being up in health by this much, 3 times multi, I think he's just trying to play it safe because he's not sure what country it actually is. It is Croatia. Wow, okay. He first committed to Croatia and then decided to hedge, I think, to include possibly Romania there by going that far east. But in the end, it was just Croatia.
Yeah, really interesting round, and you get a bit of insight into the way players hedge and make their decisions. It was a fascinating one to see there, and looks like Indonesia next round.
Indonesia for the round 6 here. We do have a sign. I don't know if it'll be readable for them. We'll see. They're probably going to zoom in on it there. Yeah, Leero's trying to take a look at that, but kind of hard to tell what that says.
Again, yeah, signs are so critical in Indonesia. Almost all the time you're going to get the kabupaten, or at least something like that. So trying to read that sign is the first thing you got to do, but it doesn't look legible.
Yeah, I would assume you'd get the kabupaten on one of those 2 signs, but it's so hard to read from their spawn point. It's a little too blurred out. Leero's checking out some pole tops because there is differences in the way the electricity poles, the tops of the electricity poles are in Indonesia. Can help you make your region guess, but it looks like both players are in Sumatra.
Yeah, I definitely like that region guess with the architecture and landscape here. Wait.
Spagette has a town.
He's so specifically zoomed in there, does he? Did he read that?
Wait.
Is that the 5K?
Wait, did he just...
Spagette!
He found it! He got the 5K!
Spagette, what are you doing?
What is that? Round 6, Spagette down so much in health, gets the 5K, deals a nice hit to Leero's health, and he stays in it.
He was able to read that sign just barely and knows where it was on top of it. Impressive work.
Yeah. Really nice lineup there, and now we go into round 7. Spaghetti, will you take us to NMPZ? You gotta do it here. Only a couple rounds possible left to go with that 10-round limit. Let's see what they're thinking on this. This road feels, I was gonna say this road feels very Southern Brazilian.
Like that guess for sure.
But the polls don't necessarily look it, but it should just be Southern Brazil here.
Yeah, I'm wondering it's not ever the panhandle of Argentina here, is it? It should be Brazil?
I think it should be Brazil. But yeah, it's possible.
It's gonna be, in that area for sure. Yeah, you go see Spaghetti going real close to Argentina.
Yeah, he might be sort of hedging in case it is over there. Because, none of these polls look like the Brazil polls. But should just be Brazil nonetheless. I have to say, it just makes the most sense. They're committing it as well, but they are taking their time, really considering everything that they possibly can. So Leero is farther south than Spaghetti is, and the timer is going to run out. We'll see. It's way far south. The Leero, with 4 times multiplier, will win the match.
Leero, 3-1. After getting one of the moving game wins, that was all he needed to take the match. And Spaghetti, after playing quite well today, I have to say, just wasn't quite enough. And Leero, 3-1, will move on to the semifinals.
Very impressive stuff from Leero. Standing in front of the crowd, and I don't know if they're too happy with him, but there's the clapping. There they are. Look at him taking the dub very impressively. Great to see. I mean, I think I would have predicted it to go that way. Some of the desk was saying the same thing, but I don't know if I would have said 3-1. Again, I kind of assumed it would be Spaghetti taking 2 moving games, but in the end, Leero picked up a moving win and then picked up the entire match. And he's going to move on.
Really impressive stuff.
Hey, Zigzag now.
Yeah, that's going to be a great match coming up, guys. Leero versus Zigzag.
Yeah.
So exciting, guys. We have some great stuff coming up, and it's been a joy to see so far. Well done to Leero.
Yeah. Great matches to start off the day, and now it is already time for our semi-finals. And then we're going to decide who's going to actually take this whole thing soon enough. Very exciting stuff. Guys, fun cast on that one. Let's send it back to the desk.
Thank you, Bloom. Yeah, Leero wins our second quarter-final. He got that first no move, got the second move, and then just ran away with it, Ziggy and Gelatrix.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say he definitely adapted with his playstyle, because in the first moving game, he was still trying to, keep up with the moving, move around, find signs. That didn't work out for him, so he was like, in the second moving game, he was like, you know what, I'm just gonna send fast. It did go wrong in a few instances where there was information very, very close to the spawn. But at the end, he took that moving game, 3-1. I predicted 3-1, so I'm happy.
Yeah, Gelatrix, I think what Ziggy just mentioned is very important. That adaptation by Leero, where he started playing very quickly, incredibly quickly. It paid dividends for him.
It did. I mean, in this case, it did. One game is a very small sample size on whether you should adapt to it and change your playstyle or not. But in this case, he got lucky enough because it's a very, very risky mode. Especially 15 seconds is a lot. In a moving game, that's plenty of time to find the right information, just to narrow it down a little bit in the country. You don't need to be precise, but yeah, it is a very risky move, but yeah, it paid off for him.
Talking about the risks of it, I think we saw it backfire slightly in Game 3, that second move on that round 8 Japan, where so ironic, of course, playing Spaghetti in Japan on a Japanese map. Leero tried to send it very quickly, just sort of central hedged it, and it gave Spaghetti that little bit of extra time to win out that round there. So it can be a risky strategy sometimes. It paid off here. Do you think it's something that he should avoid or continue doing as he progresses into the semi-finals, Ziggy?
Especially coming up with strong opponents, I feel like he doesn't get as an edge of sending quickly as he did against Spaghetti, so it's going to be harder. I feel like he shouldn't do it, and this time he was really lucky, especially in the Japan round. If Spaghetti actually gets Shikoku, the island, he would have won the game on that spot, and Leero just loses. It was a bit unfortunate that there was a pole very, very close to spawn, and the poles usually just give you the region. Spaghetti maybe, misinterpreted some information on that, but he still got very close. But if he gets the exact spot, he definitely wins the game on the spot. So I feel like Leero shouldn't really do that unless he feels very confident.
Well, Ziggy, why don't we hear from the man himself? We've got Leero on screen now, on the line. Big smile, well, little smile on his face. Leero, how you doing, brother? Congratulations, you're through to the semi-finals.
I'm doing very well, thank you.
Leero, first question from myself. How would you rate your overall performance, that 3-1 victory over Spaghetti?
Overall, I would say I'm happy with my performance. I have a few regrets here and there, but overall, yeah, I'm happy with how I played.
All right, well, you mentioned regrets. What would those regrets be, Leero, if you can expand slightly?
The main regret would be that Croatia round in the no move. My instant vibe was Croatia. I knew it was Croatia, and I slowly gaslit myself into thinking it was maybe Romania. And then the second regret was that Japan round on moving. I didn't think that'd be like a pole so close to spawn, and as soon as I guessed, I moved and I saw a pole. So yeah, that could have gone much worse than it actually did. So I was quite lucky on that in that sense.
Leero, final question from myself before I hand it over to my analysts. We noticed you adapted your playstyle. You started playing quite quick. Is that something you plan? And it paid off, but it is a risky strategy. Is it something that you plan to continue going to the semi-final?
That's a good question. I think my next opponent is Zigzag, where I don't feel as threatened on the moving game mode. I think this time I just sort of got into a groove of insta-sending, and I started insta-sending everything, like even rounds I maybe shouldn't have. But I think, yeah, I'll start off next game a bit slower and see how it goes, and I'll try to adapt from there, see what works for me.
Ziggy?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about your mistakes, but you played amazingly, I have to say. So let's talk about some great guesses you made. I have to ask you about that one round in Russia in the first no-move game. You sent Surgut, and to me it didn't look anything like it because, as we all know, the famous Surgut sand is usually there. It wasn't there. How did you get the round? I mean, that was a crazy guess.
Yeah, it was a tricky round. I think initially I thought it was like some town in Tumen that I'd seen before, and the trees did look quite northern, and then on inspection of the poles, they looked like the metal poles that you would see in Surgut or Khanty-Mansi. And the more I looked around, the more I could trust that the pole could fit Surgut province. So yeah, I decided to trust the pole and send it there. And I got quite lucky that maybe he missed the pole or he trusted something else. And to get the win on that was, yeah, quite lucky for me.
Gelitris?
Yeah, Leero, congrats. Thank you for giving us a very good watch. I mean, I can speak in the name of the audience as well. I think it was very, very fun to watch you play because you could really tell you switch your play style from game to game. Was there any certain round or situation that made you switch up and guess quicker?
Not really. I think after that first round in Czechia, I just spent the whole round moving, just sort of ease myself into it. I was like, okay, I can't keep doing that. And then from there, I decided, okay, I'm just going to start insta-sending now. And I don't know, it feels bad in a way because it's quite like a cheap strategy. Like he was pulling a lot of better guesses than me in moving, especially. And I feel like I just randomly get closer in some high multi-round, and that's how I end up winning one of the moving rounds. So I feel sort of bad in that sense for the insta-sending.
Yeah, you don't need to feel bad at all. It is a strategy after all, and that's a competition where you can use it. So congrats on the win. You get through and face Zigzag next. Good luck on that one.
Yeah, don't hate the player, hate the game, right?
There we go, Leero.
Thank you very much.
Yep, take care, mate. Through to the semi-finals. We'll be playing Zigzag later today. Yeah, interesting to hear Leero break down his own gameplay. He's not exactly sure how he's going to, or what his playstyle will be moving forward, but at the very least, we can note he looks very strong right now, Ziggy and Gelitris.
Yeah, I mean, the guesses he's made, especially in the no move, are quite insane. And keeping up with that is going to be tough, but I mean, if anyone has played a lot of games of GeoGuessr in the past year, I think it is Zigzag, safe to say. So I think he'll put up a good fight and maybe even win.
Gelitris, final thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the strategy he ran it can work depending on your opponent. I think Zigzag is someone who also guesses quick, so it won't work as well against him. But I feel like he has to adapt to each round to decide whether to send it immediately or maybe make a few steps.
All right, enough from us for now on the desk. Gentlemen, as always, thank you for your thoughts. Up next, it's going to be our first semi-final, Shiina versus Eamonn. Everybody at home, do not go anywhere.
Let's play a game. I'll hide, you seek.
Unconfirmed sightings of the GX Man have been reported all over the world.
My VPN means I can be in multiple places at once. I can mod my look at the click of a button. I'll block any ads attempting to promote the manhunt. Your time starts now. Play the GX Manhunt at GeoGuessr. Find me and get a reward.
Luna de amor, ¿dónde vas? Que me robas la calma.
All they want is Sheba.
That's right, everybody. We are ready to go with our first semi-final of the GeoGuessr World Championship 2025 APAC Majors. We've got Eamonn versus Shiina. It should be a hotly fought contest, and we've got, these two players ready to go. 2 quarterfinals played so far, both delivered, and now we are in our final 3 matches of the competition. My name's Parla. I am still your desk host, and I'm still joined on the desk by 2 of the brightest minds in GeoGuessr. We've got Ziggy and Gelitris. Guys, quick thoughts on what's transpired so far and what's happening next. Ziggy, starting with you.
I mean, we saw a very consistent game by Eamonn in his first match. Now the question is Shiina locked in? Because we did talk about it before, that Shiina is not very confident on LAN events, this time especially in front of a crowd, in front of his home country. That is added pressure, and especially he did finish first in the World League. He played very well in the World League, had a very strong finish to it, and even overtook Zigzag in the final weeks. So, I mean, on paper, he is a stronger player, but the question is, can he transform that, into a LAN event?
Ziggy, I think that's the biggest question and the most important one. Gelitris, what are your thoughts? If there's a time for Shiina to rise and start showing his confidence and his ability to play on LAN, it's now, right, in his hometown.
It is now, indeed. We have listed a lot of factors that lead to something that could put some pressure on him. It's also his first game today, whereas Eamonn already has 1 game down and is maybe a bit more collected through that way. But I still think Shiina always gets him. I mean, he is good enough to handle the situation, I would say.
Let's check in with the players themselves. Shiina and Eamonn.
I have a decent chance of winning. But as you know, I tend to make a very big mistakes in LAN tournaments. So I played against Eamonn in the last year's APAC Regionals, and I lost to him in BO5. His main mode is no move, I think, but he's good moving player as well.
Honestly, I think Shiina is the best player out of the 6 competing. He got first in the World League for APAC, and he's a very, very strong no-move and moving player. So, gonna be very tough. I have beaten him last year at the APAC Majors last year, but I think that was more due to him being nervous and me getting a bit lucky with the moving games.
I feel very proud of being able to represent Japan and playing in Japan.
Great to hear from our players. Shiina thinks he has a decent chance, but he is aware of his history of making bigger mistakes, costly mistakes on LAN.
Yeah, it's interesting to see him saying that himself as well. So he is aware, he knows that he doesn't handle the pressure well. I mean, maybe his country gives him the boost he finally needs, but I think if he does well in the first game, anything can really happen. He might be unbeatable to anyone in this event. I have to say that if he gets going, there's no stopping him really. He has played very, very well in the last week, so it's not going to be easy for Eamonn.
GeoGuessr, why is that? Why is Shiina so strong now? Why have we seen this rise in his form over the World League?
I mean, it's a long experience and also the way he plays the game. He really focuses on winning the game, which is getting good at big countries. He has a very, very big focus on that one, getting good at big countries where you can score those big points that you need to win. And I feel like that's always giving him the slight edge on securing the wins.
Turning our attention to Eamonn. Ziggy, Eamonn said, you know, he's aware of Shiina's strength, but what can Eamonn do? Is there anything that Eamonn can exploit in Shiina's game? Could he go fast? Could he put the pressure on and try to exploit the fact that Shiina has that history on LAN of sometimes fumbling?
I mean, he could try it on moving, maybe sending fast and maybe just hope that Shiina gets nervous, but in general, I feel like there's nothing he can really do. I think Shiina is on paper stronger in no moving and moving as well, just a slight bit. I feel like they're very close in skill. So I would give the edge to Shiina online, but in person, I'm not sure.
GeoGuessr, we do know, of course, these two players played each other at the last APAC Major, and it was Eamonn that came out on top. It does seem, though, now that the landscape is different. The skill ceiling has been raised, especially on Shiina's side. What do you think Eamonn can do this time to try and get a repeat win?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, Eamonn was on vacation for a pretty long time, just before the Apex. It's not too long ago, so maybe Shiina took that time to get even better and maybe turn it around that way this time. But Eamonn was also aware that Shiina does tend to be a bit more stressed on LAN events. But I feel like you've talked about the strategies. I feel like insta-sending doesn't make him more nervous. I feel like he has a consistent level of being nervous. And I feel like insta-sending doesn't really work against him because it doesn't affect him too much. It stays the same, I feel like.
Yeah, I think this is the biggest question and story here, is that if the Shiina we have on LAN now is the Shiina that we've had online over the World League. I'm just very curious as to when they get out on stage shortly. Like, we'll be able to tell a lot from seeing that when they pop out, Ziggy.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how he just responds to the questions. Honestly, just the way he talks will probably tell a lot whether he's nervous or not. I mean, he's in front of a crowd, and maybe he hasn't been. So I think there will be always some nerves, but you never know if it's nervous just because there's people, or is he nervous about losing? There's a big difference between those two.
Yeah, guys, we have like just a bit more time before we can head to the stage. GeoGuessr, any final thoughts, expectations, perhaps a prediction as well?
Yeah, again, I feel like in this game, it is hard to predict again, but I would go just by what we have on the paper. I feel like Shiina does have the edge on that terms. He had many more wins in the World League than Eamonn, and therefore I feel like he has a bigger chance on winning today. But
scoreline.
Let's stay on 3-1, but yeah, for Shiina this time.
3-1 Shiina from GeoGuessr. Ziggy, we have about 30 seconds left, so final thoughts from you and an official prediction as well.
30 seconds. It's not going to be easy. I say it will come down to the final game, so NMPZ.
Oh, wow.
And that's a coin toss. So I think they're both very good at NMPZ, same skill level. So I'm just going to say Eamonn 3-2, win in NMPZ.
All right, everybody at home, we have a banger matchup ahead of us. It's our first semi-final, Eamonn versus Shiina. Now it's time to head to the stage.
準決勝のスタートです。皆さん準備はいいですか？日本人選手の登場です。エールを送ってください。それではご紹介しましょう。準決勝第1試合の選手、大きな拍手でお迎えください。
So let's invite players for semi-final 1 to the stage. From Japan, Shiina! Welcome, Shiina. How are you feeling right now?
いやーもう本当にこんな大きな観客の前でしかも日本でっていうのがもう初めての経験なんでもうめちゃくちゃ興奮してますね。
I'm very excited to be here in this very first tournament held in Japan in front of all the crowd.
これだけたくさんの日本のファンの方が集まっています。この景色はいかがですか？
So everyone in front of you cheering for you. How does it feel?
いや昨日もまあ実際にいろんな方と会ったりしたんですけどもうこうやってもういっぱいのねファンの方たちが見てくれてるのを見るとまあ本当になんかこんなに日本でジオゲッサー応援してくれてる人いるんだなっていうのを、まあ、改めて実感してめちゃくちゃ嬉しいです。
So I actually met all these GeoGuessr fans yesterday at the meetup, but just seeing them right here on the stage, from the stage, just seeing them and hearing all the crowd cheer just makes me feel so happy to have how so many people love GeoGuessr in Japan.
どんな戦いを見せてくれますか？
How would you want to play today?
そうですね、まあ、僕はオフラインめちゃくちゃ弱いことで有名なんですけどまあ今回もう予選も1位で BO5 で結構有利なフォーマットでしかもホーム開催ってことなんでもう絶対勝ちます。
So I'm very well known for playing so bad for offline events, but this is my home country and VO5 format is probably gonna give me some advantage, so I'll do my best.
素晴らしい戦いに期待しています。それではどうぞおかけください。
Please take your seat and get ready.
では続いて対戦相手にもご登場いただきましょう。
So now let's have his opponent to the stage. From New Zealand, Eamonn!
You are now in the presence of a...
Eamonn 選手、今日第2試合です。だいぶリラックスできましたか？
So this is going to be your second match today. So how are you feeling right now?
Definitely a lot less nervous than the first game. I've kind of gotten my nerves out of the way after that win. So yeah, hoping I can play well again.
はい、最初のね、1試合目は結構本当に緊張がすごかったんですけども、少しずつ緊張が解けてきていますので、このままこの調子で勝っていきたいと思います。
日本の椎名選手と相対します。どんな戦いを見せてくれますか？
How do you want to play against Shiina?
Yeah, Sheena's a very strong moving player. He knows a lot of info that I don't. So if I get the chance, I should try Instant, but I also do know quite a bit of info myself. So yeah, I'm not too sure. It's going to depend on the rounds.
はい、もう本当に椎名選手は、ムーブがすごく得意な選手として知られてますし、もう本当に私が持ってない知識もたくさん持ってる選手です。ただ私だけが持ってる知識もあると思いますので、それを生かして頑張って戦っていきたいと思います。
素晴らしい戦い楽しみにしています。どうぞおかけください。
Please take your seat and get ready. Thank you.
さあそれでは
Welcome back, everybody, to the cast. Lovely to hear from both of these two players. I am Bloom, joined by Chicago Geographer once again. We are walking you through these games, and it's finally time for the semifinals.
Yes.
I am so excited.
We have made it after two amazing quarterfinal matches, some crazy games going on. So, yeah, I'm excited to see what happens between these two. I think our two best moving players who are here today, so should be an exciting one. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, I think this is going to be really exciting, and I want to second something Paula said on the desk, and that is the big question of this match that we have all been wondering. What are we going to see? Are we going to see the Shiina that we saw on the World League who got to play at home in his room? Or are we going to see the Shiina who we've seen before on LAN who gets very nervous? But he said right there on the stage right then that, you know, he's actually feeling good about being in his home country in front of his Japanese fans. So let's see what happens, CG.
Yeah, definitely. I think after seeing him at the community meetup last night, I think he was just like being surrounded by people in his home country, some friends as well. I think that really gave him the motivation he needs to come into this tournament today with confidence. He definitely seems like a different man than he was last year at the APAC. So yeah, I'm excited to see how he plays right now. And of course, Eamonn, such a strong opponent. We saw him with that dominant win over Feneb, so not going to be an easy match for Shiina. But yeah, I think this is going to be a different Shiina than we've seen at previous lands before.
Yeah, agreed. I think you can see it in his demeanor. I've seen it when I asked him this morning before we walked over here how he was feeling. It seems like the most confident Shiina I have seen so far on land. So excited to see how he does, but he's up against Eamonn. We saw how well Eamonn performed earlier today. Such an exciting match against Feneb. So we'll see what he can do here now. He's up against Shiina. Again, seems confident after getting that first round win. He did just say that on stage as well. You know, he has that initial nerves, initial jitters out of the way. He seems calm, and he seems ready to go. I think this is going to be our highest quality game so far.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. It's going to be so exciting to see. And again, just like the fact that we have moving games to start us out in the best of 3. The first game and then the third game, we're guaranteed 2 world-class moving performances here, no matter what happens. So yeah, it's going to be a joy to see.
Yeah, can't wait. We're going to get into it pretty shortly here. When the players are all ready, the players and the admins and the Japanese cast are doing their thing. But yeah, exciting to see. Eamonn did beat Shiina at the last APAC event, so
yeah,
again,
that's
worth talking about.
A good point, yeah. So Eamonn's going to be looking to get that repeat. You know, last time the stakes were even higher. That was the last chance match to move on to the World Championship finals last year. So yeah, this time a little less pressure, but it's still, this is the semifinal of the APAC Major. Can Eamonn win again against Shiina, or will Shiina prove that he's adjusted to the land format? It's game 1 of the moving.
Yep.
Let's hop in.
We're going to find out right now. Timed that one perfectly.
Beautiful.
Let's do it. It is time for round 1 on the moving. So what we're looking at here for our round number 1. Let's get him in.
Here we go.
Everybody lock in at home. We're going to see very quickly how Shiina is feeling today, just by how he starts to play. Thinking the US here for Shiina, which I like. CG, do you have some thoughts? US expert.
Definitely should be the US. I am kind of feeling almost a Wisconsin, Illinois kind of area. I might be wrong. Iowa, actually, from Shiina there. So,
hey.
And a road number, Iowa Highway 10 for Eamonn.
Yeah, okay. So some information here for both players. Not enough for them to want to open the map and start scanning. Gonna keep moving around, see if they can find anything else.
I think with the slightly hilly landscape, it should be farther east in Iowa, near Illinois, Wisconsin, on the Mississippi River. That would be my guess.
I like the call out.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, both players using the full time. Very different from that Leero game we had just before this. Players are gonna use the time allotted. Neither are gonna find it in the end.
Yeah.
Gonna go on to round 2.
Northwest corner of Iowa there.
This is what we're looking at here for our round 2. You see quickly there was that shorter antenna, black car. Oh, interesting little like plaza here.
And this is nice, yeah.
Is this a parking lot? What sort of parking lot is that? Let's get them started.
Let's see what they think about this one.
There's a very nice dress there on that woman.
Yeah.
Beautiful flowy white dress. They're not going to take a look, of course, because they want to win the round.
No dress meta.
Made it to a bigger road here for Shiina and Eamonn in some Gen 4. Some Cyrillic there. Should be Russia. We have a crossing sign with 3 dashes. Lots of good Russia clues here, actually. Oh, wait, Shiina has a town?
I think he read Lipetsk on the sign there. Yeah, Eamonn got it too.
Both have it. Yeah, I like the point you made right before going into this game that these will probably be our highest quality moving matches in this tournament. Because these two are probably the best at moving that we have here. Yep, they're both going to be there, getting the town on the round 2. Very impressive stuff from the both of them. And we'll go on to round 3.
Yeah, that's the caliber of gameplay we expect from these guys.
Yeah, very nice stuff.
Ooh, that's a fun one.
And
Some Bhutan.
Yeah, chill little Bhutan for the round 3.
Kind of an interesting country for a moving round.
It is.
Let's see what they do.
Probably not a lot that you can find on Bhutan. Yeah, we're actually going to see Shiina maybe just make a guess pretty fast here.
Yeah, I feel like it's the kind of country where, well, actually, they do have a good sign there.
Both got a sign. What's on it, though? Is it helpful? Is it usable? Both pretty just central, though, at the end of it.
Wangdu Prodrong is there. Yeah, Shiina's found it.
Wow. Very nice find there from Shiina. Is Eamonn going to be able to as well?
Eamonn looks like he's going way farther east. He has the town on his screen there.
Oh, can he find it, though? Scanning ability, putting into question now. Yeah, he's not finding it. He's not
5 seconds.
finding it. 5 seconds to go. Timer's gonna run out, but again, small country, should not be too many points. It's gonna be right in between them in the end. Eamonn actually a little bit closer, but just barely. 64 points. Round 4. Let's get straight on into it. This is our round 4.
Is this what I think it is, Bloom?
Is this what I think it is?
I think Eamonn's got a bit of home country advantage here. Let's see, New Zealand.
Wait a second.
Oh, he looks so locked in on his cam right now.
Oh, yeah. He's going in and he's
gotta
going
get this.
fast.
Eamonn,
It's locked.
make your home country proud. 10 seconds for Shiina to respond.
Does he like the guess, though? Look at his face on the camera here. I can't tell if he is satisfied with that. I think it should be good, though, because Shiina's right there next to him. Yeah. Eamonn looking not too happy with that, even though he is going to be closer. Maybe he thinks he could have done just a little bit better. But stays alive. And we go on to round 5. Nice little rhyme there, CG.
Yeah, good work, Bloom.
Thank you. It was actually an accident, but pretend it was planned out.
Of course.
All right, we go round 5 here. Let's get him in. Should be in Italy by the looks of it, I would presume. Got some double blue European plates there. Yeah, definitely looking like Italy. See if they can find some information here, find some signs. Make something of this little town that they're in.
Yeah, you saw Shiina and Eamonn both checking those little signs up above the parking spaces, which often will tell you the name of the city or the commune or something. But it seemed like a pretty small one that they hadn't heard of, so they're going to keep looking for other stuff.
Yep, they're just going to keep it going. Yeah, so far, really not much to go off of. It might come down to a region guess here. 20 seconds left on the clock already. Eamonn has a little bin there. Does have some information. No, it does not. He keeps moving.
Yeah, with 10 seconds to go now, doesn't seem like either player has great info.
Eamonn's got a guess down, and now he's considering Sicily? Is he? Wait, Shiina's water hedging.
He's taking
Shiina's doing a little swimming. He's doing a little swim. They both do a little swimming. Oh, you love to see that. You just love to see that. That's so beautiful.
Oh, the classic swimming, water hedges. I mean, Italy is a great place to do that when you have Sardinia and Sicily and the mainland. Yeah, I mean, when it works to do it, they both do it.
They just met up to swim some laps in Italy, I guess, you know? All right, round 6. We have a sign up here. Something there. Not much. Alcalde, unless doubt that's a town name. But let's get them in. They're going to start moving and see what they can find.
Looks like we're at least back in Latin America once again today. Seems like the region of the day so far.
Seems like it for sure. What are we looking at? A Colombia, I would guess.
Yeah, it looked like Colombian signs and poles there and yellow license plates.
Yeah, yellow license plates confirm it. 3.5 times damage could definitely be some points here, depending on the guesses.
Yeah.
Shiina's coming across a green sign here, which could be very good. Could have a town name. It's not really taking a look at it, though. What did that say? Something J and then Acosta, but I don't know if it's usable. Eamonn's trying to leave the town if he can, but he's struggling a bit, and with 15 seconds left, he's gonna place a pin and hope for the best. Shiina continuing to move to try and find anything. Eamonn as well doing the same, but they're gonna just have to plonk it in. In the end, they're both gonna go pretty central here, but Eamonn is ooh, no. I was gonna say he's a bit farther south. He is, but it's not by much, and Shiina will be closer, and it actually ends up being 1,100 points of damage.
Wow. Yeah, both players look pretty frustrated with that one. Shiina like threw up his hands there, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, Columbia rounds like that, they can be frustrating. Hard to find info and get the region guess. We saw it on display.
You'd expect that far north to be a bit drier than that round looked, and I think that's probably why Shiina felt a little disappointed in that.
Yeah, true.
A difficult one. We go into round 7 here. Both players sitting with nice health, especially Shiina here, barely taken any damage so far. But round 7, reaching our 10-round limit.
I think what are we working with here, Bloom?
What are we working with here? There's what is the info on this sign? It's not very useful by the looks of it, to be honest.
Yeah.
Is this a Peru? Yeah, I was gonna say it should be a Peru.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense with the poles and the landscape.
But is there any information there? No, it's really not much to go off of, but they're making similar region guesses.
Yeah, they're so close together. I like the idea, this sort of south coastal dry area. Is Shiina gonna find anything with 5 more seconds?
Oh, Shiina looks like he's so close to that main road. That would probably have some good info. Yeah, they have the town.
Amazing.
It must have set it there on that sign.
Yeah.
Wow, really impressive stuff. Our monitor here is a bit small over at the casting desk, so sometimes it's hard to read the same information they're reading. But yeah, it looks like they got it there on the round 7, and both ended up finding that town. Really impressive stuff. And we go on to round 8, where we have a .cz, which, of course, we've seen before today. Classic, Czechia. Know your domains. Again, one of those first clues many players will learn when they start to play the game with GeoGuessr.
If I had to guess, I think that place sells fish. I'm not sure.
Really, you think?
Just a hunch.
Really? The name was, what was the name? It was Sell Fish, I think?
Yeah, it's maybe, you know.
They might sell fish.
It's possible.
Yeah.
Anyway, Shiina's onto a main road. Eamonn has sent already in the west, though.
Wow, yeah. Eamonn in very fast. I was a bit too busy laughing at selling fish to see if Eamonn found something good there. He did. Wow, Eamonn.
Pilsen.
What a guess. The 4990, 1,500 points of damage, and Eamonn just barely takes the lead as we go into round 9. Only 2 possible rounds left here, and we're in what appears to be Canada. Big country, big points. CG, we'll see.
Yeah.
This is a game ender.
It very well could be. Both players are so close in the points. Just takes one of them to make a little blunder with 5 times damage, and it's GG's.
Here it's really just going to be who can find the information first, and I assume with anything usable, they're just going to make a fast guess, hoping their opponent did not find anything. Shiina thinking near Toronto. Eamonn yet to open the map, so we don't know what he's thinking quite yet.
Both going to make it to this larger road at the exact same time, and they have different info. Sarnia, yeah, that is in Ontario.
Yep.
By Michigan.
Eamonn's got Sarnia, and Port Frank's 1 kilometer away.
Does he know?
Shiina has it too.
Okay.
So they've got the road number, they got the 21. They know it's a sort of north-south road because of those south-north signs.
Yeah, Shiina's got it along Lake Huron there.
Oh wow, Shiina does have it.
But Eamonn is going way farther.
Eamonn's not gonna be there. This is gonna be Shiina's round as long as he keeps it. Does he have Port Frank's?
Oh, Eamonn found Sarnia. He saved
Eamonn
himself.
found Sarnia and he saved it. Eamonn with 5 times damage. That's a 2K health hit.
Wow, would have been the exact opposite story had he not found that at the last second. Literally. No time to spare.
Wow, wow, wow. And we get into our round 10 in Bangladesh. We have some Bengali there on that sign. Let's get him in. Again, round 10 here. This is our last possible round. Shiina's going to need to pull off something really impressive here if he wants to take the game. With the multipliers, it could be doable. He's going to make a fast guess, it looks like. It just looks like he's not going to... No, he's scanning for it. Did he just find it?
I think he did, yeah. He read the address.
I think he did, but even if Eamonn stays in Dhaka, I don't think he's going to take enough damage for Shiina to have more health at the end. Again, at the end of round 10, whoever has the most health is the winner. Wow, so Shiina pulls off a really nice guess. 5.5 times multi. Is it enough? It's 1,500. It's not enough. Eamonn has more health at the end and takes the moving game.
Wow, so close for Shiina to get that last hit. But in the end, yeah, he stayed alive, and Eamonn gets that first game win. That was a great moving game. I mean, as we expected to see from these guys, that was top-notch. Made all the way to round 10. Both players still have over 2,000 health, so...
Yeah, really impressive. Really impressive moving game. Probably the highest quality moving we're going to have in this tournament, as we said earlier. Very fun to see. We'll get at least one more between the two players, so that's exciting. We'll see if this game goes the distance, how far we can actually go as we get ourselves ready to go into the no move now. There's no moving up and down the road anymore. 360 panorama from the spawn location. Let's do this thing. Who you taking on this, CG?
Yeah, this is another tough call. I think I might go for Shiina on this one.
Okay.
I think Shiina just has that slight edge. His win rate from the World League was a little bit higher than Eamonn, no moving, I believe. So, see if that pans out. And
what is?
Are we on a boat?
Round 1.
Excuse me?
We're on a boat. We're on a boat in round 1.
Wow.
What a location. And it's no move, too. So they are stuck here on this boat.
This is a crazy round.
They really put the Google car on a boat.
And, well, Eamonn very quickly zoomed into Edmonton.
Edmonton. Interesting.
I mean, I do think it is Canada, but that's really specific.
It is a very specific guess. I'm really not sure where this would be, though. Very hard location to just be stuck on a boat here. I mean, when does that actually happen where you're in an actual Google car, but you're on a boat? I think this is the first time I've seen that, and I've been playing this game for years.
This is wild, Bloom, actually. But Eamonn, maybe has he seen this before? He's like scanning Alberta for a lake.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Maybe, I don't know. But Shiina is yet to really do much here. He's also... Oh,
wow.
Is he switching to Prince Edward Island? He's about to do it.
Is he going to move it to Prince Edward Island?
Oh, my goodness.
Or is he going to keep it up? He's in Saskatchewan. It's He's Northern Territories.
Wow.
There it is. I mean, that's the little ferry line by the looks of it. Unreal round there to start us off on the no moving game. And we go in round 2. This is what we're dealing with.
Back on a regular road here.
Yeah.
No more boats for now.
Back on the road. They are going to be happy about that one. Players are not usually accustomed to being on a boat. Looking like, what is this, a Botswana, I would say. Yeah, Shiina's thinking that as well.
Yeah, with that triple road line and the yellow license plates, this foliage. I like the north guess from Shiina.
Wow,
I really like that.
I do too. Could definitely be up there. 10 seconds for Eamonn to guess. And he's a lot farther south, but 1.5 times multiplier shouldn't be too much damage. But if Shiina's 5K'ing this, he is. Okay, that's going to be a hit. 4993, 1,400 points of damage.
And you saw Eamonn thinking about that region guess as well, but didn't commit.
Yeah.
You're just on a world tour of crazy locations right now, Bloom.
Yeah,
what
unbelievable.
Is this?
We have a boat, then we have far north Botswana, and then we have very beautiful snow. This is gorgeous.
Yeah.
It has to be said.
This is great. We're being treated right now, but I mean, snow coverage it can be a blessing and a curse.
Canada, one of the two, I would say, by the looks of this.
You can maybe know where there is snow coverage. However, it kind of makes it hard to get the foliage read sometimes. Like the ground cover is missing.
Yep.
Trees are covered in snow, so.
A lot of clues you would normally use are obsolete when you're on a snow location like this.
Yeah.
With this much snow, you can't use the trees, as you were saying, and things of that nature. But we have some poles here, some mailboxes, but really, this is a difficult one. Some license plates there too, but they just look pretty white, so it's going to be hard to really use them.
Yeah, I like Eamonn's Minnesota guess. I'm thinking maybe it's a Minnesota plate.
Could be.
And I mean, it makes sense with the snow, right? This is, you know.
Yeah. Definitely could be Minnesota. But
15 seconds to go, and neither player seems too confident. I mean, both are actually in Minnesota, I think. Yes, they are.
Yeah, Shiina is. Yep, there he goes. Oh.
Oh. Wait a second. Shiina, are you going to? No, you're not. Okay, it's actually just northern New York.
Wow.
What a difficult round there for the round 3. We go on to round 4, 2.5 times multiplier. Now multiplier getting serious here. This is a round where it starts to really matter. Doggo. Hi, Doggo. Let's get it started here.
Here we go.
Someone pet that dog. Someone's gonna know what I'm referencing. Round 4 here, is this Colombia? Yeah, we got a yellow plate there.
Yes.
Should be.
There we go.
Should be.
They think it's east of the
Yep, I really like going here. East of the Andes makes a lot of sense. This redder soil for Colombia is very commonly east of the Andes as you get kind of closer to Brazil. So it makes sense here. Shiina's locked in first, and now the pressure's on for Eamonn to follow. 1 second to go. And Shiina has it!
Shiina!
Are you joking? The 4999!
Unreal. 2 rounds now so far in this no moving where Shiina just nails the region guess. He gets the town.
Wow.
This is kind of what I was expecting to see from Shiina in the no move. Like he just pulls out guesses like that, and it's insane, but not to count out Eamonn making a solid region guess.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, good point. Very solid guess there from Eamonn as well. But Shiina, 4999. I mean, what can you do against that no move? We're going around 5 now. 3 times multiplier. What appears to be, we say maybe a Mexico here, maybe like a Yucatan Peninsula, Mexico.
Yeah,
or it's Ecuador.
That works too.
Wait, Colombia.
Oh,
wait a second.
Okay, this is a big difference. 3 times multi.
Okay, and Eamonn's in. Wow, okay, Eamonn is guessed in Ecuador. Shiina has his pin in Colombia right now, and there's only 5 seconds to go. Is he gonna move it? Is he gonna keep it? He moves it even further north. This is gonna be the game. It is Ecuador. Eamonn with 3 times multiplier will win the no move game. What?
Wow. After Shiina made such impressive guesses too. I mean, all it takes with these multipliers is just 1, and you turn it completely around, and now Eamonn's up 2-0. Unbelievable run so far today from Eamonn. He's barely let anything through so far, and now he's again, just like last game, he's in a position to get the 3-0 today against such tough opponents.
Crazy to see here from Eamonn, really impressive. And I have to say, I expected going into this, a result like this would probably be because Shiina was more nervous, but from watching the cam, I don't actually think Sheena's that nervous.
Yeah,
I think it's actually Eamonn outplaying him.
I think Eamonn's just out of his mind locked in today. But yeah, as you said, Shiina seems really comfortable. He just can't catch a break right now.
Yeah.
Go back to moving now.
Yep.
Shiina, you need to get the win in here.
He's got to do it. I mean, Sheena's back on moving. He's so good at moving. This would be his time to do it. And this is our round 1 here. Some really cool locations we've had so far today.
Yeah, we've got some nice plazas like this, and yeah, it's beautiful stuff. I love this map so far.
Yeah, I've been enjoying the map, the moving map and the no-move map. Will we get the NMPZ map today?
I hope so.
I hope so too. I really do.
That would be a treat for sure.
Definitely would. We'll see though. Round 1, game 3. We're back on move.
Looks like another Russia. See if they can read anything. We saw them both read the Lipetsk sign earlier, so we know they're capable in urban Russia.
Yeah.
Unless this is Ukraine, which I believe it is, looking at that sign from Shiina there.
Yep. Probably is. We've been making some interesting caster calls today.
Yeah, that's why we're casting Bloom and not in their seats.
True. But we're enjoying ourselves nonetheless. This gameplay has been incredible today. And we'll see what they can do on the moving game. So Eamonn clicking just central here. Shiina central but farther north near Kiev. Okay, Eamonn's now near there as well. It is going to be farther south. We're going to start off with just a couple points of damage. 200, exactly 200. Very
right on the dot.
You love to see it.
Satisfying.
Definitely. Round 2 now. Round 2. Ooh, and a fun one here as well. Pole there, kind of indicating France. But this feels coastal. I mean, you have a boat here, so that's definitely going to be...
That helps.
Usable. And the trees feel very coastal as well. So
I agree.
In a coastal France, we'll see what the players think. They are going to be able to move around, of course. See if they can find some information, find some town names.
Yeah, France can be kind of tough sometimes in moving around. You'll get signs that are just pointing out the tiniest of towns, road numbers that repeat all around the country. So we'll see if they get a good sign or a bad sign here.
Yeah, you see there he's got a road sign in some towns, but yeah, probably pretty small. And yeah, as you were saying, CJ, there roads repeat throughout the country, those yellow D roads. There can be multiple in different parts of the country, so I didn't see exactly what that one said there, but hard to use information like that. Shiina has locked in already, and Eamonn is following suit very close by. Yeah, wow, they're actually so close. So we're not going to see many points at all. Eamonn will be closer. Extend that flawless on the round 2, now dealing 40. We keep getting these very even numbers. 200, then 40 damage. Nice to see, nice to see. We're going around 3, and we'll see if we can see any hits bigger than that. That's what we're looking at. Ooh, a fun one. Very beautiful round here.
Yeah, nice forest.
I think it could be like a Spain.
That's a good shout, I think.
What are we looking at? Yeah, this looks like a Spanish sign there. What can they ascertain from this? Entrada, yeah, it should be Spain. Now, can they find any information? This might be like a national park. Oh, Shiina's come across a road number, and so has Eamonn.
Oh, wow.
It's Canaries.
Tenerife, TF on the road.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
That explains this forest, because I was thinking, where on mainland Spain are we going to see this?
I was thinking the same thing.
And now we know, not on the mainland.
Not on the mainland, it's Tenerife. They're going to lock it in, and Eamonn is going to be just a little bit closer there.
Wow, another 90 points even
90
again.
90 points? Wow. Who's going to break it? That's the real question.
Yeah.
So we going around 4. Let's see if it happens here. That's what we're looking at here for our round 4. A little Oman.
Oh, that's nice. First of the day.
First Oman of the day. True. Very true. Now, will they be able to find some information? And that's always going to be the question here on the move. Which direction are they going to decide to move here?
Yeah, Oman is quite interesting. It's, I believe, still basically the newest country in GeoGuessr, only added several months ago at this point. So, yeah, still one that players are starting to learn and figure out. But I think these guys, I would imagine they're going to do pretty well. Let's see, Shiina, 10 seconds to go.
Yeah, both pretty close to each other in the end, so probably not too many points. 2.5 times damage could make it noticeable, but again, not going to be too much. Eamonn will be closer, still flawlessing. 858, and we go on to round 5. That's what we're looking at here for the round 5. Let's get them started. Looking like an Argentina.
Yeah, seems to be the case for sure.
My initial little scan seems about that way. Now, will they be able to find anything in terms of signs? Yeah, those look like some Argentinian road signs there. Small-ish town. I like where Eamonn is thinking. This is kind of the area I would be assuming by looking at this.
Yeah, you can see some mountains in the distance there. Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, really not a lot to go off of. This is such a classic little like park in the center of an Argentinian city. They're very classic there. Okay, a sign that both of them are looking at. What does that say on there? De Valle. Do you think that's the town? Probably not. But they have some... Oh, wow, wait. What did Eamonn just find? I didn't see where he guessed. But he's locked in.
He looks happy on the camera. Let's see.
Wait, but Shiina's so close by even still. Let's see, timer's gonna run out. Catamarca. Okay, yep. But wow, yep, Eamonn did find it. That's the 4994. And he deals even more damage, continuing to flawless in round 6.
This is huge. Eamonn is just slowly but surely walking towards his 3-0 against Shiina, who Eamonn literally said himself is the strongest opponent here. So
yeah,
he's got to be feeling really good right now.
Definitely feeling very good. A very impressive performance from Eamonn today. Seaman quite hard to beat. We're on round 6. This is feeling like, what would this be? A Bolivia or a Peru, I would have to say.
Yeah, this one should be a Bolivia. Oruro is one of the provinces.
Yep, there it is. Yep. Yeah, just a Bolivia. Yeah, Eamonn is just going to lock it in right on Oruro. Shiina going to have to follow suit, but he's got some time here now. He might line something up.
Yeah,
we'll see. North-south road, pretty much.
Try to get that angle down.
He's thinking actually south of the city. Oh, wow. It's actually way down there in the end. And it actually breaks the Eamonn flawless, but just by a little bit.
Just a bit.
Just a wee bit. We go into round 7 here. Eamonn's still sitting in a very nice spot. Let's start them off. Let's do a little 360, and then we'll start them off in what appears to be a little India. Let's get it started.
Let's see what they can do in India first of the day again.
Oh, this is our first of the day. That's a good point. Eamonn did list India as one of his weaknesses.
Yeah, it's a pretty common one to not be great at. With this, the low quality camera and things just makes it a little bit tricky to learn sometimes. But it is getting some Gen 4 coverage slowly but surely.
Yeah, it'll be there soon enough, we hope. There's some small cam, if anyone's up to date in Google Street View news, that's been released in India, but only in a couple cities.
See if they get anything from these signs here. You do get a bit of language, but yeah, I don't know. Nothing too specific, it looks like.
Yeah, nothing too helpful yet. Padma hardware, standard. The timer's just running out here. They're just going to have to make a region guess. Less than 10 seconds to go already. Okay, both in Kerala. Yep, both in Kerala, far south. So not too many points there, but Shiina is closer, continuing to deal a bit of damage there. 688. That's something. We move on to round 8.
Shiina's got 3 more rounds to turn it around. Otherwise, it's Eamonn's. So it's getting critical right now for Shiina. See what he does in this one.
Yeah, I mean, Eamonn's been performing dominantly, but it is still relatively close. Only about 1,000-point differential between the two players, and we're on round 8.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually, yeah. Don't count Shiina out yet, guys.
Definitely not. The multis are high enough. 4.5 times damage here. Shiina's move might be to guess quick. He did kind of zoom in fast there, but I don't think he's actually going to go with it.
Yeah, we're working with a Brazil here, which... Brazil, you gotta have your area codes. Those are really helpful for region guessing, especially in urban rounds like this. You just move to find the area code.
Yep.
So they're on the hunt right now.
That's about it. Those Brazil area codes are the classic. Oh, Rondonia there on the sign. He's got the state.
I think Shiina figured that out without even seeing a sign.
I think so too. I was just gonna say that as well. Oh, it looks like an area code there. I can't totally make it out. Is that
6-9, I think?
6-9, yep, 6-9 area code. Eamonn knows it. But they're both going to be there in the correct state, so shouldn't be too far apart. Wow, okay, it's actually just quite far west there. They're basically on top of each other. It's 148 points of damage, and we're already on round 9.
Oh, and the United States coming back here. Big country. Can be tricky.
Big points.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens here. Let's get them in. Let's get them started. Only 2 more rounds possible left to go. Eamonn sitting in a nice position to take a 3-0 over Shiina, many's tournament favorite.
This is a huge moment right now. And Shiina.
Wow.
Whoa.
Wow. Okay, Sheena's just guessing fast, putting the pressure on. He knows he's a little down, he knows he's approaching the round limit, and he decides to put the pressure on Eamonn. Now Eamonn only has 5 seconds. Open up that map, get a guess in. 2 seconds to go, he's gonna go North Carolina. That's a pretty big difference.
Oh.
Wow, it's gonna be farther south of Shiina, it looks like.
That's huge.
4,800 points of damage though. Eamonn just barely alive.
Eamonn. Yeah, I do want to mention, I think we had visible antenna on the car, which you will see in Florida in that coverage. So I don't think either player noticed that. But yeah, wow, Eamonn.
Unreal.
Table is turned now.
The table has definitely turned, and we are on our final round, our round 10. We have a Mexico poll right there. Let's get them started. It's another big country. 5.5 times multi. Eamonn could pull it back, but we will see.
Let's find out. This is it, guys. No matter what, this is the last round of this moving game.
Montevideo, he's thinking Chihuahua. Got some street names there. Wow, Shiina, wait.
Eamonn
just locks it in.
Yeah,
Sheena's got to follow now.
He said, this is it. I'm just going to send there and hope for the best.
Oh, Shiina comes across the same sign. Wait, is he going to go in Chihuahua too? Or is he... Wait, last second. Oh my god, no. They're actually just about equidistant. Eamonn is not going to deal enough damage to win.
Wow.
Shiina takes the game.
And just like that, Shiina stays alive. Once again, Eamonn came so close to a 3-0 today, but Shiina, he had something to say about it there.
Yep. Eamonn just can't close out the 3-0s
Yeah,
today.
he's getting so close.
So close. But,
man,
Shiina,
what a match so far.
Yeah, and Shiina finally picks one up.
Yeah.
I'm hyped to see it. That was a fun way for that to go. And we're going to move on to no moving now. Our game 4, the best of 5. Eamonn up 2. Shiina now has 1 point here. We'll see what happens. We're loading ourselves in.
This is exciting. I honestly think maybe we're heading towards NMPZ right now.
Yeah.
I hope Shiina can just ride that momentum right now. He just avoided the 3-0, so maybe he's feeling good. Let's see it, guys. No moving game at 2.
Lock in, everybody. It's time for no move. Once again, no more moving up and down the road. We are locked in place in our starting location. Let's get the players started here.
Here we go.
Round 1. Looking like Brazil. Relatively simple here. Let's get them started and see where they're thinking within Brazil. Big country, but round 1, so no multipliers yet. Eamonn looking at that poll quickly at the beginning to see if there's any regional clues. Brazil polls are pretty consistent all the way around, but there are some differences in the Brazilian polls that players do use to differentiate their guesses here. So both in Pará, and Eamonn locked. Shiina calm, taking his time. He knows it's a round 1, and he's agreeing with the Pará shout, so shouldn't see too many points here. They both lock it in, and Shiina is closer.
Yeah, nice work from both of them. Got the right state. Decent pickup for Shiina, almost 500 points.
Yeah, a nice way to start, for sure. A nice way to start. We're going around 2 now, and we appear to be in Europe by the looks of things. Some houses over here. We'll get them straight in here. We got a round concrete pole, which is pretty common in a lot of Europe, but narrows options to some extent. Let's see what they're thinking here. I mean, it's a difficult one.
I'm wondering if it's like Croatia, Slovenia. Maybe Slovenia works better with the architecture.
Yeah, that could make sense, but
Slovakia from
Slovakia. Okay.
Actually, no, that works.
I was thinking kind of
better.
The Czechia, Slovakia idea. Okay, yep, Shiina's locking it in, and he's far east in Slovakia.
Wow.
Feeling good about it too. Eamonn looks confused.
He has yet to do anything. 5 seconds.
Oh, Eamonn looks confused. He's in Slovenia. The timer's gonna run out. It is gonna be Slovakia. That's 2,600 points of damage.
Yeah, that I can see where the blunder happened there. I was thinking maybe Slovenia as well. So
No,
a tough round there for sure for Eamonn.
Yeah, definitely a reasonable guess for sure. And we go on to round 3. We have black card long antenna, but this should be Spain, I think, actually. Let's get them started here. Should be Spain. Eamonn almost just made a very fast guess. He got the plonk down, but he didn't lock it in. Both players sort of on this eastern part of Spain, northeastern sort of vibe, which I do like. Definitely makes sense, but we'll see what they end up locking in. A beautiful location, must be said.
Yeah, a lot of these rounds, I mean, you've had great views from up on the mountainside.
Yeah.
So, yeah, they're tough rounds, though.
Definitely some tough rounds today.
Ooh, was Eamonn almost considering out by Ibiza?
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, some of these Spain rounds have been tough today.
Yeah, definitely some hard ones. Eamonn's gonna want to deal some damage here, though. Break that Shiina flawless. We are only on round 3, but Eamonn's down, already in the yellow, under half health. So Eamonn's gonna need to crawl his way back up. Wait, is Shiina considering leaving Spain? No, he's not. He's gonna keep it there. It's just gonna end up being near Madrid, and Shiina is gonna just extend that lead there. 770 points of damage added on, and Eamonn's at just about 2k health now.
Yeah, now things are looking good for Shiina to force NPZ. He's getting there. Yeah, Eamonn down to only 2,000 health is quite insane now at only round 4.
Eamonn's not in a good position here. You said it but right before this. Shiina might take us NPZ, and it looks like he may. But round 4, we'll see if he can.
Looking like, yeah, some random Brazil in the mountains. Shiina down by Sao Paulo.
Like the Sao Paulo shout. So I was mentioning earlier about some Brazilian polls. They're all pretty consistent, but Sao Paulo is the state that most commonly has the round concrete poles instead of those ladder ones. So we just see one round pole there, so that could be part of what's making Shiina consider going in Sao Paulo state instead of anywhere else. The look of it as well. I like the coastal vibe. These mountains kind of look like this near Sao Paulo.
Definitely, yeah. This is the coastal mountain range you get in Brazil. So as you said, Bloom, combine it with the pole. And I think both players are going to be pretty close. Let's see, 5 seconds.
Shiina looks like he's considering moving out of Sao Paulo, but he's not doing it. Yeah, good thing he didn't, but Eamonn will finally break the flawless, just barely, 315 points of damage. Round number 5 here, 3 times multiplier in effect, and we're in Australia. Big country, big point CG. We do have, what is that? Car looks interesting there. It's a red car, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Red
Okay,
car,
so South Australia then, yep. Eamonn zooms in.
Should be that red car, Gen 4, South Australia.
Then you have those trees like this kind of landscape. Yeah, this is your typical South Australia, unless Shiina is thinking it's Victoria.
Wow,
wait.
Shiina, I don't know if I like that guess.
Wait.
Yeah, the Eamonn guess was so good there. 3 times multiplier, he just wins. He just wins on that.
Wow.
Wow, after Shiina was basically flawlessing.
Once again, Eamonn has done it. He's defeated Shiina, and he's moving on to the finals of the APAC Majors 2025.
Wow.
Look how happy he is.
Eamonn is in the finals.
This is so exciting, guys.
Yep. Very impressive and amazing to see. What a way for it to go. I mean, we said, you know, I don't know if that was because of Sheena's nerves. Is what I was just going to mention. Like, earlier we said, if Shiina loses, I think it'll be because of the nerves. I think Sheena's probably the better player at this stage in both of their GeoGuessr careers. But no, Eamonn really popped off, and I wouldn't attribute it to Sheena's nerves.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%. I think Eamonn just, I don't know, he was hiding from us here. He just like showed us he has what it takes. He's locked in now. So it's so impressive. And he's going on to the final.
Yeah.
Who's he going to face?
Yeah, who's he
Exciting.
going to face? That's what we'll be deciding later today. But he has secured at least 2nd place today. So very
amazing.
impressive.
Yeah. Gotta feel so happy for him.
But yeah, we'll send it over. Eamonn's up on stage right now, actually. Give him a little shout. I don't know if they can hear him, but he's talking on the stage behind us. Maybe you can see it blurry behind what we're doing. But regardless, an amazing game. It was so lovely to watch. And we'll see what Eamonn can do. Imagine Eamonn takes the whole game.
That'd be crazy to see. Yeah.
We'll see. But guys, time to send it back to the desk with Paula.
Amazing match indeed. Thank you, Bloom and CG. Ziggy and Gelitris, I want to bounce off something that Bloom was mentioning there, which I think is true and accurate. That was a case of Eamonn playing out of his mind, playing extremely well, as opposed to Shiina crumbling. I know Shiina now bows out of the tournament, but credit to him. I didn't really see many nerves there, like from my own perspective. It was Eamonn just having an incredible game.
Yeah, as you've mentioned, Shiina didn't seem as nervous as usual. He played very well as well, but Eamonn playing out of his mind. The only time you could really see Shiina's nerve was that round 10, where he could have lost 3-0. That's the only moment where I was like, oh, his hands are shaking a bit. Maybe he's a bit more nervous, but it's understandable at that point. But yeah, Eamonn played well. Although I think the second no-move game, the last one we just saw, could have gone either way just because of the multipliers and how they played out. I think Shiina played very well in the beginning of that game. So that one could have gone either way. I predicted Eamonn to win. He won, not 3-2, but 3-1. So yeah, well played.
Gelitris, before we sort of hone in on what Eamonn did so well, just quickly to give Shiina a bit more shine. I think the round you were mentioning was on that second move, Ziggy, where in round 9, Shiina was down and then he suddenly upped the pace and it paid off massively. If anything, that definitely shows that he had a better grasp on that game, better grasp on his own performance in a LAN environment. Gelitris, perhaps?
Yes, it was only coming down to who can make less mistakes in this matchup, I feel like, because we already said it. They both played very well. They both played very consistent. I wouldn't say Shiina played bad at all. You can't really say that, not at all. But Eamonn was just ahead. I mean, every game went into distance for a reason because they both were accurate on every single round. And it really came down to 1 or 2 rounds where the distance was a bit more spread.
Yeah, agreed. Credit where credit is due. Shiina bows out, but definitely looking better for him on LAN. All right, now let's turn our attention to the winner, our first grand finalist. We've got Eamonn on the line. Great to chat to you again. How you doing, Eamonn?
Oh my god, I can't believe it. I don't know how I pulled that off. Yeah, I do think I got a bit lucky with the round limit in the first round, in the first game, and then the last no move one I did. Yeah, the multis definitely were in my favor as well. So yeah, but I still think I played well.
I mean, so you mentioned luck, you know, when you started speaking, but all we could talk about when we were watching you play is how you were playing so consistently and so well. If you're being less humble, talk a bit more about your performance, why you were making such accurate guesses.
I don't know, like, I seem to have just locked in today and seem to have found the right info in the moving games, and yeah, didn't make too many blunders. I guess I wasn't too nervous for this game because I didn't have very high expectations, so maybe that also helped me get my nerves down and concentrate better than I usually do. So yeah, maybe, I don't really know.
Ziggy?
I mean, yeah, before I ask any questions, congratulations, Eamonn. I think with that one, you at least secured the World Championship. I mean, you will at least gain 25 points and maybe even win the whole APAC, so congrats. I would have a question. In the second moving game and the Mexico one, you could have, secured the 3-0 victory over Shiina. I didn't really see what was on the signs. What happened in that round? I mean, you were sending Chihuahua, I think, and it ended up being like Saltillo or Monterrey.
Yeah, that was definitely a blunder on my part, because round 10, I had to put the pressure on. I saw a postcode with the 2-5. Now, the postcodes, they go alphabetically, so 20 would be quite near the start of the alphabet, so C. So I thought it might have been Chihuahua, and unfortunately it was Kohila, so the other C one it could have been. Yeah, I probably should have looked a bit more for the town name and the landscape.
Gelitris, a question from yourself as well?
Yeah, also from me, first off, congrats. Secured second place for you, Eamonn. Very, very well deserved. You played very, very well. No matter what the information was, if you had information, sometimes it was just the landscape, sometimes it was your vibe, you were always on point. Very, very well played. And also great to see that it came into Australia in the end, the country you are, I would say, one of your best countries. What did you use there? Was it like the vibes? Was it just a lot of practice that you recognized the area, or did you use anything specific?
Once again, shout out Eddie for the 2022 Oz streams. That really helped me improve at Australia. And yeah, I've seen that road before with red car and SA. I think it's the only road that has red car. And funnily enough, I remember maybe like half a year ago, I played Shiina in a duel and I won on the exact same road. And yeah, so
that's a good insight. That's good insight. Yeah. Then yeah, I will also give out a shout out to Young 84. Thanks for the coachings in Australia. Helped Eamonn here. Congrats on that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Eamonn, congratulations once again. We'll see you in the grand final. Yeah, very cool to see how happy Eamonn is. You know, starting by being quite humble, you know, talking about luck. I don't think being very fair on himself there. What a solid performance. Quick final thoughts, Ziggy and Gelitris.
Yeah, I mean, people always think they're lucky when they win in GeoGuessr. I think it's a very normal thing. We always try to be, you know, a bit too hard on ourselves sometimes. But yeah, Eamonn deserved it. But now the best thing is we will definitely get an Aussie-New Zealand final. So I'm going to be very excited for that one. So yeah. Looking forward.
Yeah, I mean, luck is an important factor, especially at this level of play. I mean, we have a very balanced skill set. It's only 6 players, 6 very strong players. So sometimes it will come down to luck. That is how the games sometimes work.
Gentlemen, enough from us for now. All right, everybody at home, we have our first grand finalist. It's Eamonn beating out Shiina to earn his place. Up next, we'll have our second semi-final, Zigzag versus Leero.
Let's play a game. I'll hide, you seek.
Unconfirmed sightings of the GX Man have been reported all over the world.
My VPN means I can be in multiple places at once. I can mod my look at the click of a button. I'll block any ads attempting to promote the manhunt. The time starts now. Play the GX Manhunt at GeoGuessr. Find me and get a reward.
Shiba is committed to responsibly sourced fish and supports coral reef restoration. Shiba, buy now.
The return of Area 51, Alienware's highest performance desktop yet, equipped with powerful Intel Core Ultra processors. Innovative architecture designed for ultimate gaming. Engineered to evolve alongside your game. Encounter the legendary Area 51 at Alienware.com.
Love you from the first time you called me lame. Loved you for your wits and your...
Welcome back, everybody, to the GeoGuessr World Championship 2025 APAC Majors. From 6 players now down to just 3. We have one waiting in the grand final. Goes by the name of Eamonn. Just beat out Shiina to earn his spot and chance to call himself champion. And now it's time to decide who will be joining him, Zigzag or Leero. That is our second semi-final. My name is Parla, still your desk host, still joined on the desk by 2 of the brightest minds in GeoGuessr, Ziggy and Gelotris. Guys, we've got a big semi-final ahead of us. Are you excited, first off?
I mean, I'm very excited. It's Aussie versus Aussie matchup.
Aussie versus Aussie.
It's Zigzag. I mean, probably the biggest content creator of GeoGuessr right now, who has been consistently pumping out GeoGuessr content. And if I had to pick 2 people out of the bracket who are the closest in, you know, playstyle, it would be those 2 players. I mean, they're amazing at NPC, very good at no move, and they don't really care about moving, or at least maybe Zigzag is no better. So it's going to be an amazing matchup, and I hope we get to round 5, or game 5, I should say, and see that NPC game.
Gelotris, initial expectations going into this matchup?
I do agree. I mean, in terms of a balanced matchup, I would say this is the one today. Both NMPZ mains, though. So I'm curious how this game is going to turn out. We have to wait for it. It has to happen. So let's hope for that. As of predictions, I feel like Zigzag has a little bit more practice in moving than Leero, especially because he was practicing a lot for the last World Championship last year. He did learn a lot of stuff for moving, so that might give him the edge here, but besides that, it is a very balanced matchup.
Guys, before we break things down further, why don't we check in with both of our players, Zigzag and Leero?
So Leero is the most similar player to me in this tournament. We both have a heavy preference towards the no-moving modes, and so I was talking to Feneb, and he said he's not looking forward to watching us play moving if we do, because we're going to be making many elementary mistakes as people who don't really practice that mode too much. I think neither of us actually practice it at all, basically.
Yeah, so strangely enough, I think I'd be more comfortable facing Zigzag than Spaghetti, even though he's a second seed and already in the semi-final. His playstyle is more in line with my playstyle. I wouldn't feel too disadvantaged or pressured in the moving games, and then no move in NMPZ, we could just go at it and see who comes out on top. I'd be more comfortable playing Zigzag than Spaghetti for sure.
Basically, I consider Leero an equal skill player to me. I feel like it can go either way depending on the kinds of locations. I feel like Leero is an extremely consistent player. Maybe I'm more likely to pull a flashier guess with some specific knowledge than him, but I think he's more likely to get the country right, so I feel like we're very evenly matched.
Great to hear from both of our players. Guys, let's react to some of the things that we just heard. So, funny enough, both players seeing similarities in each other, just as you mentioned, Ziggy.
Yeah, I mean, they literally said the same thing as I said. They were like, okay, this is probably the most similar players, and they're like, I don't really know if I'm going to win or he's going to win, but I'm just hoping for an amazing game.
Yeah, pretty much just reflected what our thoughts were there. I mean, I feel like Zigzag is a bit humble with his moving knowledge. I feel like he does know some stuff. Maybe he's setting himself a high standard, looking up at all those great moving players, but I would say he still knows a bunch of stuff he needs to know for moving games.
Ziggy and Gelatris, what do you think about Leero saying that he feels more comfortable playing against Zigzag as compared to Spaghetti, who he played earlier in the tournament? What do you see behind that?
I think that's very interesting because I feel like Zigzag is the tougher opponent, so why would you feel more comfortable? But maybe it's because, okay, I've known this person for so long, I know his playstyle, it's very similar to mine, so maybe if I can just edge out, the slightest advantage, I could win. But it's a very interesting statement, I have to say.
Gelatris, what do you think?
I do understand his approach because I feel like if you don't play someone who has a similar playstyle like you kind of have to find another strategy. You have to adapt to that. You have to find your own way to play around that. That isn't the case against Zigzag, I feel like, and maybe that's why he's thinking that that's giving him a more comfortable approach here.
Given the similarities between these two players and the factors that we've spoken about, how close is this matchup to like a raw 50-50?
Oh, I don't know. I think very, very close. I mean, I wouldn't even give anyone like a 55% chance of winning.
Yeah.
I would maybe give somebody like Zigzag like 51%. That's all the way I would go.
I mean, they have mentioned it that, Zigzag mentioned it that they have very specific knowledge. And I feel like it's coming down to that, if that will show up and if they get to use their specific knowledge. In this case, we didn't have only one turkey round yet. I did coach Zigzag on that. I did teach him a lot of specific stuff, so let's see. I mean, Leero also knows a lot in other countries, though, especially in Russia. I know he is, he has shown it to us already. So let's see.
Yeah, let's see. Absolutely. We have this matchup ready to go, everybody. It's our second semi-final, Zigzag versus Leero. Let's head over to the stage.
準決勝第2試合、登場選手を呼び込みましょう。大きな拍手でお迎えください。
Now it's time for the semi-final 2. First, from Australia, Zigzag.
You are now in the presence of a...
ジグザグ選手、ようこそお越しくださいました。
Welcome, Zigzag.
it's great to be here. I love Japan.
もう本当にここに来れて嬉しいです。日本大好きです。
今のお気持ちはいかがでしょうか？
How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, feeling a bit nervous, but I'm really looking forward to playing against Leero, honestly, so it's going to be great.
はい、少し緊張はしてますけども、リード選手相手に戦うこととても楽しみにしております。
ようやく登場です。どんな戦いを見せてくれますか？
So this is good. This is actually your first game today. How do you want to play? Any expectations going into this match?
I don't really have any expectation apart from that I think it's going to be a close game and a good game.
はい、このゲーム多分すごい接戦になると思いますし、とても良い試合になると思います。
いい試合に期待しています。それではおかけください。
Thank you very much. Please take your seat and get ready. Thank you.
では続いて対戦相手にも登場していただきましょう。
Now let's have his opponent to the stage. From Australia, Leero!
このステージにお帰りなさい。準決勝です。今どんなお気持ちですか？
Welcome back to the stage once again. Also, how are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling a little less nervous. It's my second game, and I've shaken the nerves off, so I'm feeling better.
はい、もう今回はですね、2試合目ということで、さっきはちょっと緊張してましたけども、先ほどよりは緊張がほぐれて、ちょっと和んだ気持ちで臨めると思います。
オーストラリア対決です。どんな姿を見せてくれますか？
So you're gonna be going up against a player from Australia. How do you want to play today?
I just want to play the best I can. I want us both to get a 5K in the moving. It's going to be unlikely, but I hope for it.
はい、今回ですね、オーストラリアの選手と対決となりましたけれども、全力を尽くして、ムービングゲームもね、全力を尽くし頑張りたいと思います。
素晴らしい戦いに期待しています。どうぞおかけください。
Thank you very much. So now please take your seat and please do a fist bump to your opponent if you like. And thank you so much and get ready.
さあいよいよ。
There. Welcome back, everybody. It's time for the second semifinals. I'm laughing here because I thought Leero was going to ignore Oscar and not give him the fist bump, but they shook hands in the end. But again, guys, we're back. I'm Bloom, joined again by Chicago geographer CG, and we're going to talk you through this game once again. I'm very excited for this one, two Australians. We've got Zigzag finally taking the stage for the first time today. I know a lot of you at home are waiting for him. He's here. And he's ready to go up against Leero. CG, talk to me.
Yeah, this is going to be great. As you said, Bloom, Zigzag, of course, a fan favorite. He's got that YouTube audience, and he is a really great opponent right now. So we know he came second place barely. It was really close between him and Shiina at the top of the APAC list in the World League. So yeah, Zigzag's played really well so far. He's definitely ascended the ranks as a pro player in the last couple of years. So he's going to be here trying to prove himself right now against Leero, who we know is a tough opponent. We saw him get that victory today over Spaghetti. But yeah, I think both these players, they're great at NMPZ. So hopefully this is the match we finally get to go to see that for him.
Yeah, I hope so too. I mean, these are the NMPZ specialists of the tournament. Both preferred mode is NMPZ. So I really hope we get NMPZ today, at least once. And again, as you just said, if there's any time to do it, it would be in this game. So we'll see what happens here. Players are locking in. They're on the stage. And Leero mentioned there, he's gotten his first game of the day out of the way. He got some nerves kind of under wraps, and I think he's going to be able to take that confidence. Zigzag is hitting the stage for the first time. And this seems like a shocking thing to say, but this is Zigzag's first time in front of a live audience playing.
You're actually right. Yeah, it is.
He hasn't actually made it to any scenario where he's played in front of a live audience. And so this is actually the first time. I don't think that's going to introduce any nerves for him. I mean, he's very comfortable in front of the camera, obviously doing content and things of that nature. But, we'll see how that ends up playing into this game, if it does at all or if it doesn't.
Yeah, definitely a good point. Yeah, you can see Zigzag sitting there ready to go. Guys, we're hopping in. Leero versus Zigzag starting off for these two with a moving game. Should be quite interesting to see.
Yep.
Let's do this, guys.
We will see if they end up basically playing it as no move. Leero did shout out and say, I hope we both get a 5K. It probably won't happen. I think I agree with him. We'll see whether or not they actually move and get some good guesses here. We're going to be starting off on round 1. Looks like Nigeria right off of the bat, I'd have to say. Yeah, we do have this car here, which is common in Nigeria sometimes when the blur isn't there. We do have a follow car as well, which is common in Nigeria too. So we'll get them started. Round 1, it's time for moving. We'll see if they actually end up moving or not.
Let's see.
Okay, they moved.
Leero moved.
Wait,
Zigzag
no,
moved, actually. Zigzag moved.
Wow, they are actually going to move. See if they can find some information here. So Leero has ended up in the town. Zigzag kind of ended up leaving the town and then reset to go back in here. He's moving it quick. And again, worth noting, these Australian players, their fast move is pretty hindered in Australia. So right now they're in a situation where they're probably going to get some of the fastest moving that they've been able to get before. So we'll see if they actually end up using that. Zigzag seems like he will.
Yeah, and that's just a result of Australian internet. I'm sure those Aussies in the chat know all too well. But yeah, let's see what they can make happen here. They're both on this main road in Nigeria somewhere.
Yeah, but no real information so far. But 10 seconds to go. Just gonna have to make a guess. Lagos here from Leero. Zigzag just a bit out of Lagos to the east. So we shouldn't see too many points. Leero is gonna be closer in the round 1. That's gonna be a nice little hit there. 490 points to start us off.
Yeah, not too bad for the first round. In round 2.
Round 2. Here we are.
Big city, Bangladesh this time.
I mean, is this ever just Dhaka?
Could be.
Could definitely be. We'll see. Yeah, lots of information right off the bat. I don't think either of these players read Bengali, but that could be an incorrect statement.
Yeah, not to my knowledge. From the way they're looking at that sign, doesn't seem like they really do, but Zigzag is attempting to read it right now, trying to line it up with the names on the map.
Yeah.
Which can work sometimes.
Definitely can work. You can sort of, if you don't read it, you can at least sort of line up the pattern of the language sometimes with what you see on the map, especially if the town name is big enough, things like that. But right now it seems like Zigzag is trying to scan for it and sort of match that up, but don't know if he'll be able to. Leero's still looking around for any more information.
Yeah, it does seem like both players aren't too comfortable with the Bengali scripts. Zigzag's just kind of in the middle scanning. Leero scanning in the east.
This actually could be a pretty big differential in the guesses.
Yeah, wow.
Oh, is Leero considering moving it down there? Will he do it? No, he's not going to in the end. Oh, wow. It's way down there. Super far south. Neither player getting too great of a guess. We go into round 3. So we're looking at round 3 here.
Maybe a Spain here, possibly, yeah.
I very much like the Spain shout. Should be there, Kaye. Start him off here.
Here we go. Spain is a pretty good country in moving. Get some good signs here. If you can get out of the town to directions.
Yeah, this would be a much harder location on no move, just because not a lot of landscape for you to look at there. It would pretty much just be the houses. But nope, the players are getting an opportunity to move, see if they can find some information.
Indeed.
He just made it out of the town, but he's hit a dead end, actually.
Ooh.
Zigzag hit the same dead end.
There you go, right to it.
And they're using it, though, because it's actually an opportunity to take a better look at the landscape, even though that is a little dead end there.
Yeah, it's a good point.
They got a nice peek farther out into the surrounding area. And Zigzag locks it in, so the pressure's on for Leero to follow suit. He's hit another dead end here.
He's trapped in this town right now. And other side of Madrid from Leero, 3 seconds to go.
Timer's gonna run out. That's a pretty big difference. It's gonna be farther west of Leero, but Leero will be closer. It's gonna be a couple hundred points of damage. 656 here.
Leero flawlessing so far, 3 rounds in.
Yeah,
Zigzag lost
nice.
a quarter of his health, so. Yeah, Leero's in a good spot so far. And
wood. That's
would you look at that?
Would you look at that wood? That's quite a lot of wood. Let's get them into the round. I mean, L deforestation? I don't know.
Something like that.
Round 4.
Does look like the US here. And actually, maybe it's Canada. We did have a CN, Canadian National Train there.
Yeah.
Somewhere in northern North America at the very least.
Agreed, for sure. Sign here for Leero. What does it say, though? Doesn't seem too helpful. Some plates here. Zigzag's trying to consider these plates, but they look pretty white. I couldn't see, like, there was two. They were too helpful.
Yeah, this is a... Hey, it's an interesting round. There's like a river through the center of this town.
Let's see here. There's 15 seconds left. So we know we're on a river. Leero's found a bridge. But with 10 seconds left to go, neither player has even opened the map at all. Definitely seeming a bit confused. Leero's considering the US, Zigzag as well, considering Minnesota. Wow, it's Wisconsin and Leero's closer. He's gonna extend that flawless and deal 2,200 points of damage.
Yeah, that's a tough Wisconsin round. Yeah, that's...
Really tough one there.
Yeah. Zigzag, though, as you said, he's losing his health quickly here. Round 5 already down to 2,200, so... Can he turn it around? Looks like Indonesia.
Yeah, should be Indonesia here for the round 5. Quite a dry one at that, so... We'll start these players off in the round 5, see what they think about this Indonesia round. Dry one could be the Nusas, something like that, but again, they do get to move up and down the road here, so we'll see if they can find any Kabupaten, which of course is what you want to find here in Indonesia. Wait, okay, Zigzag just locks in fast in Kalimantan. Did he see a sign? I missed that.
Yeah, maybe he used the
Leero,
bulls there.
3 seconds,
What does
Leero.
he
Get a
know?
guess in, get a guess.
Whoa.
Oh, he's thinking that it's on islands. Oh, it's Sumatra. Wow. And the GG gets dropped. That's 6,000 points of damage. Leero flawlesses Zigzag on moving.
And that was a quick flawless, too. Only 5 rounds. Leero. I mean, Zigzag literally, yeah, he got nothing in. No damage at all. So, not the start Zigzag was hoping for sure.
Definitely not the start he's looking for there. Leero looking really good here, starting us off. But we will go on to no moving next. Again, I think this will even it out. Both players definitely not known for their moving ability. Definitely more no move and NMPZ. So
yeah,
we'll see what they can do when they head into a no move game. I wonder what was really doing it for Zigzag there. Maybe second guessing, overthinking, but regardless, Leero just played really, really well.
Yeah, definitely. He handled those rounds a little bit better. I think, yeah, maybe Zigzag was a little too quick with some of the guesses, like Indonesia, for example. So yeah, we'll see if he can turn it around here, no moving. As you said, Bloom, this definitely levels the playing field a bit. So should be closer as we start up round 1.
We're in round 1, and we're looking at, I think, a Scotland or UK. Let's start them off here. See what they're thinking. So, yep, no moving up and down the road. 1 360 panorama. That's all they're going to get. I'm liking the UK at least.
Should be, yep. That sign from Zigzag is a British one.
Yep.
What did that say? Helmsley, something like
Little
that?
hard, yeah, something like that. A little hard for
Small
them to read, but... And, yeah, probably not findable. Probably a little too tiny, but... Thinking Scotland here for Zigzag now. I think he's trying to scan for that little town, but again, probably pretty hard to find, but we'll see what they can do here.
Yeah, Zigzag looking real far north in Scotland right now. He's heading a little farther south, but Leero is moving up to Scotland now too.
Both are doing the exact same thing with their hand right now on their lip, basically.
That's true, yeah.
It's the Australian thinking face, I guess.
Deep in thought.
Yeah. Okay, 10 seconds to go. Neither player found it. So timer's just simply gonna run out. The plonks are gonna be all they can do. Wow, gonna be farther south there, actually. Interesting location. I wouldn't have gone that far south on that one. A hard one. But Leero starts us off. Nice little lead here.
Shout out to Yorkshire.
Yeah, shout out Yorkshire. We go to round 2.
And so far, yeah, Zigzag has not gotten any damage in. They played 6 rounds. He hasn't had a hit in, so.
Not a singular point. We'll see if he can turn the tides right here, round 2.
I always like how Leero like spins the avatars at the start. You notice that?
Yeah.
Little fidget.
I do that in my duels too.
Nice, yeah. Let's see, another Brazil, looks like, yeah.
Looks like another Brazil, sort of these rolling hills sort of area is, I like where Zigzag guessed there, maybe like a Minas Gerais. But we'll see. Brazil can be quite a hard one to region guess at times.
Yeah, definitely.
Such a big country, lots of it can look quite similar, but
Yeah, the Minister Ice guess I really do like from both of the players here. We'll see if they keep it there with only 30 seconds left to go. We're halfway through the round. Both keeping it right around there. Really not too much else to go off of.
Zigzag just pointed out that palm in the distance there. He circled it with his mouse, so maybe that's influencing his region guess. Didn't get a good look at which one that was, that palm tree.
Yeah, I couldn't really tell, but I do know that Zigzag is a very big plant user. He definitely uses trees very commonly for his guesses. It's going to be actually farther down south in Sao Paulo.
Wow.
But both making basically the same guess there. A couple more points. Zigzag still has not dealt any damage.
Yeah, and it's not like Zigzag playing all that badly right now. It's just Leero out hedging, getting the slightly better reaching guesses.
Yeah, Leero's playing really, really well today. This is our round 3. Looking like a Russia, if I had to say so myself. But we'll see what we end up getting here. Zigzag sitting up in his chair, locking in. We got a short antenna. That's it, yep, Russia. Zigzag thinking Russia near Estonia.
I actually like that guess a lot. I really see the vision with that one. Just, yeah, with this foliage and the short antenna. See what Leero thinks here. 40 seconds to go.
Let's see, Leero thinking a similar area as well. Okay, Zigzag locks in St. Petersburg. Now Leero's got to follow suit. Pressure's on, 10 seconds, but he seems calm. Map is already in a very nearby area, so he places the pin close by, and wow, oh wow, it's in Latvia. Wow.
That's really interesting.
Very interesting. Both players in Russia there. A very understandable guess on that one.
Yeah, I was convinced that was Russia too. But finally Zigzag picks up some points, and he takes the slight lead now.
Slight lead. Very nice for him there. And we go on to round 4. What appears to be some Nigeria. Some of the newer-ish Gen 4.
Yeah, this is quite cool with the mountains. This
is very cool.
Might be near Abuja with that.
I like that, yeah.
Somewhere in the middle, sort of east area, yeah.
Could definitely be. Okay, both players thinking a little farther east. Similar roads here. They might kind of line them up. Sort of a north-south road. Slight tilt west. Yeah, both on top of each other right now, because that road does line up pretty nicely. Will they keep it there? Leero's locked. Now Zigzag, he does move, but he's still very close. Very close by. Shouldn't be too many points here, 2.5 times damage, but wow, it's just way farther west.
Yeah.
That could be wave worthy. I think this, they're not, I don't know if they're waving at each other. We can't actually see, but I hope they did.
In spirit, I'm sure.
Yeah. They could actually wave in person.
They could.
They could. They could. Would they?
Reach around the desk? Yeah, maybe not.
But they should. All right, this is our round 5. I think we're back in Scotland. We've been getting so many rounds that look like this.
Yeah, this is actually... I can't even keep track of how many we've had, but yeah, really putting these players to the test in this part of the world today.
And they all seem to look like very typical Scotland, and then they're not. So
yeah,
maybe if they kind of use that map meta.
That's the trend.
We'll see. Okay, Northern Ireland from Leero, and it's locked in. Zigzag is doing a little swimming here between Scotland and Northern Ireland.
Okay, let's see if that pays off. 5 seconds. Is he going to switch to Scotland? Yes.
He does switch to Scotland at the last seconds, and he keeps it there, and it is Northern Ireland. Leero, 4949, 2,500 points of damage.
Really impressive guess from Leero, but Zigzag should have stayed swimming, brother.
Should have stayed swimming. Wow. That would have been the shout there. Would have taken so much less health. And we move on to a round 6. A very beautiful round 6. Nice mountains, very pretty. I think this should be the US, maybe Canada.
Yeah.
Let's get into it.
Looks like a campsite somewhere out there.
Some sort of campsite here for the round 6. So this will be a hard one, I will say. It almost feels a little Californian
Okay, Bloom, our
I am
resident
a Californian. I don't know if I want to say that confidently, though, and be wrong.
That's fair,
but
man.
Looks like some campsites I went to when I was like 8. So
hey, maybe Bloom camped here, you know?
Maybe I did.
You got
maybe
that IRL
did.
5K?
Maybe I didn't. We'll see. 30 seconds to go.
Yeah, this can be a tough one. You do have a front license plate on that minivan there, but of course, cars travel, especially in the U.S. People take road trips all the time.
All the time.
So not easy to trust that.
Definitely not. See what they think here. Colorado for Zigzag, and Leero is sort of Idaho, Wyoming. Yeah, okay.
I have to say, I kind of agree with the California idea, Bloom.
Really?
I'm not sure. But yeah, both players are in the Rockies now, though.
Okay.
5 seconds.
We'll see what ends up happening here. They're kind of leaving it where they initially thought it was. Wow, okay, is that actually Washington? Or maybe it's Oregon, right on the border. And that's game.
No matter what it was, Zigzag loses on that round. Leero's up 2-0, and in decisive fashion. He literally only lost damage on the one round from Zigzag. So
wow.
Leero is just absolutely dominating right now so far.
Yeah, playing out of his mind. Super impressive stuff from Leero so far today, all around, and very impressive against Zigzag especially. We'll see if Zigzag can pull it back here. He's gonna need some rounds. See what he can do. It's possible, it's still possible.
It is
Could
always
see
possible.
A reverse sweep maybe. Would love to see it, would know it would be fun, but Leero's looking pretty dominant right now. As you said, Zigzag only winning one round in this match so far.
That is actually wild.
Yeah, unbelievable, unbelievable. And I think a lot of people would have predicted Zigzag taking this match, but I do know Zigzag as a player does fear Leero. He really respects Leero and knows his talent is there, and it's showing in this matchup right here. We are back in the moving mode. I believe that is a Germany bus stop right there. So we'll see what they can do here in the round one.
Here we go. I do know Zigzag has spent quite a bit of time in Germany himself, so maybe he has a slight edge here.
Yeah.
But it's back to moving, so both players can really take in whatever info they want here in this town. See what they get.
Yeah, decent bit of moving there. Oh, yep, there. We got some signs now. Yeah.
Well, there's some big cities, yeah.
There are some big cities, yeah. Zigzag in first, in quick. Leero's got to follow suit. 10 seconds to go. Can he find them? Okay, yep, pretty close by. So, yep, not going to see too many points here. Very good guesses from both of them. But Zigzag will be closer, and he wins his second round against Leero. All right, this is what we're looking at for our round two. Interesting. Looks like a Thailand here. See what the players think of it. Round two. They're going to be able to move. So let's see if they can find some signs here. So in Thailand, you can get some road number signs that can be helpful, but if it's one of the 4-digit ones, they can be harder to use. So we'll see if what they can find. I don't know if either of them read Thai.
I would doubt it.
Yeah.
Knowing that they didn't really read Bengali either.
Yeah. Both are not really moving players, so it's really only common for players to know many languages they don't speak if they're moving players, and these guys are definitely NMPZ mains.
Exactly, yeah. So, let's see, yeah, they're in some sort of town here. But yeah, it looks like they're not going to get too much from the signs, and... Well, there is a sign coming up there for Zigzag. He does have...
Ooh, that's something.
There.
I don't know how helpful that is, though. Not a lot to go off of.
Leero, 3 seconds, just is clicking in the middle.
Yeah, just gonna hedge there, but
wait,
Zigzag!
Wait!
What is that? 4-9, 4-7, 1,400 points of damage.
Zigzag, he got something out of that sign then. We've underestimated his Thai abilities.
We did. We simply underestimated the Thai abilities. Now we go to round 3. We're on Japan here.
Second Japan of the day.
Second Japan of the day.
Here in Tokyo.
Yeah, Leero once again spinning the avatars. So we head on in. See what they can find here. So lots of good clues in Japan that players use, like the pull plates, which we'll see. I think Leero was just trying to look for some there.
Yeah, seemed like it.
So there'll be those plates there, right there on the pole.
I was going to say, this feels a little bit north. I believe that was a Tohoku pole plate. Yep, Leero sends it in that region.
You got the horizontal and the vertical plates there. Good for that area. So he's locked in. Now Zigzag's got to follow suit. With only 5 seconds left to go, he's also going to be right there with Leero. They're basically on top of each other. And it's just over to the east of them. 144.
Got to be a good feeling to region guess Japan correctly when you're in Japan.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Doing the live audience proud, I'm sure.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, round 4 here. This is a cool little building. Hi.
That's cool, yeah.
Interesting.
Little garden?
4. Yeah, little garden. Nice little area. Let's see what they think of this. Some Generation 2 coverage. Seems like some older European coverage here.
Yeah, sometimes that can throw players for a loop in Europe. Like, sometimes you have countries that you wouldn't normally expect to see Generation 2 in showing up, so let's see. They made it into Gen 4 now.
Should just be Denmark.
Yeah.
Looks of it with these signs here low to the ground. Good Denmark indicator. But yeah, would have been a tough one on no move there, starting in the Gen 2, sort of in that weird off-road.
Denmark is known in Europe for having really good signs. If you can find them, they will. There's
There
one.
it
Yep.
is. Zigzag's got the info. Leero's got a sign as well that looks quite helpful. I think a little less information than Zigzag's sign has, but both are definitely usable.
Yeah, they have road number, town, directions to a bunch of places.
Can they find it, though? It doesn't seem like either of them are finding it. Zigzag's
Zigzag
looking at Bornholm.
Wait.
Is it Bornholm Islands? It is Bornholm Islands.
Wow.
Zigzag. What a guess. That's dealing 2,600 points of damage, putting Leero on 1,900. He's officially in the yellow.
Zigzag is locking in now. He knows he's down 0-2, so yeah. That's a huge guess. Region guessing Bornholm. He knew the towns. What a guess.
Very impressive stuff. I think Zigzag is a player who thrives off of being in the hot seat.
Oh, absolutely,
And I think putting him there is actually what's allowed him to come alive. Let's get him started on round 5 here, see if Zigzag continues this and takes us to game 4 or not.
Yeah, maybe the fire has been lit for him, as he said. Here we go.
Yeah. See, I was actually talking to Zigzag earlier, and he said a lot of people were predicting him to win, and he said, I actually would have preferred if people predicted me to lose, because then he plays better. So, I think he's going down. He knows he's 1 game away, and he's locking in. He likes that pressure. He likes the fire.
Yeah, that's such an interesting perspective, and he's locking in his Brazil guess. He's
locked in.
He's quite far south. Which, let's see.
Oh, wait.
Leero?
What's on that sign there for Leero? Was there an area code or anything? I don't know.
Oh,
wow, Leero is going to be closer 3 times multi. That's going to be a serious hit. 3,200. Wow.
He evens out the game a little bit more now. And 5 rounds in, yeah, both of these players have lost a significant amount of health.
Yeah.
Multis have ramped up. But this is Leero still is in a great spot right now. Again, if he wins this game, he gets the 3-0.
Spurs mid-flight.
We do have a flying bird.
Kind of fire. But you're right. Let's see if Leero takes the 3-0. Yeah, Zigzag is now on 2,600. He still has that lead, so it's a nice place for him to be, but it's not as nice as the lead he had just before this. A little more on the hot seat, even still, but maybe, again, he needs that pressure. Maybe this is what he needs to take it to game 4. He's reached a dead end, he's reset, he's gonna go a different direction now. Leero out on a main road. So we'll see. Leero seems poised to find better information before Zigzag does.
Yeah, he's definitely in a more central part of town. Zigzag is almost, looks like he's maybe leaving.
Yeah.
So
he's making it out of the town. Oh, but he keeps getting reset back. That lost him some serious time there.
Yeah. Leero's had so much time to figure out. He's going Surgut.
Oh my. Wow, okay. Oh, but Zigzag is too. They're both there. Wow. And you'd think on a round like Russia with that high of a multi, that could have been devastating, but nope. Both players making the same guess, and we go on to round 7, and what is this? Wow. This is an interesting one.
Very much so. That would have been a cool NMPZ shot.
That would have been a
Imagine that.
very cool NMPZ shot. A very difficult one nonetheless, but it does look like we have a Brazil pull right here, so should have the country. And again, they are moving, so they're going to be able to move out of this spawn area and see if they can get to some good information. And again, Brazil, you're always going to be want to look for those area codes. Pretty much every professional player has them all memorized in Brazil. They're essential to getting a guess.
Zigzag, he's got a great sign there. Estado da Bahia. So he's got the state. And Leero knows. He got the region guess.
Leero's there too. In Bahia. Okay. Zigzag is going to be farther east of him. So a little bit of a differential between these two guesses. Timer's going to run out. Who's going to be closer? It's right in between them. Wow. We're just simply going to go on to round 8. This looks like a Botswana.
It sure does. A little sandy road like this in these houses here.
Yeah. Should be Botswana here. Very typical Botswana look here, this very sandy vibe. And then you have that white Google card Generation 3. With this look, should just be Botswana. The players are going to move. I mean, do you go a mound here? Maybe somewhere kind of in that area?
Yeah, I like that. I like that. And Zigzag made it to a main road first. You see him lining up the road. In Botswana, that's really helpful. There aren't too many main paved roads covered, so if you memorize the way they look and the angles, you can maybe get a good guess.
Yeah.
Zigzag's trying to do it right now.
Both players took an opportunity to line up the road briefly, see if they could find something that lines up quickly. But now Leero fast moving down the road to
Look at him go.
Get some information.
He's got a sign there. Kang, oh,
Kang.
30. 30 to Kang.
Does he know Kang, or can he find it?
Surely.
Had a little brain fart moment and almost zoomed to the wrong country, but he's in Botswana.
Oscar has the sign now. Zigzag.
Oh yeah, Kang down there. Kang is to the south of us, though, I think it says. Yeah, so Zigzag.
Wait.
Zigzag does it. 4.5 times damage. 1,700. Leero is on 165 health.
Almost won on that round. Just if he was that tiny bit closer, Leero went a little farther out.
Wow. And now we go to Turkey here for our round 9. See what the players can do with this.
Urban Turkey. Turkey is helpful in cities in Turkey. You can move to dumpsters, and you can often get the city name. So let's see. Will they find one here? Leero is in a bad spot, though.
Yeah, Leero seems a little stuck. Oh, he's made it out to a little bit of an open area here, which should allow him to gain a little bit of a better region guess if he looks out into the hills and the mountains and the landscape. But Leero really has to be closer. Nope, but Zigzag has found the bin, as you were saying, CG. That's what you want to find in Turkey. You get the town names there usually, and he has it. But does he know where it is? It doesn't seem like he does. Zigzag not seeming very confident or happy.
That seemed like a pretty small town, not one that I've heard of. So still just going to come down to landscape region guessing.
Yeah,
got 5 seconds.
Like it.
Will he stay up there?
The guesses are pretty close.
Yeah, like same place there.
Wow. And Zigzag is going to take it on that just barely. He takes it. We go to no move, and look at the celebration with Zigzag on the camera.
Once again, no 3-0s happening today. Leero saying so close. But again, guys, we're moving on. Game 4.
Game
so
4.
Exciting.
Time for no move. That's another thing that happened at breakfast today. I said, I don't think there will be any 3-0s today. And some of the players were like, I don't know, I'm going to get 3-0'd. No, you're not. You guys are locked in. You don't have to worry. You're at least getting a match because all the players here are so talented. We're seeing it here, Zigzag Leero. We're going back to no move. Can we make it to NMPZ as well? I want to see the NMPZ specialists battle it out on NMPZ.
Come on, let's see it.
Time for Zigzag to take that fire, take that heat. No, he's one game away from losing. And maybe reverse sweep.
Will Zigzag deliver? I think, NMPZ between these two would just be so hype. So it all comes down to this, guys. Will Leero finish the job, or will Zigzag take us to NMPZ? It's game 4. No moving.
Let's do it. Their avatars look locked in.
Oh, they absolutely do. I love the sombrero for Zigzag.
Yeah, and the Plunket Money Records.
Yes, what an outfit there.
Zigzag's shirt, his personal shirt. And we're on no move. This is what we're looking at. Round 1. The desert.
Yes.
Let's
Looking
get it
like
going.
a Peru here.
Yeah, should be a Peru. Should definitely be a Peru. And again, no more moving up and down the road. 1 360 panorama to decide it.
Speaking of nice hats, look at that lady's hat there.
Ah, yes. Good point. Yeah, so should just be a Peru here, but it's going to be slightly difficult to region guess, I would say. This doesn't look too descript, you know?
Yeah, when you're up high in the mountains like this and it's dry, I feel like, yeah, there are a lot of parts of Peru that can end up looking like this. I do think it is more south by Ayacucho where Zigzag's clicked. That's the standard kind of hedge on this one. But yeah, it's tough. 20 seconds to go now.
Yeah, both players just sort of close by each other, pretty far south.
Yeah, decently far away at this point, but with no multipliers, shouldn't be too much to write home about. So we're gonna move up by Zigzag. He's thinking about it. No.
Zigzag puts the hands back. He is gonna be closer in the end. That's gonna deal a decent bit of damage round 1. 860 there.
Yeah, not too bad.
Get him into the round 2 here. We have some French bollards right off the bat. These ones right here. And we've got the coast. Oh, very, very beautiful coastal France round here.
Oh yeah, that's great.
Yeah, let's get him into this. Beautiful location.
Looks like the water is sort of northwest from us here. So yeah, definitely looking like North France with these cliffs.
Yeah, it's exactly zooming in
Yeah,
fast.
oh wow.
Wow, I like that shout too.
Yeah, if you look at that architecture he's looking at, yeah, I definitely... Yeah.
Locks it in.
He's
Locks
locked. That's so
it
good.
in.
Let's see.
Now Leero's got to follow. 10 seconds to go. That's, you know, definitely a difference in the guesses. Could definitely see some points here, 1.5 times damage. Won't be devastating, but it'll be something. Wow, okay. I really like Zigzag's guess. It did sort of line up, but not right on it. Still dealing 1,000 points of damage, though.
Yeah, I'm now turning the table completely from the first couple of games here. Now, Zigzag's flawlessing. Again, as you said, Bloom, this is the fire he needed under pressure, trying his hardest to take us at MPZ.
Yeah, the fire is lit under Zigzag. He's locking in. We have an India here on the round 3, but not too much to go off of. There are some regional indicators that you can get on the polls, on the electricity polls in India, but that was a pretty typical standard India poll there.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like the most distinct one poll-wise. Looks like Zigzag clicked on Chhattisgarh to start us off. But yeah, it's a bit hard to say.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm with Leero in this guess, maybe more west like that. Madhya Pradesh I could see. Yeah.
Madhya Pradesh, he moves it. I mean, this could be some points, CG. 2 times multiplier. It is only round 3, but it's a big country. There's definitely an opportunity here to deal some serious damage.
Let's see, 10 seconds as these players make their last adjustments. Looks like they're probably going to stay committed, so this is huge.
Yeah, this will be some points for sure, especially if one of them's right on it. Timer's going to run out. Zigzag will be closer, continuing to flawless, dealing 2,000 points of damage.
Look, he's got the fist pump. He is ready. He is less than 2,000 points away from forcing NMPZ.
Yeah, he's feeling good. He's sitting in a nice spot to do it. Let's see if he takes us to NMPZ or not. Let's start up round 4. Get straight on into it.
Sort of industrial area. These can always be kind of tough. Like you get abnormal infrastructure, not the usual poles and things that you'd expect. So
yeah, very interesting round here. This one's going to be a hard one for them.
Yeah, I'm not even sure how do you approach this.
Difficult for sure.
You have some water actually there.
Yeah, you got the water. I like Croatia actually quite a bit.
Yeah. Yeah, when you have that sort of look across the water with those mountains, that actually fits.
It fits really nicely. I think that area that Zigzag's looking right now would work well. We don't know what Leero is thinking. Leero finally opens the map, and he is also going to be in Croatia. Similar area too, yeah, both near Zadar, which I really like. I really like that area. We'll see. Leero keeps it there. Zigzag's farther north. Wait.
Whoa.
Zigzag, no, last second he moves off of Croatia. That's going to be big damage. Zigzag on 3,500 health now. Making that move last second to the water.
Yeah, you have to feel his pain there. I mean, he had it. He had it.
And he had such a good guess at that too. Last second. The second guessing. It happens in big moments like this.
Yep.
You're on land, the pressure's on, you overthink sometimes.
And now we have the Philippines, 3 times damage. Underratedly big country in GeoGuessr, especially with these multis. So yeah, it's possible to end right here, right now. Let's see.
Definitely is. 3 times multiplier on our round 5 here. And Zigzag has gotten pretty close to half health here, but Leero sitting under 2K in the yellow. Already just about 30 seconds to go left on this round, just about halfway through, and neither player has the map open. They're just trying to look at whatever they can. They're using the time to their advantage.
Yeah, you have these coconut palms, which are so typical of the Philippines. Feels like not the most distinct landscape. Leero somewhat in the middle, maybe a hedge, maybe a slight region guess.
Yeah, it looks a bit like a hedge. He might even be doing a little swimming, but wow, Zigzag's farther north.
Okay.
This is a big difference. Oh, wow.
5 seconds now.
Much farther north now. Oh, my.
Leero!
That's a huge difference. Leero with 3 times damage. 3,300. Zigzag's alive, but just barely.
What are we seeing? Zigzag.
Unbelievable. Zigzag on 192 health. His tournament life on the line.
This is it. 192 points between Leero and the finals.
Wow. Will Zigzag make it to the 3rd place match? Or can he take us NMPZ for a chance at the finals? Let's see. Right now, 192 health with 3.5 times damage on a round like this. It's possible for him to come back, but Leero looking dominant. A dominant start, then went down. The tide shifted. Zigzag took it, and now he's on his last breath.
And this location is kind of wild. I'm not sure what we're looking at.
Very difficult one. What even is this? Zigzag thinking in Italy, you do have black back of the signs there, which is very common in Italy, but Zigzag is farther south, Leero farther north. The multi is high enough that if the guesses are far enough apart, even within Italy, Zigzag could actually win on this, but we will see. Leero far north, Zigzag moves it far north at the end actually, so the guesses are now relatively close. Still could be enough for Zigzag to lose, depending. Leero is closer. How much is it? It's enough. It's 382 damage. It's enough. Leero takes the game 3-1.
Zigzag fought so hard at the end there, but he just couldn't turn it around. And Leero, a huge, huge day for him, moving to the finals. And Zigzag, he's going to go off to that 3rd place match in just a bit. But Leero, it's going to be a Leero versus Eamonn final. And that is so, so exciting.
Leero versus Eamonn final. Unreal. Wow. I mean, everything was going about how I predicted beforehand until this match. Not that I thought it was impossible for Leero to take it. I mean, Leero is so talented. We just saw it there. He is playing amazing today.
Yeah. He was playing out of his mind. I think he and Eamonn have just really demonstrated they have been underrated. People underestimated them, and now here on the big stage, they're going to face off and see who is the APAC champion.
Yeah.
Congratulations to Leero.
Yeah, congrats to Leero. And we also have our 3rd place match set. We have made it through the semifinals. What a day it has been. 2 more matches to go. It has been an absolute pleasure casting these. But guys, that's it. Let's head back to the desk for now.
Leero, the hero, will be joining Eamonn in our grand final, and our 3rd place matchup will be Shiina versus Zigzag. Leero, what a performance by him, Ziggy.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was a very back and forth game. I feel like every player had an opportunity to win either game. It just came down to like a few rounds. I mean, Zigzag was very good in the last game we just saw, and just made, you know, the last switch in Croatia, maybe the nerves, and then the guess in Philippines. I think, you know, he also maybe thought a bit too much about it, went very far north. Just very, you know, and the last guess, both very close and barely losing on that one.
Yeah. Gelitris, initial reactions coming out of that second semi-final?
Yeah, I feel like Zigzag was overthinking a lot of locations. You saw him switching a lot. Didn't really go with his initial guesses. Sometimes it went good, sometimes it didn't went that well. I didn't see that too much from Leero. Leero was very locked in, calm and collected. He made his guesses where he thought it is and left it there. That's pretty much the difference I saw in those terms. But besides that, a very, very close game, as we predicted.
Yeah, you can see how the day has played out so far up on screen now. You can also see our grand finals, which will be our final match of the day. But do not forget what you can't see on screen, which is that third place decided, which will be Shiina versus Zigzag. Guys, let's talk a bit more about what we just saw. So, any chance that Zigzag was feeling the pressure a bit?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it was
those
the first game of the
switches,
day.
you know, and I don't think that's entirely like how he usually plays. Just wondering if you guys have any thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think it would maybe account to the fact that he just played his first game.
That's
Leero
true.
already had like a pretty good, solid game against Baguette, made good guesses, so he was like kind of in the flow. Zigzag kind of coming out, sitting on a bench for 3 hours, and then having to play against somebody who's also kind of on fire right now. So yeah, it's tough, and now he has to face against Shiina. I mean, the player who most people thought was the toughest opponent, and he has to win that game to have any chances to make it to the World Championship. So it's going to be tough. Leero, basically, I think, guaranteeing his spot in the World Championship, so that's very good for him.
Talking about Leero, we have him on the line right now. Leero, congratulations once again. This time, not heading to a semi-final, this time heading to a grand final. How's that sound, brother?
Feels good. I did not think I'd make it this far, so yeah, honestly, I'm grateful to have made it this far, and if anything that happens from here, I'll be happy with, for sure.
Leero, why did you think you wouldn't make it this far? Where's that come from?
Well, I mean, you just saw in that game that moving performance was like laughably bad, and I thought with that, like, Spaghetti would have destroyed me, someone would have destroyed me, Shiina would have destroyed me, and yeah, somehow I keep getting away with it. I think it's a bit lucky this year, but I'll take it, I guess, yeah.
Ziggy?
Yeah, it was very interesting. I have to, I mean, first of all, congrats for winning. First of all, I mean, you have the chance to win the whole thing, but I have to talk about the first moving, and it was very interesting to watch because I feel like both players were kind of like trying to look for information, but neither of you guys found information in the first few rounds. I was like, wait, they're trying to find it, but there was just nothing there. How did that feel?
Honestly, it felt pretty lucky because I was not finding anything. I was only getting marginally closer. Like, I was making bad guesses and he was just blundering a bit more than my blunders, and that's sort of how I won. I never actually made a good guess, it felt like. I never actually found info. I never 5K'd. I don't think he was playing his best today for sure. He said he wasn't feeling too good before the game, and yeah, I think on a different day, he definitely could win against me, obviously, and could have won the whole thing as a strong contender. Yeah, it's unfortunate.
Anything else from yourself, Ziggy?
I mean, I want to talk a bit about your final matchup, and you're playing against Eamonn. Not only, he's been playing also amazing, won both his game 3-1, but also he's from New Zealand. It's Aussie versus Kiwis. So, kind of talking about that, how do you feel about that one? Is there more on the line just because it's that, rivalry or friendship, depending on how you see it?
Well, yeah, I definitely want to take it home for the Aussies, that's for sure, but watching how he's played, I would say he well deserves to be in the finals. Like, he's played amazingly. And if I do anything like that in the finals, I'll get destroyed. So I'm going to have to step it up a bit, and yeah, hopefully I'll take it home for the Aussies.
Gelitris, anything from yourself?
Yeah, there was one round. It was actually a game-winning round in Indonesia, where I was sitting on the couch watching with Ziggy, and I was like, this looks like Kalimantan. Ziggy agreed. Zigzag insta-slammed Kalimantan. You went against it. Was there anything that made you think that it's not... Could you rule it out somehow, or what was it?
Yeah, I think I saw the Kalimantan vibe, but I don't think the poll really fit for, like, Kali, in my opinion. I was mainly scared of like the islands, even though the pole wouldn't really fit for there, but Jambi made sense with that pole, and I sort of hedged for mainland Sumatra, and then like my little fear of the islands.
Makes sense. Good to know. Thanks for the insights. One more question. I was going through the notes of you, and you said the most adrenaline you had from GeoGuessr was on 2v2 Plunkets. Did that change today? Would you say you had more adrenaline today?
No, I would say the 2v2s, you know, me and Zik versus, you know, Angelo, Log, Nesta, Geo, those were definitely the days, like the highest level of GeoGuessr was played on those days, and yeah, this doesn't really feel the same to those days, you know.
Love to hear that. The most fun you have playing with your friends, I do agree. Congrats on the win, very well played.
Yeah.
See you.
Leero, so talking adrenaline, you know, you're a very humble, reserved, nice guy, but like how pumped are you to be in the grand final? Especially considering you weren't expecting it.
I'm pumped. I'm just good at keeping it undercover, but like, you know, I'll be thinking about this for a while for sure. Like I'll be jumping up and down in my hotel room later that I made second place. Like I'm definitely pumped. I like to keep it cool, you know.
Absolutely. Leero, cool as a cucumber. Congratulations, you've made it to that grand final. Thank you for your time. Perhaps an advantage for Leero to keep his head on his shoulders, even though he's just had a big victory over Zigzag.
Yeah, I mean, and what's also interesting is that means that the first and the second seed didn't make it to the grand final. We will see first playing against second in the third place match, and we have Eamonn and Leero respectively making it. Do you think that's surprising, or is it maybe the expectations are too high? What do you think?
I wouldn't say it's surprising. I mean, we talked about it earlier in the morning, that they only need one win to advance, and I said it's not only one win. I mean, it's all great players. You don't face some easygoing matchups, so I'm not that surprised in that terms, but yeah, very unlikely that this is happening.
Gentlemen, as always, thank you for your thoughts. What a competition we've had so far, and we have our final 2 matches coming up later today. That third place decider, Shiina versus Zigzag, and of course our grand final, Eamonn versus Leero. A quick shout out to one of our partners, Shiba. The Shiba Hope Grows program, restoring reefs across the globe since 2019. If you want to support, all you have to do is feed your cat some delicious Shiba. Also, if you want to learn about reefs and play our underwater game, head on over to geoguessr.com/coralguessr. Enough from us for now. We're going to have a bit of a longer break before we see that third place decider matchup and the grand final after. So do not go anywhere, or don't go too far away, and we'll see you very soon.
Let's play a game. I'll hide, you seek.
Unconfirmed sightings of the GX Man have been reported all over the world.
My VPN means I can be in multiple places at once. I can mod my look at the click of a button. I'll block any ads attempting to promote the manhunt. Your time starts now. Play the GX Manhunt at GeoGuessr. Find me and get a reward.
The return of Area 51, Alienware's highest performance desktop yet, equipped with powerful Intel Core Ultra processors. Innovative architecture designed for ultimate gaming. Engineered to evolve alongside your game. Encounter the legendary Area 51 at Alienware.com.
Aloha, I'm Oli Carvalho. Dive in with me to see how the Shiba Hope Grows program is bringing our coral reefs back to life. Giving ownership to these communities, it's a sense of pride.
to know that we are giving back to our own oceans.
Stream Reef Builders now on Prime Video.
Fast lane when I pass in the street, bag of money in the passenger seat. Simcoe's been asking for me on the road from the west to the east. Way up, I might never come down, cause the coast racking up the flight miles. So high, I might never come down, so what, this is my lifestyle. Wait a minute, work hard for the car, so that's why it's all tinted. Wait a minute, had a real late night, woke up with my head spinning out Nashville. It's been mad real, I need sunglasses, I need Advil. I like fake boobs, and my cash real. I like first place, you're in last still. Fast lane when I pass in the street, bag of money in the passenger seat. Simcoe's been asking for me on the road from the west to the east. Way up, I might never come down, cause the coast racking up the flight miles. So high, I might never come down, so what, this is my lifestyle.
Look, pocket rocket in my pocket, please don't make me pop it. All these boys just wanna copy the style, tell them niggas stop it. Whoa, whoa, it's my destiny, feeling like Latoya, like it found me my Beyonce, and she shotgun in the cockpit. Grinding with the team, making C notes. In my pocket still full of green, call it CeeLo. Alligator watch on me, Tim Tebow. And these haters love to watch me like Tebow. Look, I don't take L's, I just learn a lesson. Before I count the M's, always count my blessings. Look, I'm too short, never second guessing. Got some money, put up for the rain, so I'm never stressing.
Fast lane when I pass in the street, bag of money in the passenger seat. Simcoe's been asking for me on the road from the west to the east. Way up, I might never come down, cause the coast racking up the flight miles. So high, I might never come down, so what, this is my lifestyle. Fast lane when I pass in the street, bag of money in the passenger seat. Simcoe's been asking for me on the road from the west to the east. Way up, I might never come down, cause the coast racking up the flight miles. So high, I might never come down, so what, this is my lifestyle. Fast lane when I pass in the street, bag of money in the passenger seat. Simcoe's been asking for me on the road from the west to the east. Way up, I might never come down, cause the coast racking up the flight miles. So high, I might never come down, so what, this is my lifestyle. Wait a minute, work hard for the car, so that's why it's all tinted. Wait a minute, had a real late night, woke up with my head spinning out in Nashville. It's been mad real, I need sunglasses, I need Advil. I like fake boobs, and my cash real. I like first place, you're in last still. Fast lane when I pass in the street, bag of money in the passenger seat. Simcoe's been asking for me on the road from the west to the east. Way up, I might never come down, cause the coast racking up the flight miles. So high, I might never come down, so what, this is my lifestyle.
Look, pocket rocket in my pocket, please don't make me pop it. All these boys just wanna copy the style, tell them niggas stop it. Whoa, whoa, it's my destiny, feeling like Latoya, like it found me my Beyonce, and she shotgun in the cockpit. Grinding with the team, making C notes. In my pocket still full of green, call it CeeLo. Alligator watch on me, Tim Tebow. And these haters love to watch me like Tebow. Look, I don't take L's, I just learn a lesson. Before I count the M's, always count my blessings. Look, I'm too short, never second guessing. Got some money put up for the rain, so I'm never stressing.
Fast lane when I pass in the street, bag of money in the passenger seat. Simcoe's been asking for me on the road from the west to the east. Way up, I might never come down, cause the coast racking up the flight miles. So high, I might never come down, so what, this is my lifestyle. Fast lane when I pass in the street, bag of money in the passenger seat. Simcoe's been asking for me on the road from the west to the east. Way up, I might never come down, cause the coast racking up the flight miles. So high, I might never come down, so what, this is my lifestyle. me when I pass in the street. Bag of money in the passenger seat.
Every step of the way, I ain't losing this race. I'm ready to go. And making me legendary.
Let's play a game. I'll hide, you seek.
Unconfirmed sightings of the GX Man have been reported all over the world.
My VPN means I can be in multiple places at once. I can mod my look at the click of a button. I'll block any ads attempting to promote the manhunt. The time starts now. Play the GX Manhunt at GeoGuessr. Find me and get a reward.
The return of Area 51, Alienware's highest performance desktop yet, equipped with powerful Intel Core Ultra processors. Innovative architecture designed for ultimate gaming. Engineered to evolve alongside your game. Encounter the legendary Area 51 at Alienware.com.
Aloha, I'm Oli Carvalho. Dive in with me to see how the Shiba Hope Grows program is bringing our coral reefs back to life. Giving ownership to these communities, it's a sense of pride to know that we are giving back to our own oceans. Stream Reef Builders now on Prime Video.
GeoGuessr World Cup partners are Opera GX, Alienware, Shiba, Google Pixel, and Mikella.
Welcome back, everybody, to the GeoGuessr World Championship 2025 APAC Majors, coming to you live from Tokyo, Japan. We now have our grand final, Eamonn versus Leero, and we also have our third place decider, Shiina versus Zigzag. So, two players battling it out for that #1 spot, and then two players slightly down but not out in that third place decider. My name's Parla, I am still your desk host. I'm still joined on the desk by two of the brightest minds in GeoGuessr, Ziggy and Gelatrus. Guys, how are you doing? All good? Looking forward to these final two matches of the APAC Major?
Yeah, had a quick snack, and now I think we're ready for the final two games. Games deciding about the, available points for the World Championship. I mean, who would have expected that the first and the second seed would end up in the third place game, even though, they already started in the semifinals, so they had a bit of an advantage just coming from the World League in first and second spot. But now, they're battling for dear life, because the winner of this match gets 15 points added, and the loser gets nothing.
Gelatrus, a lot of factors to consider here, a lot on the line. Look, we've got a prize pool, we've got the bragging rights of calling yourself champion, or making sure you finish third rather than fourth, and then just as Ziggy pointed out as well, of course we've got the points, which are of ultimate importance to that World League.
Yeah, I think most players out here aim to go to the grand final. Prize pool aside, winning the APAC aside, I think they really want to have that spot at the grand final. That's what they fight for. Interestingly enough, we had a break and we had a little bit of time to have a recap over the day, and interesting enough, we had no NMPZ game yet.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully we see it in one of these, especially in that grand final, but I'd love to see it in the third place decider as well. We've been teased. It's looked like it's been heading to NMPZ a couple of times, but then it just hasn't happened, sort of fizzled out. Let's see if it happens in one of our final two matches. Talking majors, why don't we take a look at who's qualified for the majors so far? Of course, we're playing out the APAC Majors right now. You can see how we got here, the standings of the players involved. And then you can look ahead to the Americas Majors that's happening May 23rd to the 24th, who is qualified for that. And then, of course, the EMEA Majors, June 13th to the 14th. What a list. Big names there on that EMEA Majors, Ziggy and Gelotris.
Yeah, I mean, EMEA being the biggest event of the three, 12 players, and we do have Blinky and Consus in the same, tournament. It's going to be crazy. We have 2023 World Cup champion and 2024 in one bracket, so I think it's going to be very incredible.
Also a lot of new names. I mean, Strefan. We have never seen Strefan on LAN.
Captain.
Clement. Captain. I mean, Captain was...
Yeah, true.
On somewhat of a LAN.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a LAN. But yeah, for these other players, Pan also, haven't seen him playing on LAN. So yeah, really looking forward for that.
Yeah, lots of, as we said earlier in the day, lots of recognizable names, some newer names perhaps to audience members out there. Can't wait to see how it all comes together over the Americas Majors and the EMEA Majors as well. And of course, right now, we've got to finish out the APAC Majors. Let's take a look at our World League standings. Also, number one right now, the only man over 100 is the indomitable Blinky. And then followed shortly behind him, we've got Consus, and then Radu in the top three.
I mean, no surprise there. I feel like every time you mention who is the best GeoGuessr player, it's pretty much those three. I mean, Blinky may be leading by a bit, just, judging by his track record. World Cup champion and runner-up in the other years, so I mean...
Yeah, already being this strong of a player, and I feel like, especially in a best-of-5 format, I feel like he has even more of an advantage as he already has being this good at this game. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how he will develop from that.
Yeah, good to see Debre up there in fourth as well. How's Debre doing, guys? Always a character on the camera. Missed that guy. Looking forward to seeing him soon.
Yeah, I think Debre has put a lot of work into the game, just learning a lot of stuff. I think as long as the World League went on, he got better and better as time progresses. And now it seems like every time we get to the majors, it's like, wait, Debre is kind of maybe like a secret favorite to win the whole thing. I mean, if it's not Consus or Blinky, it might be him.
Dark horse favorite, I should say. Gelotris up on screen now. We've had the matchups that have played out over the course of today, and of course our grand final as well. We have our third place decider that's happening too. That's not on screen, just to remind everybody at home. That third place decider is going to be Shiina versus Zigzag. And yes, our grand final, bang in the middle of the screen, Eamonn versus Leero. So we've had some amazing action, but the best is yet to come, right, boys?
It is about to come. Eamonn versus Leero is the grand final today, but before that, we'll see how Shiina versus Zigzag will play it out. I said it already, I'm really surprised that we have no NMPC game yet, because starting into this day, we looked at the list, we looked at the matchups, and we thought it's a very, very balanced tournament here. And if it's very, very balanced, you assume that it's going into long distance, but that wasn't really the case today.
Yeah, we can start focusing in on Shiina versus Zigzag. It's going to be time to get that one going pretty soon. It's our third place decided, just to remind you all at home. Both of these players were waiting in the semis due to the World League points. Funnily enough, both end up losing. Ziggy, it's something that we spoke about before. Perhaps didn't get a chance to be warm. Anything that you extrapolate or from that, the fact that they were waiting there and then they both went on to a loss?
Yeah, I think it's easier coming off a win and then instantly playing against somebody who is expected to perform very well, like Zigzag and Shiina, and just taking them by surprise. But now the question is, who can recover better from that loss? Is it Shiina, who is usually a bit more nervous on LAN events, or is it Zigzag, content creator? He is used to the camera. That shouldn't be the problem, right? So now the question is, who can just blank out that game, focus again, get that 15 points, get to the World Championship.
Who can recover better, Shiina or Zigzag? We'll find out soon. For now, though, let's check in with those two players.
I'm not very happy, of course, but I'm trying to just have fun in next game.
Yeah, it definitely sucks not to go to the final. I wanted to win the whole tournament, and obviously that's not possible anymore, but hopefully third place game I can get some redemption. So my tactics for the bronze game against Shiina, I think I'll definitely put the pressure on more. He seemed to be under the pressure quite a bit against Eamonn, but Eamonn is better at moving than me, so yeah, I'll have to probably just make the most of the moving games and then really lock in on the no-move ones.
I think I did play better than last tournament, but I made a couple mistakes, I really regret that Zigzag, he's not a moving player and NMPZ player, so I think he's getting real fast, so I need to prepare for that.
Should be a very different game. I'll probably guess a lot quicker and just attempt to put the pressure on him because I know he might be prone to faltering under high pressure.
Great interviews there, a lot of details to discuss. I'd like to start, boys, by addressing the fact that Zigzag said he's ready to put the pressure on, but Shiina has also in his interview said he's ready for that pressure, he's expecting Zigzag to move quick and put that pressure on. Guys, what do you think of that?
I mean, I actually wonder what Zigzag means by that, by pushing the pressure on. Will he make that insta-guess?
He said he wanted to guess fast. He did.
Oh, okay. I didn't get that really by that point. But if he does that, it's very risky. We just saw Leero saying, if I make that guess against anyone else other than Spaghetti, I probably lose. So, or Zigzag, he probably loses. So it's going to be interesting if, you know, Zigzag is able to pull that off.
Yeah, I mean, I think he did say that. He said it put the pressure in, maybe some fast guesses or something like that, unless I've misheard. Don't want to misquote him. Nonetheless, Gelotris, what do you think about that? The fact that Zigzag has sort of pointed us in the direction of what he's planning to do, and the fact that Shiina is also seeing that coming.
Yeah, I would assume that Zigzag means that he's going to guess fast when he says putting the pressure on. I feel like that's the only way how you can really put the pressure on in this game. But yeah, I mean, that's something, especially if you face someone who is playing mainly NMPZ or no move. You always have that caution anyway, because yeah, that's really how you can beat a better moving player. However, this time I feel like the tables have turned. I feel like Zigzag, to me, by the looks, looked a bit more nervous today.
Oh, yeah?
But Shiina looked calm and relaxed.
Yeah, we should talk about that quickly. The fact that one of the big questions we had about Shiina was, would he be able to come to this land, especially in his home country, and squash some of those nerves that he's been struggling with at prior lands? And even though he lost, we did... Well, I should say it looked like he had a better handle on those nerves. Zigzag, on the other hand, there were some moments where he was flip-flopping between guesses. So I think it's interesting to think about how this could affect this third-place decider, Ziggy.
Yeah, especially because I want to mention that Zigzag did a lot of last-second switches, which didn't help him. And also, just looking at him in the camera, I saw that he did a lot of, you know, nervous moves, you know, touching his mouth. He does like to do that, but it didn't seem like, you know, being locked in. It seemed like he was just nervous and doing that, just fiddling around a bit. So I'm very interested to see how he will handle the pressure now, because now it's not like, okay, I can lose this game, because the last one is like, okay, I can still lose that, then still qualify. But now it's like, do or die.
How important are the move games going to be here, Gelotris?
Yeah, I mean, in the best-of-5 format, as we have seen before many times, the moving factor is a big factor in this format. So yeah, insta-sending is something that can work from time to time. I feel like you really you will need to have a good feel for on which round you can put that pressure on, and in which round you should maybe move around and look for the clue around the corner.
Guys, very soon we'll be able to get this one going. A bit of time for some final thoughts. Yeah, Ziggy, from yourself first, and of course, an official prediction. Who's going to take that third place?
Oh, I don't want to predict this, because I don't think... I mean, judging by how the event is going, 3-1 seems to be the trend, so I'm going to predict the 3-1 win by Zigzag.
Okay, and Gelotris, what about yourself? Who's taking third place?
I'm going against the trend. I don't think it's a 3-1. I would assume that Shiina will take it home with a 3-2 fashion.
Okay. Well, I don't know who is going to win, but I definitely want to see that NMPZ. We have a tiny bit more time. How do we get to that NMPZ? Who needs to step up the most?
I mean, I don't know how we will get there, but I hope we get there. The question is whether Zigzag will literally just win the no-move games, even though I think they're pretty equally matched in no-move as well. And I see Shiina, you know, a bit stronger in moving. So it's going to be tough for him to get there if he just doesn't win a moving game.
Gentlemen, as always, thank you for your thoughts. Everybody, it's our third place decider, Shiina versus Zigzag. Stage, over to you.
ロングブレイクからお帰りなさいませ。いよいよ3位決定戦の始まりです。この3位決定戦、勝てばポイント獲得、さらには賞金をより上げる大事な一戦となります。改めましてこの時間司会進行を担当させていただきます福田太郎です。そして
はい、そして一緒させていただいております堀内香織です。よろしくお願いいたします。
お願いいたします。さあ、それではこの3位決定戦に出場する選手を呼び込んでまいりましょう。大きな拍手でお迎えください。
So now let's have bronze matches players to the stage. Please welcome them with a big round of applause. From Japan, Shiina!
Shiina さん、お帰りなさいませ。
はい。
Welcome back to the stage.
お待たせしました。
本来ですとね、決勝戦に戻ってくるという予定だったかもしれませんが、一試合を終えまして多少はリラックスできた思いもあるかもしれません。今の思いはいかがでしょうか。
So after the first match, you might be a little feeling relaxed compared to the other one that you just had. How are you feeling right now?
そうですね、さっき負けちゃったんですけど、そんなに本当に、めちゃくちゃ落ち込んでるってわけではないので、もう次の試合勝てれば、もちろんまだ世界大会行けるチャンスがかなりあるんで、できるだけ落ち着いてできればなって思います。
So unfortunately, I lost the last game, but I'm not too disappointed because if I win this match, I still have the chance to go to the World Championship.
大観衆もあります。この3位決定戦、どんな戦いを見せてくれますか。
In front of all the audience gathered here to cheer you and other players, how would you want to play today?
そうですね、ジグザグ相手っていうことで、めちゃくちゃ NMPZ とか、景色での即ゲスが強いプレイヤーなんで、ムービングでかなり早く押してくるんじゃないかなっていうのが予想できるんですけど、パニックにならないように努めたいなって思います。
So Zigzag is such a good player doing all the instant guesses on NMPZ. So I'm guessing that he will probably gonna put pressure on me by doing all the instant guess. So I want to do my best.
素晴らしい戦いに期待しています。
Thank you. Good luck with all the match and please take your seat at the desk. Thank you.
ありがとうございます。では続きまして対戦相手も呼び込んでまいりましょう。大きな拍手でお迎えください。
So now let us introduce his opponent for this bronze match. From Australia, Zigzag!
Now in the presence of a
ジグザグ選手、お帰りなさいませ。
Welcome back to the stage, Zigzag.
一試合終えまして今のお気持ちはいかがでしょうか。
So after the first match, how are you feeling for this bronze match?
Well, it's obviously really sad to lose, but it's great that I get another opportunity here in the bronze match. And yeah, I really like Shiina. I like the way he plays, so it should be fun.
はい、先ほどの、マッチではちょっと負けてしまって少し悲しい気持ちもありますけど、今回椎名選手とても好きな選手で対戦できるのとても楽しみです。
椎名選手に対してここではどんな戦いを見せてくれますか。
How do you want to play against Shiina?
As Shiina said in his interview, I think I'll be going faster than I went against Leero, but of course it all depends on the round.
先ほど椎名選手もおっしゃってましたけれども、できるだけ即ゲスなど早く、ピンポイント、ロケーションをゲスして、プレッシャーをかけていきたいと思っております。ただ本当にどこが出るかにもよります。
素晴らしい戦いに期待しています。どうぞおかけください。
Good luck with the match and please take your seat. Thank you.
さあ、それでは3位決定戦。
Great to hear from those two players for such an important match coming up for the both of them. Guys, I'm Bloom. This is Chicago Geographer. And we got two more matchups left in the day. And we have a heater right now, actually. It's going to be Zigzag versus Shiina. It's the third place match for the event, but it's so important because considering their standings from the world ranking, this is basically going to decide who actually will qualify for the World Championship. So everybody lock in. This is going to be so exciting. CG, talk to me about this game.
Yeah, there is so much riding on this, as you said. And if you've been following the World League, you might know both of these players have 70 points right now, which is a lot. However, if they fail to get the 15 points from this bronze match, that's not quite going to cut it after all the other majors that are coming up. So this is a huge match. It is must win for both of these players. They know that. They're ready to go.
Yep.
This is insane.
They're both very aware of what is at stake. We had a chance to talk with them in that break. Hopefully you all enjoyed that break. Had a moment to collect yourselves and lock back in for our final 2 matches. But yeah, these players, they know what's at stake. I was chilling backstage with them and talked to both of them a bit about how they were feeling, and they're trying to remain calm and lock in.
Yeah, I have to say I'm really impressed with how Shiina has returned to composure. You know, we've seen him before really nervous in LAN tournaments, but today, you know, he's been just really calm and collected. You know, he's made it down to this 3rd place match, but I think he's played a lot better than he has before on LAN, and yeah, he's going to be fighting his hardest now. This is it, do or die.
Yep, this is the moment for him on the home turf. Here he is, that audience so rooting for him, so invested in him being the one who takes this here. You could tell the energy in the room here is really on the Shiina train. They want him to win, but I know at home there's a lot of people on the Zigzag train, and he as well is going to be giving it his all.
Yeah, I know. I was speaking to Zigzag during the break as well. You know, he's definitely disappointed to have not made it to the finals. I think he was definitely hoping he could win today. 3rd place match, though, he's still got a shot to make it to the World Championship. We know that he's just such a strong player. Both of them are. It's going to be a great close match between two of the strongest players in the APAC region. So, guys, we are about ready to get into this. They're walking into their desks.
Yeah.
Let's see this bronze medal game.
Bronze medal game. They're locking in. Many people predicted this exact matchup to be the finals matchup.
True, yeah.
So getting it here, we still get it, you know, but we're getting it here in that bronze medal match, as you just mentioned. This is going to be a treat. I think another thing that's been talked about quite a bit is that these players who started in the quarterfinals had warm-up matches almost to go into playing these 2 feared players. And both Shiina and Zigzag just had to sit down and do it up against players who already were warmed up. So now they're both warmed up with a match before this. So we'll see if they have some more confidence here. It's time to do it. It's time to have Shiina versus Zigzag bronze match. Starting off on moving. Let's get into it. Round number 1, looking like Senegal, I would have to say.
Yeah, seems to be.
This is our first round. Everybody lock in. It's time. Starting off.
Let's go. And once again, 60 seconds on the clock to move around and pinpoint as accurately as they can in Senegal. Kind of an interesting one to start out.
Yeah, and Zigzag's going to do exactly what he said he was. Not let Shiina find any information. That's going to be all he can hope for here to beat Shiina in moving as an NMPZ specialist. Oh, but he gets a sign last second. What is on it? Anything usable for Shiina? No, it's not, but wait. Oscar?
What has Zigzag... Wow.
What has he just done?
What?
Unbelievable guess there from Zigzag to start us off in what looked like just a fast Blanc.
Yeah, that is a fiery start from Zigzag. If that sets the tone for how he's going to be playing right here, we are in for a Zigzag treat, guys. But it's early. It's round 2. Will Shiina respond here? Let's see.
Let's take a look. It's our round 2. Some outer yellow lines there, but it looks like this should be Turkey. Shout out Gelotris on the desk.
Yep, Gelotris, our resident Turkey expert.
Zigzag has not moved from spawn. I think he's going to play it no move. It looks like he will. He's doing it. The guess is in already. I think this is going to be exactly what we see of Zigzag in this matchup against Shiina.
Yeah, that's going to be his way forward, and so far it's working.
Yeah, let's see what can happen now.
Shiina was in the middle, now it's more north.
Wait. Wow, okay. Right in between them in the end. Shiina's going to be just a little bit closer. 87 points of damage. Round 3. Round 3, this is what we're looking at. Some Gen 4 2025 copyright, so some new, very new coverage. Let's get him in here. Ooh. Yeah, Yeah, a very interesting round here. Should be Indonesia, but where? Oh, wow, the fast guess. He does not want to let Shiina find any Kabupaten, any information, but he does. He gets to a sign. Can he read that? Wow, they're right next to each other.
Yeah, I have to say, I think Zigzag is making really good instant region guesses. Like, not only is he guessing fast, but yeah, he's got the region guess on lock.
Wow.
So this is exactly what he needs to be doing right now. So far, impressive strategizing from Zigzag. It's paying off. Round 4.
Definitely is. If he keeps this up, he could take it. He's making such amazing no-move guesses, even without information. Round 4. Let's get straight into it. Some difficult rounds here today.
Yeah, they sure are.
I think we're back in...
It's Bangladesh.
Bangladesh. Back in Bangladesh. Yeah, just clicks in the middle. Yeah, they're just going to be pretty close to each other. Central hedging makes a lot of sense. Not going to be too many points here. Nothing to write home about. Just going to up that multiplier, take us on to round 5. Going to be farther south. Zigzag continues to hold a nice lead here. 172 damage. Round 5. Is this our round 5?
Looks like a far south Brazil.
Yeah.
Possibly with these road lines and that antenna as well.
Yeah, you can sometimes get that long antenna in Brazil.
Yeah, kind of an interesting one for moving. I think, again, Zigzag he's going to look around a little bit, and then he's going to make that region guess. Let's see.
Yeah, it's looking like he will. He's playing it no moving. Still, you see Shiina fast moving down the street, trying to find some information. Zigzag now following suit. Gonna actually opt to look for information here as well. Doesn't feel confident enough on a region guess from the no move. Can either player find some information here? They're moving in opposite directions. Zigzag moving to the south, Shiina moving to the north, and he's come across a sign, but it just said BR. Sometimes those signs can give you the state.
Yeah, I think he might have found the road number there in in RGDS, the far south state, which definitely fits the landscape here. That should be the region guess. Yeah, he's lining it up.
And he has the road too. He's got an angle that looks pretty good.
Zigzag, though, doesn't look too confident. He is going to go south.
Wow,
though.
okay, yeah. Zigzag, don't second guess yourself. You've switched before. He doesn't. He keeps it there, and he ends up being closer. 3 times multiplier, 800 damage.
So yeah, Bloom, as you mentioned, yeah, he did take his time a little bit more there just to make sure the region guess worked out in the end that he did that for sure.
Yeah, definitely good stuff from him there. Zigzag holding a very nice lead. We start round 6. See what Zigzag decides to do on this one.
Yeah,
again, starting off by playing no move, now moving down the road. Little sign here. Could it have any helpful information? Maybe a Kabupaten will be on there. I can't see exactly, but Shiina locked in quick. He's in Sulawesi. Zigzag hasn't even opened the map yet.
He's got 5 seconds to make his Indonesia region guess. What's he gonna do?
What's he gonna do? He's also gonna be in Sulawesi. Wow. Oh, but Shiina! 9 kilometers away. 1,900 damage.
Shiina, huge blow there, and now he has the slight lead after 6 rounds, but it's been real close so far, guys. Round 7 is next.
What a game. Shiina taking the lead into round 7. Let's get into it. Oh, Zigzag going fast. Coach Obama locks it in. And now you can see on the cam he's gonna take the time to look around after the guess, make sure he feels good about it. I think he does.
Yeah.
Shiina's right there in Cochabamba too.
You have those big mountains to the north in Bolivia, which is a really distinct feature of Cochabamba. So definitely, yep, somewhere in that valley.
Very nice guesses from both players. Just gonna be some chip damage there. And we're gonna go on to round 8. So what we're working with here, lots of oil palms on our round 8. Should be, I would venture to say, Borneo Island, Malaysia here.
Yeah, seems like it. Malaysia, you can get good information moving. Shiina's going to be on the hunt, I would assume, for some road numbers on the side. And Zigzag, yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Zigzag's Doing exactly what he said he would do in that interview. Guess fast. It's been working for him so far, but he is down technically. 2 close guesses in Saba.
Yeah, Shiina's figured out his region guess. Now he's going to just narrow it down a little bit. Wow. And he's closer.
Shiina is going to be closer there. Going to extend that lead a bit more, putting Zigzag on just about half health here. We go to round 9, only 2 possible rounds left. This has been such a fast-moving matchup.
Yeah, I was about to say, this has flown by, and now we just have 2 rounds to go.
Only 2 rounds to go. Let's get it started. This is some small cam.
Yeah, it is, you're right. This is the new camera Google's using around the world recently.
Yeah.
Very small, compact edition.
It's got a little bit of a unique look to it. It's Generation 4, so it's that high quality, more saturated coverage than some of that older Generation 3. But it's on a new cam that's very small, so we call it small cam. Zigzag liking this far south Norway. You see that green commercial plate in Norway that you can see on Shiina's screen there. Great indicator for Norway. And it is the south coast, and Shiina's closer again. 5 times, multi is 1,500 points of damage.
Zigzag not in a great space heading into round 10. Once again, the player with the least health here after this round will lose the game. So Zigzag's got a multi-merchant right now, 5.5 times damage.
And he's got to do it on Turkey. It's big enough that it could be possible, but again, you're moving.
It's doable, yeah.
So Zigzag's either going to insta-guess, it looks like he will, which will put the pressure on.
Wow.
Hoping Shiina doesn't find a sign, but he has a sign right there. What's on it, though? Is it helpful? I don't know if it's giving us a town name. But Zigzag has guessed he's in kind of central north. They're relatively close to each other. I think this might be Shiina's game. Yeah, Zigzag is going to be closer, but that's not going to be enough damage. Shiina takes game 1.
So even with Zigzag's almost insta-guesses on most of those rounds, Shiina demonstrating just how strong of a moving player he is, who's able to overcome that strategy from Oscar, although it did seem like it was working for some rounds for him. Yeah, just couldn't quite bring it home. Made it to round 10, but in the end it goes to Shiina, and it's 1-0.
1-0, as I would say is expected. Shiina definitely the better moving player.
Yeah.
Zigzag went for that sort of MK-esque strategy of guess fast, put the pressure on, and just hope that your opponent does not find any information. But 15 seconds is a lot for a good moving player.
Yeah.
But now, guys, it's time for no moving game 2 of the best of 5. No more moving up and down the road anymore. It is simply one 360 panorama. Let's get the players in to round 1. Looking like Peru here. Very deserty. We've got the black Generation 3 Google car. And we've got some cows.
Some big beef cows, perhaps?
Big beef cows, that's true. Start it off. Let's do this thing. You see both players taking a deep breath in, getting ready for the no-move game.
Now, this no moving is definitely where these players are a lot more evenly matched.
Yep.
So, yeah, should be in for another great set of rounds here, guys.
This is going to be a tough one to region guess. I mean, a lot of Peru can look like this sort of mountainy area closer to the coast, very dry. Looks pretty classic for this area. I like going a little farther south, if anything. That mountainous area there can definitely look like this.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of tricky Peru rounds just like this where players haven't gotten all that close, so see if they can make something happen here. But yeah, as you said, Bloom, these are notoriously tough kinds of rounds.
Yeah.
15 seconds now.
Peru's big. You can gain some points here. There's no multi yet, so it shouldn't be anything too massive, but we do see a relative disparity in these 2 guesses, with Shiina a bit farther north than Zigzag is.
Who's going to take it?
Yeah, timer's out.
Wow,
Shiina! Great guess there on the round 1. What a way to start off the no move.
Oscar losing basically a quarter of his health in one swoop there on the first round.
On the first round. That might have been our biggest first round hit we have seen so far today. Round 2. More cows.
More cows.
An interesting one here for the round 2. So we have Generation 4 with an antenna. That does narrow things down to some extent.
I'm wondering if this is a strange South Africa.
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah, Shiina's gonna click there.
A very interesting round. I think, so Generation 4 blue car with an antenna, very common in South Africa, so it makes a lot of sense. The landscape for this also does fit, but it'd be a very particular area.
Yeah, definitely not a typical South African landscape. Yeah. Not at all.
Definitely not, but Shiina definitely thinking it. So is Zigzag.
It seems like Shiina is maybe just hedging Pretoria, hedging capital, which it could pay off, but Zigzag going more on the coast.
Yeah, definitely a difference here in the guesses once again, and we could see a very similar situation to round one where if one of these players is quite close, it could be another big hit. Zigzag last second is going to move farther north near Bloemfontein. And
yeah, really tricky one.
Whoa, and then a little south. Wow, okay.
Wow.
Way up north. That makes sense, and that's going to be another massive hit, and we're only on round 2. Go on to round 3 here. We're back in some snow coverage, which is interesting. I think, wow, very cool round, very beautiful round.
Yeah.
What are you thinking here, CG? I think possibly some US again.
Yeah, it might be some more American snow coverage. Seems like the trees would fit. But again, as we've seen with the snow coverage, it can be kind of hard to get a read on the foliage and the vibes when you just can't see the leaves of the trees properly, the ground, so.
Yeah,
could throw players for a loop here.
Definitely could, and one of the things making this round really difficult is that we have no signs and we have no road lines either, so it's snow coverage and the road is giving you no information.
Yeah, exactly. These kinds of rounds, they're really tricky. See Zigzag looking at the car just to make sure he's not making a blunder, make sure it's the American blur.
Yeah.
This is a real tough one.
Real tough one. He's thinking kind of Idaho, Montana area.
I can see that, yeah. You do get some snow up there. There's a couple roads like this. Shiina is also in Idaho.
Yeah, pretty similar guesses here. Timer's about to run out. 2 times multiplier. Shiina gonna extend that lead. Wow, it's up in Minnesota.
That's a wild location, first of all.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, you can see both of these top players going Idaho on Minnesota.
Shocked, absolutely shocked. You can see on both of their faces. I mean, what a round there.
That's a crazy one.
We go on to round 4. Let's get them started here. Players off looking at these sort of political posters here, which are very common in the Philippines.
Yeah, so right away, they have some information. District of Aurora there.
Yeah, these types of signs, because they're political posters, can give you some regional clues. And they're using them here, both in this very similar area.
Yeah, if I remember right, yeah, that is Aurora, so they should be pretty close.
Yeah, both very good guesses here. Timer's gonna run out. Zigzag needs to continue to be closer here, and he is on this one. He's not gonna deal a ton of damage, but any points the other way, for instance, him taking 338 damage there, would be much more devastating considering his health position. We go on to round 5, and this is what we're looking at. Oh, wow. We've been getting some very cool rounds here. Is this another US?
That was my first thought when it loaded in with that pole. And again, yeah, just these weird back roads of America today. Kind of tricky.
Yeah, definitely some tricky stuff we've been seeing. It's been making for some great moments. This has got to just be some US, but where are you on this? Difficult to pinpoint.
You can see, yeah, Shiina and Zigzag have both been checking the car blur. People recently have been trying to figure out US cars a lot more, but it's a tough country because the coverage gets updated so much. Because Google, of course, is headquartered in California, so they're always driving around. So, yeah, America can be really tough in situations like this.
They're back in like the Idaho, sort of Montana area. That's where Shiina is now, and so is Zigzag. I mean, I like the guess once again, but is it ever Minnesota?
It's going to be Minnesota again, for all we know.
Somehow could be because of these locations have been so insane.
5 seconds to go. Let's see. Where's it ending up?
Yeah, timer's up, and it's Washington. Makes a lot of sense there. Zigzag is going to be closer, and with 3 times multi deals quite a decent hit. Both players are now in the yellow. Round 6, and we're looking at India.
Yeah, we haven't had to contend with too much India today, but again, this is a huge country on rounds like this where maybe don't have the most distinctive poles or landscape. This could end it. This could end it right here.
3.5 times multiplier on round 6. Both players in the yellow. India, big country, big points. We'll see what they're thinking here. Zigzag's got a plonk down. Shiina taking in the landscape.
Looks like Shiina's thinking about a little more north than Zigzag in Madhya Pradesh.
Seems like it. Yeah, Zigzag locking in Madhya Pradesh here. Kind of leans back a bit, hoping he made a good decision. Shiina nearby, a little farther north. 5 seconds to go and Sheena's using it. Timer's gonna run out. And Zigzag, what is that? 3.5 times damage, he takes the game!
Zigzag, the India region guess. That is a huge plonk to secure the 1-1.
Unbelievable from Zigzag there. Such a great guess on so little information.
And this, we were talking to Zigzag backstage during the break. He wants to go to NMPZ. He wants this to just be great content. I'm sure everyone watching at home would love to see NMPZ today, so that's a good first step. Getting that 1-1 makes it more likely. But we're going on to the moving game now. Back on Sheena's preferred mode, so we will see what happens. We will see.
We'll see. Shiina looked dominant in the first moving. We'll see if he continues that in the second one. Time for game 3 of this best of 5. Back to moving. Round 1. Here we are. This is what we're working with here. Got a bollard there and some chevrons. Let's get them in. Copyright 2024 on this one.
Yeah, this should be Portugal somewhere. Kind of an interesting looking landscape, yeah. Maybe you go more north. Zigzag is sort of east.
Wow, yeah, and Zigzag's going to be back to that insta-sending strategy. It didn't work too well for him on the first game. We'll see if the tides can shift here, whether or not it'll actually pay off. Both players, very similar guesses on the round 1. 38.
38.
38. Next, round 2. Is our round 2? Looking like Brazil by the looks of things. Let's get them off. Again, they're on moving, so you know the classic for Brazil. You're going to try and find an area code if you can.
Yeah, the question here is Zigzag going to look for an area code, or will he just get the region guess? I think he's going to look.
So in my view off spawn, I can see a 74 right off the bat. And Shiina sees a 74 as well. Yep, they're both going to be in Bahia.
Yeah, at this level of professional GeoGuessr play, you have to know the area codes.
And wow, they're both just there in the town.
Yep.
Wow, both on it.
And that's exactly why you need to know. If you don't know the area code, you're screwed there.
Yep.
One of them does, so.
Gotta learn your area codes. Round 3, here we come. Looking like France. Oh, wait.
I think it's a Belgium action.
Belgium action, actually.
Yeah.
Instant thoughts because of this hill were probably more France, but nope. Looks like we're gonna be in Belgium here.
Yeah, it might be close to France with the hills.
Yeah.
Far south.
Gotta be. Probably in that southeast pocket, I would say.
Yeah.
Makes sense if you're gonna have hills like this and be in Belgium. Yeah, Zigzag kind of zooming in more in that east area, and he locks it in. Shiina's there as well. So not going to see too many points here once again. This is going to stay a close game as we go into round 4. Really not too much. We're just racking up that multiplier, making things more intense. Yep, both right there. It was sort of just that east, kind of southeast area. 20 points of damage, and we move on.
They are 6 points apart right now after 3 rounds.
Wow, what
kind of crazy.
An insanely close game, and we're back in Australia. And we all know Zigzag is an Australian expert.
Oh yes, he is going to be looking to get a great region guess here. Might be one where he opts to move around a little bit more just to really perfect his guess. Let's see what he got on that sign.
And we do have some Gen 4 red car, which is definitely helpful.
Yeah. Shiina's moving a lot faster, though.
Definitely. Zigzag's really trying to hope some of these early signs give him what he needs, but doesn't seem like it. Shiina thinking near Perth. You do have those yellow Perth signposts, which are good to know. Oh, there's a sign there, and it looks like it's given Zigzag something. I can't read exactly what he's seeing on his screen. No, he's going to move past it, actually. Another sign there. It's just another ad, though. Zigzag opting to pretty much just go in Perth.
I think he's got it. It says Cockburn Central, and that's a suburb of Perth that he's clicked on right there.
He has it too, but Sheena's gonna be close by regardless. Wow. It actually ends up being Shiina slightly closer there, but this is still such a close game. Only 28 points of damage there. We're going to round 5. Both players on 5,900 points still. Let's get him started on round 5. So should be a Kenya here. We'll see if they can find some info that helps. Nope, Zigzag just gonna guess quick.
Shiina's got Kikima branch on that store there. So probably the name of the town, but that's probably fairly small. Does Shiina know what to do? 3 seconds to go.
They're so close to each other again. Wow, okay, it actually ends up being very far away. East of Nairobi, and that's 1,000 points of damage.
Wow, yeah, these multipliers really ramping up, shaping the game as we get to these late rounds.
Yeah, round 6 now, 3.5 times multiplier here on the round 6. Let's get into it. Start them off. Wow, interesting location here.
Yeah, quite the landscape.
Quite the landscape. Should be a Russia, if I had to say. Yeah, you got the Russian signs there. But
does that say Blagoveshchensk in eastern Russia? Yeah, Zigzag. He's looking in the right area. It's right there where his marker was, but he didn't click.
He might have missed it. Oh my god, and Shiina's by Omsk.
Oh, Shiina.
Wait, Zigzag.
Click there.
Click there. He doesn't know. Lock it in.
He has
this would be massive.
Oh, but Shiina's found the sign now. Surely he knows.
Oh, wait, does he know?
He didn't notice. Maybe it's not the same one.
Is it not the one you're thinking of? Oh my, let's see.
Because the landscape is...
Wait, now Zigzag goes...
Yeah, the landscape doesn't match to be over there. There's no way.
Yeah, true. Okay, yeah, it is right there in that pocket. They're both actually there, so...
Wow.
Yeah, they're both there in the end.
Base town name.
Very good that Zigzag did not go far east there.
With that Gen 4 coverage, it couldn't have been all that way over, but yeah. Crazy round with that town.
Yeah, round 7 now, 4 times multiplier. This is the round we're looking at here. Should be some Brazil. Is Zigzag gonna opt to actually move around on this, or is he gonna insta-guess? He's kind of stopped the insta-guessing strategy in this moving game after it didn't work too well for him there on the first one. But he might do it here. He's going Porto Alegre and he's locked, but Shiina has a sign. What does it say on there? Hard for us to read.
Sao Paulo, I think.
Oh, wait, is it gonna be Sao Paulo? Oh, this could be Shiina's game.
Let's see if it's actually there.
Multi. CG lock in. Oh, wow, no, it's Santa Catarina. And Zigzag, 4 times multi, 2,600 points of damage. Zigzag takes a massive lead. That's huge for Zigzag there.
Yeah, such a back and forth game right now. Yeah, Zigzag definitely doing a lot better he's actually moving around, and that seems to be working better this time.
Yeah.
And we're in Canada.
Definitely seems to be working out better for him. Round 8 is going to be Canada. Big country, big points. But again, they're on moving. They're going to look for some info unless Zigzag does not let them. He's not. He's going Nova Scotia. It's locked. Okay, Shiina's there too, though. Wow, they're actually so close to each other.
I have to say, yeah, you can see some water. I like this region guess. I like this a lot. In Atlantic, Canada, with the double yellow lines. Yeah, wow.
Yeah, it is, and Shiina is going to be closer. Sheena's going to deal 742 damage. The game has evened out a bit here, and we go into round 9. Only 2 possible rounds left before this game will end. Who's going to take us 2-1? This is our round 9. This is our round 9 here. Not a ton of information. Could be some usable stuff there right off the bat, but it will be India. Big country, big points, once again, are definitely possible here.
This could easily end the round, or end the game, I should say.
Oh, wow. Zigzag going in quick. Is he going to lock it? He does. Wow. He's playing fast again.
Shiina, 10 seconds. What will he do?
Okay, yep.
Also a
slam. Wow. This has been such an impressive high-level match between these two players. They keep making such similar guesses. It ends up being much farther up northeast, and that's 2,000 points of damage for Shiina.
And now with the final round, Zigzag not in a good spot, but however, it's Australia.
It's Australia, and the audience in the room behind us all just had such a reaction to this being Australia.
The collective gasp.
The collective gasp behind us was amazing to hear.
All right, here we go, guys. 60 seconds till we know who takes this game. Zigzag.
Zigzag going in quick. He might know the road. Oh, but Shiina might know it
right
as well. Sheena's right there.
What?
On the round 10, they have the same guess. This is going to be Sheena's game because whoever has the most health at the end of round 10 takes it. If they're keeping it there, they are. Sheena's going to know it. He does.
Wow.
Shiina wins the second no move. Goes up 2-1, and we go on to game 4.
Yeah, you can see the disappointment there from Zigzag. He was hoping that's Australia. Maybe Shiina doesn't know the road. But no, Shiina, he's just too good. He's right there with them. And now he has the advantage, 2-1. All Shiina has to do is win one more. One of these no moving, or if we're so lucky to be treated to NMPZ, he will take the match and 3rd place.
We'll see what happens.
Almost to the end.
We're almost to the end. I will say, if Zigzag pulls off a no move like the previous no move, I think we're getting NMPZ, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
There was a bit of a tide and vibe shift in that moving game, so we'll see if there's another one in the second no move. Let's get him into it. Once again, no moving up and down the road anymore.
It's interesting to note that, Zigzag adjusted his strategy for the second moving game, so maybe Shiina is going to adjust his playstyle a little bit in the second no moving, try to just secure that win. Make sure he gets it done.
Yeah, we'll see what they end up doing here. Whether or not Zigzag is going to be dominant, or whether or not Shiina will switch it up. This is what we're looking at round 1. This is our 360 panorama. We got a white car. You see Shiina kind of observing the Google car, taking a look. Interesting. What are you thinking, CG?
Yeah, definitely a trickier one. It should be, somewhere in... Oh, Zigzag's going Malaysia.
Yeah, I
okay, you know that makes sense with this poll.
Oh, Shiina might be doing a little swimming.
Shiina's not sure, which side.
Shiina doing a little swimming. Is he going to keep it there?
It fits the profile picture, I will say.
It fits the profile picture. That's a great point. It is going to be mainland Malaysia. That's a great start for Zigzag. 1,000 points of damage. Go on to round 2 here, and we're in Australia.
The game just wants Zigzag to get these Australia region guesses.
Yeah.
Let's see if he can do it here. Let's see what he pulls off.
We will see. He makes quick map movement. Yeah, he's thinking Tasmania. So is Shiina. Sheena's there as well. So not going to see too many points. Multi's not very high. It's just 1.5 times damage on the round 2. So shouldn't see anything too crazy with them both being on Taz. Wow, ends up being very far west there. 400 points. It's something. It's something. Zigzag continuing to hold this flawless here as we go into round number 3. That's what we're looking at here. Some new Mongolia.
Oh, very nice.
Very nice.
Yeah,
some wild horses.
It's amazing, yeah. Mongolia finally got some updated imagery recently, and people have wanted this for so long, so it's great that this is in the game, in competitive GeoGuessr now.
Yeah.
Can they region guess it?
We love to see it. There was a lot of car meta before this came out, though, that players did rely on to some extent. And so with this new Generation 4, there was a whole new wave of having to sort of relearn some of the new car meta, because in Mongolia, you see they do have these big tents on the Google car that they bring with them.
Yeah, and I will say the region guesses right now from both of them, I like the general area. This sort of central mountainous region where you get these trees, so yeah, you see Zigzag trying to line up a road of some kind, just frantically looking. I like that area by Setserlek he's looking at right now. I would probably also click there. Shiina is looking, he's looking there too.
Yeah, they're close by. Trying to line something up if they can. But
5 seconds.
Looking too good. Shiina locks it in, actually. And Sheena's on it!
Oh, it's Shiina with the region
wow!
guess.
2,000 points of damage. Shiina takes the lead. And we go on to round 4. Round 4, looking like a Brazil. We've had a lot of animals today. Some more cows and things. Oh yeah, Brazilian pole right there here. Let's get them into it. Start them off on round 4. 2.5 times multiplier here. The game's pretty even. Shiina now 4,500 points. Zigzag just about 4K. Zigzag gets a plonk down pretty quickly, a sort of region guess, but then he's going to continue to gain more information, sort of refine that region guess by looking around some more.
Yeah, this one's kind of tricky. The coverage itself, not necessarily the landscape, but like this cloudiness, almost reminds me of Uruguay. So I'm wondering if maybe they go south, but I don't think it's going to be. I think it is more central where Zigzag is. No, wait, he is going to move.
Zigzag moves far south now.
It kind of looks like Uruguay.
It kind of does. I see where your head's at, for sure here. Shiina thinking, where is that, Sao Paulo or a little north of Sao Paulo? Yeah, he's in Sao Paulo.
Wow.
So this is a pretty big difference in the guesses. 2.5 times multi. This could be huge, CG.
Yeah, 5 seconds to go. It looks like they're gonna stay. Shiina moves more south.
Shiina
No,
moves.
wait, they switched.
They switched.
What?
They switched.
Wait.
Oh my god. And Zigzag is gonna be in the right state just by a bit. 682 damage, and he takes back the lead just barely.
What in the world was that?
Wow, we go on to round 5 now. Wow, back in the desert. Back in the desert.
Yeah, this is an incredibly desolate round. It's looking... What is this looking?
Yeah, this is strange. I'm trying to see where their compasses are to line up.
Yeah, I like...
on and things. I like Argentina.
Yeah, that would be the... That surely should be somewhere in there. Yeah, this is just a really fascinating landscape with these rock formations.
Yeah, very cool area. Yep, Zigzag is thinking Argentina, and we have no idea where Shiina's head's at, as he hasn't even opened the map. He opens it as well now, finally, and he's in Neuquén.
Okay, they're both looking in the same province.
Yeah.
Really similar areas right now.
Zigzag trying to line up a road if possible, but not really seeing anything he likes. Shiina's just looking around still, making sure he likes his region guess. Is he going to move it farther south? You can see he's considering it, but he doesn't! Oh. And it would have been there! That's exactly where he was considering going, but he didn't switch it.
And with 3 times damage, that would have been almost enough, if not enough, to win. I mean, that would have been massive for him. But now they're within, how many? 7 points separating them? This is nuts.
This is one of the closest matches I have ever seen in GeoGuessr history.
What in the world?
This is unbelievable. Let's get them straight in here to round 6 in Germany.
Some of the most German architecture you'll ever see here in this town.
Yeah.
In this round.
Yeah. Now, can they get a town name here? Does the Thai massage place have a town name?
I assume Northeim is the... Is that the town? I don't know.
Hard to tell.
Oh my god, Shiina found it. No way, no way.
Shiina just find it?
No shot.
Oh, and Zigzag has to know that Shiina just found that. Yeah, Northheim. Zigzag, scan on the map, scan on the map.
So
this is gonna be, oh, he's so far.
What?
This is gonna be points, 3.5
that?
times multiplier. Shiina gets the 4,998.
No, it's not enough.
It's not enough to end the game, but he deals 3,000 points of damage. Round 7 now. And we're looking at, what is this, a Malaysia, I'd have to presume?
Yeah, seems like it. Shiina at the doorstep of the 3rd place medal.
He is so close to taking it and securing his spot in the World Championship. Zigzag is going to go quick and put some pressure on it by the looks of it. He's got a region guess and he's trying to find it. Yeah, I think he's trying to find it.
Shiina also looking in the mountains around Kuching.
Yeah, they're both going to be right there. It's just who will find it first, or will they even find it at all? Zigzag now opting to look farther east in Sarawak, Malaysia.
This is the kind of round where physical geography knowledge is important in GeoGuessr. Knowing where mountain ranges are. It's not all just about signs and car metas. This is a round where are mountains? Where am I going to look? And they seem to know very well the mountainous parts of Borneo, Malaysia.
Yeah, they're both right next to each other here. Timer's gonna run out.
Ooh.
Wow. And in the end, they are right on top of each other. Only 4 points.
4 points.
That's a wave. Did they wave in game? I don't know. But you'd hope they did. Round 8, 4.5 times multiplier now. This is getting serious. Again, Zigzag in the red, 900 health. What can he do here? Let's get him started.
This is a good opportunity here for Zigzag in what I believe is the United States. Big country. If he can just get that better region guess, 4.5 times multiplier. Can he do it? Can he force the NPZ, or is he going to go out?
Shiina, what are you going to do here? This is your chance to take it and secure your spot in the World Championship. You could do it right here, Shiina. You just need a couple of points, and this would be an opportunity to do it. 30 seconds to go. Zigzag opens the map. He's considering over near Pennsylvania. By the looks of it, he hasn't actually placed a pin down, but that's where he's zoomed in on. Shiina yet to open the map, so we don't know what he's thinking. But Zigzag looks poised to lock it in. He does. He's in Pennsylvania. Pressure's now on for Shiina to follow suit. He's in New York, nearby. CG, who's it gonna be?
This is it. 5 seconds.
Oh, Shiina moves it down.
Zigzag!
Zigzag is closer. 4.5 times multi. That's going to be massive. That's going to put Shiina on 59 health.
Way.
What?
No way.
What in the world? Zigzag now has the lead, but even with the 5 times multi, this could be anybody's game.
And I think it's the US again. Another massive country round. Unbelievable right now.
This is absurd, CG. Shiina 59 points, Zigzag 909. Anyone's game here. Anyone's game. You got the US flag there. That's going to be clearly indicator US, but once again, massive country, massive points. And Zigzag thinks he has a town idea here in Idaho. I really like Idaho, CG. What are you thinking?
Yeah, I can see Idaho for sure. Utah, somewhere in that sort of northern Rockies. Yeah, Shiina's going Idaho, Montana border. This is it. No, I think no matter what, this is the end. This is the end.
This is it.
Will we have NMPZ, or is Shiina going to take 3rd place?
This is it.
It's Shiina!
Shiina's on it. You're kidding. 5 times multi. He takes it. Shiina is going to the World Championship.
Unbelievable. 3-1 victory. I mean, you couldn't have asked for a crazy result there. Shiina winning with 59 points. What?
Wow. Yeah, you said it so great right there. You could not have asked for a better way for that to go. 59 points, and he takes the win. What a bronze medal match.
Unbelievable.
I'm shook.
I am too. What have we just seen?
Cinema.
Absolute cinema.
Absolute cinema. I mean,
I was on the edge of my seat at the end of that game.
Quite literally, yeah.
Quite
we were like
literally
blown away.
Like we were so locked in.
Insane.
Oh, that was so fun to see. And that secures Shiina's spot in the World Championship pretty much. We'll see how the points kind of end up going after Americas and the EMEA major, of course, but that pretty much secures Shiina is locked in.
Yeah, he's in a really good spot now, picking up some points there. He's at, what, 85 now, I believe, with that. So, yeah, looking good.
He did it. So impressive. Such an amazing match. I hope you guys enjoyed it at home. Let's hear what the desk thought of that game.
Shiina shines and secures third place. What a performance by him. I mean, he dropped that first no move, but throughout that entire series against Zigzag, Shiina looking so strong, Ziggy.
Yeah, I mean, he continued to trend another 3-1 game, as I said earlier. I mean, it got so close at the end. I feel like the second moving game, I think even Zigzag could have won. And now in the last game, I mean, if Zigzag just gets like a slightly centimeter closer on the screen on that Pennsylvania round, he just wins the game on the spot. And Shiina, with that last round, I mean, I don't know how he pulled that one off.
Yeah, Geltris, initial reactions to that victory. Yeah, Shiina shining, as I said.
I mean, it felt like that on a couple rounds where you had someone being a bit closer, just barely getting there. And I mean, now on the very last round, it really showed like how impressive this game was. It felt like a finals game already to me.
Yeah, that final round was absolute fireworks. Yeah, if Zigzag had done just a little more earlier in the match, he arguably could have survived there. It just goes to show the skill level of these players and how fine the margins are, right, Ziggy?
I mean, yeah, you just said the same thing. I mean, it's just so close at the top, especially between those players. We said before the event started that this major in general is very like compact in skill level. I think there's no clear favorite. I mean, we see Eamonn against Leero in the finals who, were ranked below Shiina and Zigzag, but now they are in the final. But we do have a winner of this game, which is Shiina, and that means pretty much he's going to Copenhagen.
Yeah, so Shiina's booked himself a spot in our World Championship happening later this year. We'll be checking in with Shiina very shortly. For now, though, you can see our matchups and how the day has played out on screen. Yeah, our final matchup will be that grand final, Eamonn versus Leero. And yeah, we've just had Shiina take that third place. Congratulations to him. Geltris, would you say that this result was the one you expected? We sort of spoke about Shiina getting a handle of his nerves. On the flip side, Zigzag sort of showing some nerves that he wouldn't usually. Yeah, did that matchup play out how you thought expected it to?
I mean, in terms of the result, maybe yes, because as I already said, we have 2 moving games in the beginning in the first 3 games. And knowing that Shiina is a very strong or stronger moving player than Zigzag, I did expect something like this, that he will have the lead on those terms. However, I gotta shout out Zigzag. He played very well, even though it was the moving games, his weaker mode. I feel like he did stand a good chance against Shiina there.
Yeah, just waiting for Shiina to get on the line. We'll, of course, get into that as soon as we can. Any other thoughts that you'd like to share now, Ziggy, about Shiina's performance or perhaps the form of Zigzag? Not the result that he wanted here. Nonetheless, still in a decent spot in the World League. What are the takeaways with regards to Zigzag?
As to Zigzag, I mean, I feel like he would be a bit disappointed, especially after he played in the World League. I mean, he did finish on the same amount of points as Shiina, and now he got very close to, almost beating him. But I feel like I'm very happy for Shiina, because I feel like it would be such a disappointment going out in your home country like this, especially because he did finish above Zigzag in the World League. Now, at least he will have that ticket to the World Championship. So I'm very happy for him.
All right, enough from us for now. We've got Shiina on the line, everybody, our third place winner. Shiina, congratulations. How are you feeling now that you've won third place?
Yeah, thank you. And yeah, I'm very happy. Like, I never won a tournament, so yeah, finally I won the BO5, so I'm very happy now.
Shiina, at previous lands, we've seen you struggle with your nerves. It seemed that across this tournament, you have a better handle of your nerves. Is that the case? Are you proud of your performance?
Yeah, actually I get less nervous than last tournament, so yeah, but I still like play a little bit bad, but yeah, I played well today, I think.
I think you definitely did play well. Ziggy, any questions from yourself?
Yeah, I would like to ask something about the moving games. Did you feel any pressure by Zigzag, doing his classical playstyles, sending very quickly, but there was always a lot of information available, I feel like, on the map. Did you feel pressured, or were you like, no, this is just easy, I have 15 seconds more than Zigzag, so I'm just gonna make a better guess?
Yeah, I actually felt like very big pressure, but yeah, I thought like if I could play normally, I should be fine. But I made a couple of mistakes, so it got really close. But yeah, I got a bit lucky, I guess.
Gelitris, one question from yourself?
Yeah, I mean, luck is part of it. You had a lot of US rounds. In the US, of course, it's always hard to get a good guess down, especially in a rural environment, and we had those. We had this very snowy, mountainous location in Minnesota. Then we had the location in Pennsylvania, where you went New York, not that far off. I know you are someone who learns big countries. You like to learn big countries. Is US one of them, and were you surprised by the locations?
Yeah, I like US, but yeah, I don't know, today's US location was like really hard to me, but I got a very good region guess on the last round, like winning round, so yeah, I feel happy about that.
Yes, the last round was definitely clutch, was very important. Congrats on winning and going to the grand final.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shiina. Yeah, big congratulations to Shiina on winning that third place, and great to hear from the man himself. Yeah, the big story for Shiina has been about nerves. I know we've covered it a lot, but I 100% see a positive trajectory in how he is handling them, Ziggy.
Yeah, also I feel like just the way he speaks on camera as well.
Yeah, you would never have expected that at these Prior Lands. This is a completely different Shiina.
Yeah,
anyone that didn't see him at the Prior Lands.
Yeah, also just the English proficiency also improved. So I feel like that also helps, that you don't have to be nervous about how you speak. That also helps. But this time he could just speak Japanese when he was asked how he's feeling. So I think that also, maybe helped improving the nerves.
Absolutely. Gentlemen, as always, thank you for your thoughts. Everybody all right? So Shiina has won our third place decider. We only have one more match to go today, but it's the most important one. It's our grand final, Eamonn versus Leero. That will be ready very soon. For now, though, another shout out to one of our partners. So together with our friends at Oddbox and FL Studio, we are hosting a community remix. That's right, a community remix competition. Everyone can participate, and to read more, head on over to www.audiobox.com/GeoGuessr. The competition will be running a month, and the winner will have their remix released on Universal, and also will win tickets to our Copenhagen World Championship final later this year. Go ahead and get involved. All right, do not go anywhere, everybody. That grand final coming up very shortly.
Let's play a game. I'll hide, you seek.
Unconfirmed sightings of the GX Man have been reported all over the world.
My VPN means I can be in multiple places at once. I can mod my look at the click of a button. I'll block any ads attempting to promote the manhunt. Your time starts now. Play the GX Manhunt at GeoGuessr. Find me and get a reward.
The return of Area 51, Alienware's highest performance desktop yet, equipped with powerful Intel Core Ultra processors. Innovative architecture designed for ultimate gaming. Engineered to evolve alongside your game. Encounter the legendary Area 51 at Alienware.com.
Every step of the way.
Carvalho? Dive in with me to see how the Shiba Hope Grows program is bringing our coral reefs back to life. Giving ownership to these communities, it's a sense of pride to know that we are giving back to our own oceans. Stream Reef Builders now on Prime Video.
Welcome back, everybody, to the GeoGuessr World Championship 2025 APAC Majors. Coming to you live from Tokyo, Japan. We started with 6 players, and now just 2 remain. We saw Shiina in that third place decider take home the bronze, and now it's time to decide who is the top dog, Eamonn or Leero. That's right, it's grand finals time. And what a grand final it is going to be. Cannot wait to see how it plays out. My name is Parla, I'm still your desk host. I'm still joined on the desk by 2 of the brightest minds in GeoGuessr, Ziggy and Gelotris. Guys, what a pleasure it's been to see how the action has transpired over the course of today, but I think we are now going to reach a perfect crescendo with this grand final.
Yeah, and what a tournament it has been. I mean, who would have predicted Eamonn and Leero in the finals? I feel like predicting one, that's fine, but not predicting Shiina and Zigzag to make it, that would have been a crazy call, I feel like, beforehand. So seeing this matchup unfold, you have the Aussies, you have the Kiwis, so who's going to take that win in the APAC?
Legendary battle ahead of us, Gelotris.
I fully agree. I mean, it wasn't an easy way for Eamonn and Leero starting off in the quarterfinals and not having the semifinals advantage here. Yet they are here in the grand finals, Eamonn versus Leero. We had some very great matches, but I see one more here.
Yeah, you can see exactly how we ended up here on screen now. So Eamonn best out Feneb 3-1 in that quarterfinal, then best out Shiina 3-1 in the semis. Leero started off against Spaghetti 3-1 and then moved on to taking out Zigzag 3-1 in that semi-final. And that landed them here in the grand final. Eamonn versus Leero. 2 players absolutely ready to go.
Yeah, ready to go. I mean, the trajectory is it's going to be a 3-1, but the question is who takes it this time, because both of them won 3-1 twice already. Leero himself said that if he plays like he played against Zigzag and moving, there will be a lot of trouble, and I would agree with that. He needs to step up his game in that mode. But other than that, I feel like he's ready.
Guys, before we break things down further, why don't we hear from both of our players, Eamonn and Leero?
I don't even know how to describe it. It's to be 2 world-class players today has just been unbelievable, to be honest. Well, it'll just be the icing on the cake, basically. I've already qualified for the finals in Copenhagen, so anything more will just be an added bonus. I'll be very happy to win an event.
My advantage against Eamonn may be very slightly like NM and NMPZ, but I wouldn't really consider it a real advantage because he's really good at those modes anyway.
Leero made some very, very good reaching misses, no move, and NMPZ, even on the moving modes. I do think he made quite a few risky instances on the moving rounds. Maybe I can capitalize on that. I think that overall in the best of 5 format, I think we're quite even. I played a few best of 5 duels with him prior to the event, and it was basically even. I think it could go either way.
Yeah, I hope it goes to game 5, and it'll be a fun match if it does.
Leero wants game 5, and I think we all do as well. Are we going to see it, though? Are we going to see an NMPZ?
I mean, I think we all hope for it. I mean, my prediction is we either see a 3-1 victory by Eamonn, or we do see a 3-2 victory by Leero. The question is, can Leero, take the 2 no-move games, or even win a moving game? I don't know, but it's going to be an interesting first 4 matches.
Gelitris, what are your thoughts? How likely are we to see an NMPZ here?
I mean, looking back at today, we didn't have a single one, so surely we will have it here. Surely. I mean, to those two players, I feel like both ended up here saying they got lucky. I don't think so. I think both played very, very well today. And yeah, let's see who's the better one.
Eamonn mentioned that winning the APAC Majors would just simply be the icing on the cake. He referring to the fact that he's already guaranteed a spot in Copenhagen. Potentially a good way to view this matchup, take some pressure off the shoulders, Ziggy.
I mean, yeah, there's not real pressure there. Both qualified already, but now we're playing for a lot of money still. Let's not forget about that. The first place gets significantly more than the second place, and also the bragging rights, the Australia versus New Zealand rivalry. So there's still a lot to play for. So yeah, looking forward.
Still everything to play for, really. Those bragging rights can never be underestimated. You know, everybody here is a competitive player, and they want to say they are the best of the best. Chance to do that now, of course, in this grand final. Leero points out that he doesn't see a real advantage that he has over Eamonn. Gelitris, do you agree with his take?
I think he's referring to the fact that Eamonn is probably a better moving player here, and again, we have the two moving games that he has come through. If he managed to pull those off, if he managed to get at least one win out of those two moving games, I feel like he has a good chance, yes.
Something else that I wanted to touch upon was Eamonn pointing out that he's seen the risks that Leero has been taking, and he hopes or wonders if he can capitalize on them. Ziggy, do you think that's going to be an important win condition for Eamonn?
Well, yes, I think, but it will be interesting to see whether Leero will go for those risky strats in the first moving game. I feel like he will do the same as he did with Zigzag, where he will try to, compete in the first moving game. And if that doesn't go his way and he takes the second game in no move, I think he will maybe try to switch up his strategy and insta-guess. But as you said, it's very, very risky, especially I feel like on this map there was a lot of information available very close to the spawn. So it's going to be very risky in times.
Gelitris, same question or point to you. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, it's also a skill. It's one of the skill set moving players do have, is to judge if you have information nearby or not, where to move, and if you have it at all. So that skill set missing could lead him to make false decisions on whether he has to insta-send or not, because usually you have to look around and judge whether it's a round where you can take that risk or not.
So Eamonn said he sees two world-class players on the server, himself and Leero. And we know Leero said he doesn't see a real advantage in himself, which kind of implies he sees it as a close matchup. How do you guys see it? Either player got an edge here, Ziggy?
I think Eamonn got the edge just because of how the format is structured. I feel like the two moving games will suit him a bit more, especially because I feel like the difference in no move isn't that big. Leero might be better, but not by a large margin. So I feel like he should be favored, but if it goes to NMPZ, it's going to be quite tough for him.
Gelitris, what do you think?
I fully agree. However, on moving games, it depends on the round. I feel like even if it's a moving game, you can sometimes still vibe guess it out. And I think Leero can do that to turn the tables. But on paper, I would say Eamonn has the better chance to win here.
We have about a minute before we head on over to the stage. So guys, let me push you for some final thoughts. Ziggy, starting with you, and of course, an official prediction, please.
Yeah, I mean, I already made my point. I think the format does favor Eamonn, so I will go for the insane prediction of a 3-1. I mean, who would have predicted a 3-1 today? I'm going to go 3-1 Eamonn.
3-1 Eamonn. Gelitris, what do you think?
This time I have to be boring. I have to go with the same prediction. I can't go against it. I also think it's a 3-1 for Eamonn here.
Okay, well, with that said, final question. If Leero is to come out on top, what does he have to do? Very quickly.
Win a moving game.
Win a moving?
Win both moving games.
All right, everybody at home, we've got our analyst desk siding with Eamonn. Leero with it all to play for. Now it's time to get this one underway. It's the grand final of our majors here. Please, let's head on over to the stage.
皆さん、この時間がやってまいりました。いよいよ決勝戦ですね。
はい、皆さん準備はいいでしょうか。ありがとうございます。今ステージ袖で選手の皆さんがスタンバイしてくれていますが、ものすごくリラックスして、あるいは緊張して、すごく素敵な表情を浮かべてくれています。それでは2人の選手を呼び込んでいきましょう。 大きな拍手でお迎えください。選手の登場です。
It's finally grand final time. Please give them a big, big round of applause from New Zealand, Eamonn!
Eamonn 選手、決勝戦の舞台へようこそ。
Welcome to the grand finals, Eamonn.
It's awesome to be here. Thank you so much for the support, guys.
とても嬉しいです。皆様応援ありがとうございます。
さあ、決勝戦の舞台に立ちました。今のお気持ちはいかがでしょう。
So now you are at the grand finals. Finally, how are you feeling right now?
Excited because I've already done my goal of qualifying for the grand final. So yeah, if I win this, that would just be an added bonus.
はい、もう今回ですね、この決勝戦まで勝ち上がってくることができてワクワクしております。
この決勝戦に勝てばいよいよ世界大会出場です。どんな決勝戦にしてくれますか？
So if you win this match, this grand final, you'll be qualified for the World Championship. So how would you want to play this match?
Probably just going to take my time in all the game modes. Leero is definitely a faster player than me, and I assume he's going to stand quite fast in the moving games. So I'll try my best to find info, and if not, I need to try look around and make a region guess before.
はい、リードはですね、結構本当にすぐ即決とか本当に時間をうまく使ってプレッシャーをかけてくるとは思うんですけれども、私は逆に時間を使ってなるべく情報を集めて慎重にプレーしたいと思っております。
素晴らしい戦い楽しみにしています。どうぞおかけください。
So now please take your seat and get ready for the grand final. Thank you.
では続いて対戦相手にも登場していただきましょう。
So now it's time for his opponent from Australia, Leero.
You are now in the presence of a...
Leero 選手、決勝戦の舞台へようこそ。
Leero, welcome to the grand final.
Be here. Thank you. It's good to be here.
さあ、いよいよ決勝の舞台です。今のお気持ちを聞かせてください。
It's now finally the grand final time. How are you feeling right now?
I'm just happy to be here, so I'll do my best, but whatever happens, I'll be happy with.
はい、ここに来れてとても嬉しいです。何があっても全力で最後まで戦い抜きたいと思います。
この戦いに勝てば世界大会に進出することが決まります。どんな決勝戦にしましょうか？
So if you win this match, this grand final, you'll be qualified for World Championship. How would you want to play this match?
I think I'll see how it goes. I'll speed up if I need to, try some intercending, try some slower guesses, but it'll be a mix of everything, and I'll just try not to make too many mistakes, and hopefully that'll work.
本当にどうなるかはどんなような場所が出てくるかによるのでちょっと何とも言えないんですけれども、なるべくミスはしないように頑張って全力でプレーしたいと思います。
最高の決勝戦になることを期待しています。どうぞおかけください。
Thank you very much. Now please take your seat, and if you like, please do the handshake or the fist bump to your opponent. Thank you. Good luck.
Guys, it is finally time.
We're here.
Guys, finally time for the grand finals. I hope everybody is locked in. We had an amazing bronze match, but now it's time to crown the winner of the APAC Major and see who is going to add their name to our commemorative plate already on it. Hard to probably see on the camera here, but we do have Karania engraved on this plate. Will Eamonn or will Leero join him on the Asia and the Pacific plate. Beautiful, amazing. I love that we have this thing that we do every single year. I can't wait down the line when we have so many names. And now we're going to crown the second APAC champion right here. Chance at $7,000 for the winner and securing World Championship qualification.
Yeah,
CG, talk to me.
There's so much here at stake, not just in terms of winning the APAC Championship, but getting their name on this plate, going to the World Championship finals, just having that to their name. This tournament, they've won. So these players are going to be giving it their all. I believe with the points they're about to earn from this first and second place, they're going to be in a great spot to just go all the way to the championship. So no matter what happens, these players have just demonstrated their worth today. They're going to be formidable opponents at the World Championship. And now we get to see them face off. Will we finally get NMPZ today is my real question.
That is the question.
It's the last chance.
In this little break, I went up to both of the players and I said, hey, you're going to give us NMPZ, right? We all want it. Everybody at home wants it. Everybody in the audience wants it. And they said, yeah, we got you. We'll give you the NMPZ. Will that actually happen? I don't know. Obviously, they're going to give it their all and try and win in whatever fashion they can. Let's see who can do it.
Let's see. This is it. Everything these Asia-Pacific players have been training for leads to this very match. Eamonn versus Leero. And it's game one.
It's time. The game is ready. Powered by Opera GX. It is the APAC Major Finals. We start off on move. Eamonn versus Leero. Let's do it, CG. Everybody hype at home. This is our round one. Let's do it. Ooh. Is this ever the Panama car without the blur?
It just might be. Let's see what these players move around and find.
Wait a second.
Yeah, it's got to be.
Got to be.
Leero, insta-sending.
Leero locked in, quick and fast. Eamonn gonna try and find something if he can, but he doesn't seem like he will. Both just gonna be in Panama City. Timer's gonna run out here. They're both going to be on top of each other. Wow. But it is just way far west there. 4 points to start us off.
But yeah, it does seem like Leero is employing this instant guessing strategy against Eamonn, one of our strong moving players in the tournament.
Yep.
And more beautiful snow coverage today.
Yeah, a lot of snow coverage today. A lot of the maps in these events have tended to have quite a bit of snow coverage, which gives us some very beautiful and interesting locations. Very fun to see in a competitive scene like this.
See, Leero moved really fast into this town now, and Eamonn joins him.
What can they find? I mean, no signs. Oh, finally we have a sign. The first time, just a little small one there. Okay, here's actually some decent information. You possibly are going to get a city on this. I'm not sure. It doesn't look like it for Leero. Leero opting not to make that insta-guess on the round two. Only 20 seconds left to go. So pressure's on for both of them. Last second, Eamonn has found quite a few town names. Can he actually find them? That's the question. Leero zooming in. They're in a similar area. Western Austria. Now, who's actually going to be closer? Eamonn unable to find any of those towns on the sign, yep. But he is going to be just slightly closer. A little back and forth for our round 1 and 2.
Yeah, not too much to write home about in terms of points yet. Round 3 in Brazil here.
Yeah,
bigger country.
Pulls right off the bat. 2 times multi could be big damage. We will see. Now, which direction are they going to opt to move? You see, Eamonn starts to move pretty quick, and Leero, from no move, insta-guesses.
He's in Paraíba State, so yeah, I like this northeast vibe. Eamonn's going to join him there, a little farther south. But it makes sense with the landscape, these kinds of hills and the foliage we've got, and right between them, yeah.
It's just over by Recife. Leero, 700 points of damage taken from Eamonn's health bar there. As we move on to round 4. This is our round 4 here, looking like a Colombia, if I had to say so myself. Let's start them off, get them going here, see what they can find.
Let's see. Seems like a fairly main road, so there's potential to get some info. Yeah, there's one of those kilometer markers in Colombia that Leero's seen there.
A little sign there for Eamonn. Is that giving him a town name?
Oh.
Wait, hard to tell on our monitors, but I think it might. Eamonn's locked in super far north, and Leero is so far south. This is going to be massive.
Opposite sides of Colombia, which is an underratedly huge country.
Yeah.
Let's see who's going to take the points here.
Wow, it's actually just in between them.
Wow.
And both players looked a little shocked, especially Eamonn on that one. He takes 1,000 points of damage on that.
Yeah, even so, just with that distance between them. Some nice points for Leero as we head into, it looks like, Ukraine for round 5 with that red car, long antenna.
For round 5, let's start them off.
Let's get into it.
Yep, round 5 here. Go once again, Leero not gonna move. Wow, and he goes pretty far south here. Very far south. Is Eamonn gonna find some information on the sign? Doesn't look like he will. He's just gonna play it, no move from there.
Yeah, that was a risky choice from Leero, sending that fast, not looking at the signs that were clearly right there.
Wow, and it's very far west. Eamonn is going to be technically closer there. 1,500 points of damage with the multi, and the game is just about even now as we go into round 6.
Barely 100 points separating the two right now, halfway through.
Wow, and we're back in Japan.
We're back in Japan.
We're back in Japan. Right off the bat, there will be some pull plates here. You see both players taking a look at them. Got a guy wire as well. Now, are they helpful? That's the real question. Don't look like they're giving anything away. We've got a horizontal and a vertical there right next to each other. The pull plates, but then those are both vertical. Interesting.
Yeah, there is a bit of, you know, maybe it is just like sort of central like that.
Yep, I like it.
It might just be. 10 seconds left for Eamonn to respond now. He's still checking the pull plates.
5
Doesn't
seconds
seem
to go.
too confident. Yeah, he's going Fukushima.
Wow.
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 He just misses the prefecture there.
But he's so close.
Great guess, yeah.
850 damage there. Really nice stuff from Eamonn. Very nice back and forth game. We've got to start off this finals. We'll take a quick peek around at our round 7 and then get them straight in without any hesitation. Looking like Argentina here for the round 7. Again, we have an Argentina where we're right next to one of those sort of central little parks that they tend to have.
Yeah, very common to see in Argentina. And yeah, when you're so central, you're bound to find some good information. So now it's a race. Who's going to find the town name, maybe the province, anything that they can get to as quickly as they possibly can.
Yeah, a lot of these loose little signs here, but seem a little hard to read, to be honest.
Yeah, that one looked pretty good. Amoka maybe is that little word art sculpture there. Yeah, maybe.
Maybe that's the town name. Wow, Leero locked right near Cordoba.
10 seconds, Eamonn once again. Leero has been guessing faster, and Eamonn is left to respond. What will he do? He still hasn't opened his map.
Okay, yeah, he's right there as well. They're just next to each other in the end. And it actually just slightly goes to Eamonn. 4 times damage makes it a decent hit, 380, but could have been way worse. Round 8 now, 4.5 times multi-CG. This is serious. We're approaching that round limit here, and both players are in the green on the health. This is what we're looking at here, a Czechia and Slovakia bollard right there. So we should be in one of those two countries. I'd have to venture my guess would be Czechia.
I would agree with that. Yep. Now, Czechia is really good with signs. Like, once again, they just have to move and hope they find it. They're going opposite directions now, though.
Ooh. Eamonn did a pretty classic trick for very good moving players where while they're moving, you see Leero doing it as well, they actually kind of start to zoom in while moving. So that they're ready to already be there. It saves just a couple seconds, but those couple seconds can mean everything in this level of professional GeoGuessr. Now, Eamonn has some town signs here. Can he find them?
Yeah, he does have the road number as well, 446, and Czechia does organize the roads by the hundreds, so...
Leero's coming across, same sign.
They have the same information, but Eamonn has the advantage. He's been scanning for a while now, and he's lining it up. He has the road. He's looking towards those towns. Sternberg, 13 to the northwest, so he's just about on there. Will Leero find this?
That's the question. Leero ends up being closer, even though Eamonn had the information for much longer. Leero closer, but both very close by. In the end, only a couple points. Not too terrible. We go on to round 9. Only 2 possible rounds left. And again, both players are still in the green here. This is going to be big. This is our round 9. Let's get started here and see what sort of information they could glean right off spawn. Will they move? Looking like UK here. Sign there for Leero, possibly. We're looking at Lawrence Park.
Shropshire Homes, it says on that sign for Eamonn, which is near Wales in England.
Doesn't seem like either of them know it. I think they would have guessed.
I would have assumed they would. Maybe they don't trust it, knowing it's a real estate sign, but...
Good point.
I mean, yeah, Shrewsbury is... That's right over in that area, so... Do they know? Eamonn's found it.
Wow. I don't think Leero knows. He's in the right area, sort of, but he's looking a little too far south.
Yeah, he's actually moved into Wales.
Into Wales now, and with 5 times multi, I mean, they're close, but it's gonna be damage here.
Yeah, this is big for Eamonn, yeah.
Wow. That's gonna be huge for Eamonn. 1,600 points of damage, puts Leero at 1,500 health. And we move on to our final round, round 10.
And we've seen situations like this so many times today. Many of these matches or games have gone to round 10 with one player down about 1,500. Eamonn with about 4,000, so he has the advantage here. Player with the least amount of health will lose the game. Let's see what happens.
This is it. It comes down to Chile. Leero's going to guess quick. It seems like that's going to be his play here. He does it. He locks it in. The pressure's now on for Eamonn. Eamonn, can he find any information in this 10 seconds? He resets back to spawn. He's going to play at no move, just like Leero. He's not too far off from where Leero is. Who's going to be closer here? It is going to be Eamonn, and he's going to secure the moving game.
Eamonn, in pretty convincing fashion with 4,000 points left, takes the first moving game. Perhaps what we expected to see. We know that Eamonn is so strong at moving. Leero, not a huge fan, so maybe the way this was expected to go, but this is exactly what Eamonn needs. These moving games, they are his path forward in this match.
That's
great start.
Great start for Eamonn, as you said. But yes, Eamonn definitely the one expected to be winning the moving games, especially against players like Leero, who specialize in NMPZ. So definitely the way it should go. Now is the question, can Leero win in the mode he is a little more favored in the no move? And then maybe we go back to Eamonn, then Eamonn wins the moving, then we go back to no move, and then you get Leero in his preferred mode, and then maybe he takes the whole thing. We'll see if the scriptwriter's cooked or not.
We shall see, Bloom. Let's get into game number 2, and it is no moving.
No moving. 1 360 panorama from the spawn location is all you get. Cannot move up and down the road anymore. And this is that 360 panorama that they will have. Round 1. Let's go.
Let's do this. Starting off both games of this match with pickup truck coverage.
Yeah.
This time we're way out in Kenya.
It's very green, which is very common in that western pocket. That sort of southwestern pocket of Kenya can be very green like this, so.
Yeah, very lush, a lot of agriculture as we see here. And it's a matter of really just refining the region guess. Can you narrow it down to a specific region? It actually looks like Leero was thinking about north of Nairobi first.
Interesting. That area can be sort of green as well.
Yeah, Eamonn is convincing, he's committing to the west. So decent difference between them.
And Eamonn actually the one to lock in first here, when Leero's kind of usually the one guessing fast.
Let's see who's going to be right on this region guess.
Wow.
Okay.
It's going to be actually over in the green area near the Mount Kenya National Park. That's 448 points. Round 1. A good start for Leero. And we move on to round number 2. 1.5 times multi now. That 0.5 increase each round, of course. And this is what we're getting.
on the round 2.
Once again, Leero spinning around the avatars. Love to see that.
Yeah,
It's classic little thing there.
Classic.
And what are we working with here?
Interesting. Is this ever just... yeah, Romania.
Yeah, I was thinking that, yeah. Leero's locked into Romania. He just clicked right in the middle.
Yeah, because Romania can have these small dashes on the outside.
Yeah.
At times. They're rare, but they do exist in Romania.
This landscape, yeah, that Romania fits the bill, so it is, yeah.
It is just going to be Romania. Pretty similar guesses there. Only going to give 50 points of damage down to Eamonn's health. Leero going to hold his full health, holding the flawless. We're going to go into round 3. That's what we're working with here. Looking like a Brazil. Seems like we're back. Big country, big points are on offer here, CG.
Yep, this is the place to pick up some points. Start getting some momentum early in the game, round 3.
2 times multi is enough to make Brazil a little scary here.
Yeah, if you make a big blunder in a country as big as Brazil, 2 times multi could just knock you out. So you got to be really careful. You got to be in the zone. And these 2 players, you can see them scouring every piece of the landscape right now, taking in the foliage, the hills, anything they can.
Eamonn opening up his map, thinking relatively far south, but has not placed an actual pin in. Leero opens the map as well, thinking Sao Paulo. Similar area to where Eamonn had zoomed in. Yeah, they're both going to be in that Sao Paulo state. Will they keep it there? Will they commit it? Only 15 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, I like their general thought process here. And yeah, time's going to tick down. Looks like they're going to make full use of it here.
Yeah, both players pretty close by. Leero locks it in, and the timer runs out. And Eamonn is a little bit closer. He's going to finally chip away a bit of damage there. 858, and even when they were both very close by each other. Round 4. Here we are on our round 4. We're got a lot of... the coverage is very blocked here by this truck.
Half the view we can't really see. But maybe the truck helps, actually. We'll see if they trust anything on there.
Yeah,
Interesting. It is going to be Romania. Yeah, Eamonn has the Romania license plate.
Yeah, Romania license plate right there. But how are you going to region guess this when all you're really getting access to see is these apartment buildings and then a truck?
Yeah, I mean, this is a testament to just how random Google coverage is. Sometimes you're just next to a truck and you can't see. So you have to be ready as a pro player to contend with any kind of situation like this.
And you can see both players are kind of trying to look out in the distance. Leero's getting that little glimpse of a mountain here because a lot of times in GeoGuessr, that's what you need to make your region guesses. You need to be able to see the landscape. You need to be able to get a vibe for the area you're actually in, even within the country. Leero does end up making that guess. The pressure's on for Eamonn to follow suit. He opens up the map and he's in Albania? Oh, and it's Romania. I mean, it is Romania. We had the Romanian...
Eamonn was looking at the plate.
He was looking at the plate.
And he's still in Albania?
I wonder if he thought it was a car traveling. Because I do really understand the Albania vibe there. I definitely kind of got that vibe, but that Romanian plate, I wonder if he thought it was a traveling car.
Yeah, that is rough for Eamonn. But he's not out of this yet. He's still got over half his health. It's relatively early. So we'll see if he can turn it around. But Leero's starting to look good here in the no move.
Yep. Again, it's as we kind of predicted as we went into this. I think no move just slightly favors Leero. Eamonn is thinking France here on the round 5. 3 times multiplier. Things are serious. Leero could give quite a big hit again here. France is big enough to do it, but their guesses are pretty close by, kind of in a central, slightly north area.
Yeah, I think this one should end up being France. Yeah, it's a matter of who's going to get that better region guess. A bit of a tricky one for sure. Rural France can look so similar in so many places.
Part of me wonders if this could be anything else.
Yeah, and maybe they're both just in the wrong country. You never know.
France is a good shout, though. Like, I definitely don't dislike it, but there's this little feeling in my bones that's saying, what if it's not France? We will see, though. The timer's going to run out, and they're both going to commit it. Oh, yeah.
Wait.
Netherlands?
That's crazy.
What?
No shot.
What a round.
But Bloom, you called it, man. You said
I called it.
there's something wrong.
There was something wrong there.
That's wild.
Unreal. We go on to round 6. This is what we're dealing with here. Let's see. Wow, what a difficult one, especially for no moving.
Yeah, some interesting architecture and yeah, what is going on here?
Yeah.
Let's see.
So they have a little bit of a sign there, and both are trying to use it, but it's hard to read. You can't get much off of it. Leero's thinking Colombia, and he's got a plonk down, but hasn't locked it in. Eamonn looking at whatever he can.
Okay, Leero is committing himself to the Colombia guess. Eamonn once again left to respond. He's gonna join him in Colombia. A little farther south though.
Medellin here for Eamonn.
Oh!
But Leero! What? What a guess! Oh, and there's an Aussie chant going on in the crowd too.
The Leero hype is going crazy.
Unbelievable! I hope they could hear that in the cast, the audience rooting for Aussie. Here's what we have here for our round 7. Ooh, another really difficult one. This no move map is definitely hard.
Yeah, there have been some tricky locations, some baity rounds like that Netherlands. So yeah, looks like another tough European location. And you're just really left to the foliage. I mean, you have the generic. Yeah, that's really it. So Leero's in Hungary.
Wow,
Okay.
Leero's thinking Hungary, but Leero is sitting in such a nice spot to win and get the 1-1. We'll see if he can do it. Eamonn is following suit in Hungary as well, so both are there.
That can definitely work. Oh, but Leero's thinking about France.
Is he gonna move it? It's 15 seconds to go. Eamonn really considering whatever he can. You see him really leaned into the monitor here, and he looks very confused.
I kind of see the France. Wait, yeah, Leero's
Leero
moved.
does it. He moves to France.
Oh no, but it is Hungary.
No, but it is Hungary with 4 times multi. Eamonn goes up 2-0.
I don't believe it. Eamonn with only 1,000 points left there. On death's doorstep, takes the win. All it takes is one guess like that.
Yeah, with
and now Eamonn, 2-0.
2-0 for Eamonn with the multis high enough, and Leero was right there, and he just last second considered France, and he ended up moving it.
Sometimes these last second switches, you second guess yourself, you start getting in your head about where could it be instead, and yeah, sometimes it's not the right call to give into those thinkings, so. Yeah.
Many times in this tournament today, actually, there have been these times where a player's initial guess is correct, then they second guess, they move off of it last second, and it does not go in their favor. Now, can Leero re-lock in after that? He is only 1 game away from losing.
Yeah, and we're back to the moving format, which, as we saw, Eamonn really was convincingly dominating there with 4,000 points left in the first game on his win. So can he do it again? Can he do it again and get our first 3-0 of the day? Or will Leero have something to say about that?
Wow, could
Let's see.
be the first 3-0. Let's find out. Let's get the players in. Everybody at home, lock in. We are possibly only 1 singular game away from crowning the APAC Major Champion of 2025. Round 1 starting on South Africa here.
Oh, Eamonn, he's got a town, Danielson.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem like he knows too well where that's going to be, though.
A difficult one. It's probably a pretty small town.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it is
much other information there.
He zoomed in sort of north in South Africa, which I can see with this landscape and architecture as well.
Leero is hanging out with the cows. Quality Steelworks. If anybody needs any Quality Steelworks,
you guys know where to hit him up, yeah.
You know who to call. Let's see. Okay, Leero finally opening up the map.
Yeah, Leero goes north as well there. I like this region guess. Eamonn, yep, he's gonna click there too.
Wow, yeah, both really great guesses.
pretty much just region guesses at that point. 142 damage to start us off. Round number 2.
I think we can see the ocean
Got
and a
the
beach.
ocean there.
Yeah, very nice.
And some bollards here.
Lovely German bollards. Looks like.
Are they? Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
Wow, what a cool location. Start us off here, get into round 2.
And is the water east of us? Wow. That's a pretty distinct angle for Germany. Yes, it's got to be on the north coast somewhere where you have that.
There, yeah.
Eamonn is just rocketing down the road because you know you're going to get some good signs in Germany, but Leero's lining up the coastline right now. So different approaches.
Wow, Eamonn is possibly considering one of these islands here, actually sort of off the more west coast. And now Leero is too.
Yeah, they have these big sand dunes. Yeah, this is a cool place, but it's really critical.
Cool.
Get that region guess.
Let's see if they find anything. Yeah, Eamonn's still moving so fast down the road. Leero now following suit, but it seems like they're moving. They are moving in the same direction, but Leero is farther behind.
Yeah, Eamonn went back to the start after a while, I think.
Yeah.
Now
Leero's going over back to where for no
Eamonn is
the island.
Is he on those islands? He's gonna stay there.
Oh, and
wow,
he does,
Eamonn!
That's such an impressive guess on the on the round 2. What is that?
Eamonn gets the right German island. That is not a sentence you get to say every day.
No, definitely not.
Amazing.
I have never said that on a cast. That someone got the right German island correct, CG? What?
That is a wild one.
That is a wild one. This is our round 3, though. We'll get the players in. Should be Tunisia here.
Have we had any Tunisia today? I don't think so.
This is our first Tunisia of the day.
And a moving one at that.
Yeah.
That's an interesting way to play Tunisia. Looks like Leero has a town sign and
Eamonn has a town sign as well, leaving the town.
different info.
Probably a pretty hard city to find, I would say. It's probably pretty small here, but we have some bigger signs for both players.
Oh yeah, Eamonn's got a great one there. Adios Fax.
Yeah, that's going to be very helpful.
So yeah, he knows where those two cities are.
Leero's got a roundabout and some signs as well here. So yeah, got another sign with some good information there. Gonna try and line it up. They both should be pretty close here. Now, whether or not they can actually find this, that is gonna be the question. Should be kind of hard to do. It should be north of Sfax, because that sign had Sfax to the south.
Let's see, 5 seconds. Who has done a better job lining this up? Eamonn looks pretty good. Yeah, Eamonn!
What the 4998 in Tunisia?
Eamonn is on an absolute roll right now with these rounds. He's getting the region guesses, and then he's almost pinpointing in Tunisia in 60 seconds.
Crazy. We love to see it. And now we have our round 4 in Thailand. Let's start us off. See what the players can find here. We've mentioned this before. There's some usable information in Thailand for sure, but it can be a hard country to region guess.
Yeah, we do.
Off the bat, Leero's just gonna guess right away.
I like this idea because if you see to the south here, you have rubber trees.
Yes.
Which you'll see a lot in the south of Thailand. Eamonn will join him.
Yeah, very common in the south there, those rubber trees. So very good guesses here. Yeah, but Leero, that's going to be some points too. 2.5 times, 880. And Leero actually just slightly takes the lead as we go into round 5. And we're in India. This could be some big points, CG.
It sure could. 3 times damage. India, big country. One that some players struggle with. I believe Eamonn listed this as one of his weaknesses. Did Leero as well, possibly?
Did Leero? I don't remember.
In any case, definitely a
it's
tricky
a hard
country.
one.
Yeah.
That's for sure. And Leero is just locking in fast. Eamonn now forced to make a guess basically off of spawn alone. He's moving a little bit, but he's only got 5 seconds. Got to open the map up, Eamonn.
Ooh, different
He's going
guesses.
to Maharashtra. Oh, this is going to be huge. He moves all the north at the end. Oh, and it's actually just in between
It's
them.
like almost perfectly there between them.
Wow, so it's nothing to write home about in the end, and we just move on to round 6. That could have been massive.
Yeah. A missed opportunity for both of them there, but we move on to round 6.
Yep.
Yep, this is it. We have a little sign there, so that's
Was that
something.
some Italian on there, maybe?
Looks like some Italian. Again, the players can move, so they're gonna try and go find whatever they can. Wow, Leero's just in. Po Valley, near the coast.
Yeah, this flat landscape, agricultural. That's a really big area. You're going to see things like this. So I like that region guess. Eamonn again now has a few seconds to make up his mind. He's going to join him there.
Yeah, looks like it. Both pretty close by. Eamonn will be closer there. Gonna chip away some damage. Even things out just even more. It is a back and forth game here, CG, on the game 3.
Yeah, their health is so close. Leero is doing, I have to say, a lot better job this time in the moving game. You know, he's not lost nearly as much health as before, so he's doing well. He's recovered a bit after the first loss. And again, he knows what's at stake. If he loses right here on the moving, it's done, and Eamonn is the champion, so.
Yeah, it's over.
Yep.
Eamonn getting a 3-0 would be unreal. Can he do it here? Looking like a Mexico. You got the Mexico octagonal pole, which is classic. And he has some info on that sign. He's making a very confident guess. He's locked in.
Wow, Eamonn. Oh, look at this. Hands on his head. He doesn't know if he likes it.
He doesn't know if he likes it. But Leero's calm. Oh no, Eamonn really doesn't like it. But they're both right next to each other in the end, and it's actually okay.
Wow.
Oh, but Eamonn still looks very unhappy.
Yeah, he seemed really stressed about that guess, but in the end, it wasn't so bad, man.
Yeah, was not
All
so bad,
good.
but maybe he's a little disappointed in himself, thought he could do better and get even closer. We move on to round 8. Wow, both players above 4K health on the round 8. Approaching the round limit, you gotta do it in 10. Whoever has the most health at the end of round 10 will win this game.
Yeah, and the way this has been going, I mean, their health is still so high. Eamonn just has to chip a little bit more and get that higher health in round 10, and he'll take it 3-0. So he's in a really good spot right now. Indonesia, though, big country with Maltese.
Yeah, definitely. Who's going to find a Kabupaten first? Leero looking like he's just going to lock in Bonten. He does. I wonder if that was on a sign or if he's just locking it.
Eamonn's got Bonten there.
Yeah, Bonten as well. So, yep, just going to be Bonten. Shouldn't be the game here. But Eamonn is so close to possibly being the APAC champion right now. We're just going to go next here. Both going to be pretty much right on top of it.
Yeah, he'll pick up a few points there. 194. I mean, at this point, look how close the scores are. He needs that.
Close
with
they
2
are.
rounds left. 2 rounds left.
2 rounds. That is it. And this is our round 9. Wow.
Looks like a back alley in the UK.
Yeah, it looks like it. So they're going to try and get out of this alley as quick as possible. And then they're going to try and get some more information here. But it does seem like we're going to be in a pretty big town, so they should be able to find the information of where they're at.
Actually, I might stand corrected. This is not the UK.
It's not.
Never mind, never mind.
I got the vibe, though, the brick.
Yeah,
when we spawned
from the alley
in.
it seemed, but no, this is Belgium, I think.
Gonna be Belgium for sure. But again, they're still the same situation. They're in a city. They're gonna try and find that city. Eamonn's got a sign here for a skate park. Might say the city on it. He seems like he's scanning for it. Leero still moving very fast, trying to find something as helpful. But wait, did he?
I think Eamon's got it.
Just found
it
it.
said Anden, and he found a town that has that in the name. So he's in the right region, most likely.
Oh, wow, but Leero is also so close by. As long as he stays there, we're just going to get round 10, and it's going to be decided all right there. Yeah.
Is Eamonn a little closer? Yeah, barely. I mean, that's
barely
35
points. I mean, this game is so close. And you know what, CG? Round 10?
Oh,
where are we for round 10, CG?
Wow.
We're in India.
So, this is it, guys. Either Eamonn just is that little bit closer, or Leero multi-merchants.
I mean, Leero's up.
He could as well. Yeah, Leero is in the same spot.
It's just whoever is going to be closest on this round, unless they're right on top of each other, it's just whoever closest is going to take this round.
Absolutely
Leero
wild.
Zooming in quickly here. He's got possibly a region guess that he's thinking, but nope, both players are actually going to take the time to look around and see what they can find, because this is everything. Either Eamonn is the champion of the APAC region and secures a spot in the World Championship, or Leero takes us back to his preferred mode, no move,
and then possibly for a chance at NMPZ. It's decided right here on India.
It might all come down to this. The APAC champion could be crowned on an Asia round.
Yeah.
Is it about to happen? We have 15 seconds left.
And neither player has really found anything too important. Finally, Eamonn opens up the map. And
Who is going to be closer?
Oh my, this is all decided right now. Timer runs out. And Eamonn is actually closer in the end. And he's going to 3-0
Wow.
and become the APAC champion.
Eamonn has done it. He gets the first 3-0 of the day after coming so close in the quarterfinals, the semifinals. He gets the 3-0, and he is the APAC Major champion of 2025.
Eamonn takes the prize, takes the win, and takes the ticket to the World Championship. He is your APAC champion.
Winning the championship.
まずは優勝しました今のお気持ちから聞かせてください。
First of all, congratulations on your championship. And how are you feeling right now?
Oh my god, I would have never expected to win, and I just feel over the moon right now. Thank you so much, everyone, for supporting me and showing up. It's been a pleasure meeting you guys, and yeah, thank you.
本当に信じられない気持ちでいっぱいです。今もう何が起きているのかちょっと理解するので精一杯なぐらいなんですけれども、本当に皆様応援ありがとうございます。そして中国からも応援してくれた皆様にもお礼を伝えたいと思います。ありがとうございます。
はじめ準々決勝に登場した時には緊張感たっぷりでしたが、最後決勝戦3勝、素晴らしい戦いを見せてくれました。今日の試合を振り返っていかがでしょうか。
So from the first very intense round when you were feeling a little bit nervous, and to this grand final, you made it all the way through with an incredible performance. You even had 3-0 for this grand final. So how was APAC Majors overall?
It's been so great traveling to Japan. I've always wanted to come here, and this is my first time here. You guys are also nice, so thank you so much. It's been a pleasure. As for the event itself, I'm just glad I was able to lock in, I guess, and play well, not make too many blunders, except for that Romania round where I don't want to talk about that one.
はい、もう本当にですね、日本での大会とても楽しみにしておりまして、本当にここでの大会に参加できたこともとても嬉しいですし、皆様も本当に親切にしてくださって本当に大会自体楽しかったです。そしてミスもね、あまりなかったように今回グランドファイナル決勝戦で行えたと思いますので、本当に嬉しいです。ありがとうございます。
毎日続けてきたこのジオゲッサー APAC でチャンピオンに輝きました。その楽しさはどんなところに感じていらっしゃいますか？
Now you're the champion of APAC region, and what part of GeoGuessr do you enjoy the most?
It's got to just be playing with all my friends in VC and just playing parties together. Shout out to Harrier, shout out to Young Eddie, as I've mentioned before. Shout out to NZ Cord, Brainy, Toby, you know who you are, doing a watch party at home. Topotic, shout out to my La Ligue team, the Crybabies. Hopefully we get promoted this season. And yeah, just so many awesome people, just yeah, for making my life so much better. Thank you so much.
はい、もう本当にやっぱり友達と一緒にプレーをして楽しむということが一番だと思います。本当に一緒に練習をしてくれた戦友、そして友達の皆様に本当に感謝の気持ちを伝えたいです。そしてリーグチームの皆様にも本当に感謝の気持ちを伝えたいと思います。本当にありがとうございました。
それでは最後にこの APAC を代表して世界大会に進みます。どんな世界大会にしてくれますか？
So with this victory, you've secured a spot for World Championship. So could you share your thoughts or determination going forward?
It's going to be definitely the hardest tournament I've ever played part in. 16 of the best players in the world, and yeah, I don't have much expectations. If I get knocked out first round, then it's going to be still a great trip to Denmark and meeting everyone once again. And yeah, I'll try my best. I'll grind as hard as I can, but yeah, just excited to be there.
はい、こちらの、ワールドチャンピオンシップ、本当に世界からね、 素晴らしいプレイヤーが集まるので難しくなることは間違いないです。ただデンマークに行けることもとても楽しみですし、全力で楽しみながら全てを出し切りたいと思います。ワクワクしております。
見事優勝を果たしましたイーモン選手です。本当におめでとうございます。
Once again, please give it up to Eamonn, the champion of APAC Majors. Everyone, big round of applause.
それでは見事優勝を果たしましたイーモン選手にはチャンピオンの称号であるシルバープレートを授与いたします。ミケルさん、お願いいたします。
おめでとうございます。
今一度ジオゲッサー APAC メジャーズチャンピオンイーモン選手に大きな拍手をお送りください。
Congratulations once again, give it up for Eamonn, the champion of APAC Majors 2025.
この APAC に出場した全選手もお祝いに駆けつけてくれました。皆さん今一度大きな拍手をお送りください。
Please let's give it up for all the amazing players who showed us incredible plays throughout the tournament today.
おめでとうございます。
はい、おめでとうございます。
さあ APAC メジャーズ大興奮の中行われましたが、この興奮はまだまだ続いていきます。
Eamonn has done it. He has taken the APAC Major Championship in convincing fashion, getting an incredible 3-0. What a way for the day to end, CG.
Yeah, that was unbelievable. I mean, we've seen Eamonn just been playing so well today, and to secure it in 3-0 like that, I mean, you couldn't have asked for a better ending for him. What a treat. What an absolute performance from Eamonn. And condolences to Leero, who has, of course, gotten second place here. And he's looking good with his standings, too. So, you know, don't count Leero out. Yeah, this is not the end of his story either. But Eamonn, what a day for him. Seriously.
Yeah, what a day. Thank you guys so much for joining us today. I've been Project Bloom, joined by Chicago Geographer. Now it's time to send it back to the lovely desk. See you, everybody.
Thank you, Bloom. Thank you, CG. Yeah, definitely not the end of the road for Leero, but Eamonn is our APAC Majors champion, and he will be sailing through to the GeoGuessr World Championship 2025 later this year in style. Isn't that right, Ziggy?
I mean, in style is definitely how I would describe his performance in the final. Not only did he win, he won the final with a clean sweep 3-0. I feel like if anyone would have told him, by the way, you're not even going to win it, you're also going to flawless the final, he would be like, you're crazy. But he has showed up, was very consistent in moving games. The no-move game was very contested, could have gone either way. I feel like we'll ask him later how he feels about that game, but I feel overall very deserved.
Gelitris, I think what Ziggy is saying is absolutely right, and it's extra interesting considering that Eamonn, in all of his interviews during all of his camera time, he was very humble, very reserved, but his gameplay was the opposite. He was on fire.
Yeah, I mean, one important keyword I gotta pick up from Ziggy is consistency. I feel like he just didn't make any mistakes at all. I mean, when he made the mistakes, it was very crucial, but those were minimal. And I feel like he played, I mean, over the course of all games, I feel like he played very, very consistent. And that's the most important factor in those tournaments.
Let's take a look at our final bracket to see exactly how everything has transpired over the course of today, as we, of course, continue to break things down. I'd like to get your overall thoughts on Eamonn's overall performance in terms of where it could place him going into the World Championship later this year, because we've seen now a big step up in his form. Could he be, in contention for a very high placing come the World Championship?
That's very, very tough to say. Also because there's so much time left. I feel like those 3 or 3.5 months is a lot of time for GeoGuessr standards. There's a lot of time to still grind and become better, as do all players. But I feel like there will be much higher caliber players waiting for Eamonn. I feel like APAC is not the strongest region. That might be Europe. And he might be struggling a bit against some of these players. But I think overall, his chances are not too bad, especially if he stays this consistent.
Fair point, Ziggy. All of that being said, though, Gelitris, winning the APAC Majors, does that put him on notice to other players? Are they going to be a bit more aware of Eamonn?
Probably, definitely even. I mean, Eamonn is someone I feel like is often considered as underrated. I feel like he's playing way better than he's projecting himself, or he's not seen as one of the strongest players. However, numbers don't lie. He's winning a lot of games he has to win. And this time it was the whole APAC major.
Perhaps the way we can wrap up this point then is, would it be fair to say he's a dark horse moving forward? Someone still underrated, but has shown that he has a big ceiling?
I mean, yeah, as we can see, he can win, and I feel like there will be people underrating him. So maybe that's his, secret strength. People will be like, okay, maybe it's just Eamonn, it's not Blink or contest, so I'm gonna go easy, gonna be easy sailing, and then they lose the first moving game. They'll be like, wait, I didn't know this guy was this good. But they're like, okay, time to lock in, and maybe it's not gonna be easy then.
Ziggy, Gellatris, why don't we check in with the man himself? Eamonn, congratulations. You are the champion of the GeoGuessr World Championship 2025 APAC Majors. How does that sound? How does that feel?
Feels absolutely incredible. I don't know how I did it. A mix of luck and locking in at the right time, I guess. Yeah.
You say you don't know how you did it, and you've been very humble in all your interviews with us. Something that we've noticed on the desk is how consistent you've been, bar a couple of mistakes. Do you have some level of awareness of the very high level of skill that you've played with?
Yeah, I definitely played better than I expected today, and definitely a lot better than I did in the World League. So yeah, maybe it's due to the better movement speed or something, but yeah, I don't know. I just played well today. Maybe another day I would have lost 3-0 in the first round. I don't know.
Ziggy?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, congratulations, Eamonn. I think that was a very, very, big display of skill there in the final 3-0. I mean, if I came up to you yesterday and said, Eamonn, you're not even just going to win, you're going to flawless the final, what would have you said in response to that?
I would have said, you're joking, stop trolling me. Yeah, I mean, I definitely I would not have expected a 3-0 Leero. I mean, even though the best of 5 format favors me, I definitely, I practiced with him before, and I think he won overall. It was very close, but I think he still had the upper hand overall, so yeah.
Gellatris?
Yeah, I mean, Eamonn, you are very humble with it, but you played very, very well today. Would you say you overperformed, or would you say you just had the right locations at the right time? What is it more?
I think a bit of both. I definitely, I'm not taking away my performance. I definitely played very well for the most part. I definitely did get lucky with, for example, game 2 no move. I'm pretty sure Leero had more points than me overall, and I just merchant him because I get the right country in Europe. I mean, I thought it could have been France as well. And game 3, was that the game where I sent Albania on Romania? Oh my god. Yeah, I don't think I deserved that one.
I mean, you said you don't want to talk about it. I didn't want to mention it, so we will leave that round out. The Hungary guess was insane. I mean, we were also thinking it's France. I was talking to Ziggy. We were thinking it was the good old green triangle, but getting the country right, I wouldn't say that's lucky. That's a skill, Eamonn. You should be proud of yourself, and congratulations.
Thank you very much, Lucius.
Well, Eamonn, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations once again. You are our GeoGuessr World Championship 2025 APAC Majors champion. Anything that you'd like to say to the fans watching at home? A monster is born again.
Yeah, just... I love it when you call me that. Yeah, thank you so much to everyone. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. All my friends, my family who's watching right now. Thank you so much. Yeah, there's so if I wanted to shout out people specifically, I'd be here all day. So, yeah, I think I did some shout outs already. So, yeah, I don't want to be here for too long.
All good, mate. Yeah, we'll let you go. Please go and enjoy the victory. Go enjoy Tokyo. Champion and, yeah, absolute legend. Pleasure to speak to him. Yeah, quick round of applause from us on the desk. That was a brilliant question, by the way, Ziggy, when you asked him, it was like, if I asked you before the tournament, would you get to the grand final? I said, and you'd do it 3-0. His reaction as well was funny, saying that, I think you're trolling.
I mean, yeah, I think he didn't expect to win at all, but winning in that fashion is probably even a step up. And as he said, he was just, playing the game with his friends, which is pretty much what is GeoGuessr about. Getting better with your friends, playing with your friends. And I feel like friendship won in the end, so definitely got him the win.
Gelitris, what are your thoughts on that? Because, Eamonn mentioning the community side of GeoGuessr, that his main enjoyment is playing with his friends. I think it's a beautiful thing, and one of the top things about GeoGuessr and GeoGuessr as an esport is this community that we have.
Yeah, definitely. The community, the exchange of information is very important. I mean, no one really plays just by their own. It's also not the best approach to get good, because I feel like it's more about having someone to talk to, discuss rounds. Maybe you can learn from them, they learn from you, and then you play with someone else and they explain you their stuff. So it's really an exchange of information, and that's really how you both get to enjoy the game and also get good at it.
Talking information, why don't we take a look at our World League rankings and see how the placings look after this APAC Majors. Taking a quick look now to see if there have been any changes.
Oh yeah, the points are already in. Leero overtaking.
Yes, it's an updated updated ranking. So yeah, Leero has climbed up to 5th. Very solid. Any other, placements there that stand out to you?
I mean, Eamonn is now in 2nd, so he's the second best player after Blinky, so that was a big step for him, and that, as we already mentioned, that is definitely a qualification. I think Leero is also safe, and Shiina, I imagine, as well, because there's only going to be 7 more points added. I'm just going to say Shiina is safe as well. So, so basically 3 from the APAC region will play in the grand finals as well.
Gelitris, any thoughts after looking at that leaderboard?
Yeah, I mean, the highest on the edge there was Harrier on the EMEA side, but I think his points aren't enough to really change much there. So yeah, this will give us a good look on how the things are standing right now. And now we see the next upcoming majors. We just had the APAC Majors today. Congrats again to Eamonn winning that one. And next week we will look into the Americas.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, you kind of summed it up perfectly yourself. Yeah, APAC Majors now over Eamonn, the winner. Next week, May 23rd to 24th, we've got the Americas Majors. Then when we get into June, we've got that huge EMEA Majors as well. So, we had a fantastic tournament today, but a lot more action to come. I'm very much looking forward to that EMEA Majors. Arguably the biggest one, the most competitive. What are you guys' thoughts, though, heading into next week?
Yeah, true. It's going to be me and Todotros here again. It's going to be just a swap out of the host, basically. We're swapping Pala for Toby. Kind of the World League setup. That's something I'm very excited for. I mean, we do see Radu, MK, Orlando, Fao. I mean, a lot of legends. So I'm definitely going to be looking forward to next week.
Gelitris?
Yeah, likewise. I mean, this was just the warm-up, I hope. Next week we're going to get great matches, just as we had today, hopefully again, and hopefully a bit more interesting score-wise and not only 3-1s.
Maybe we'll get an NMPZ, guys.
I would love that.
True.
Perhaps. Gentlemen, thank you so much for your thoughts. As always, a quick shout out, firstly, to our partners before we close out the show. Our tech partner first, Alienware. Secondly, our browser partner, Opera GX. And thirdly, our third partner, Shiba. Thank you for supporting events of this caliber. Can only happen with amazing partners like them. That will be it from us for now. The APAC Majors are now over and we crowned a champion. I said it before, I'll say it again. A monster is back. We'll see you soon. In fact, next week.
Let's play a game. I'll hide, you seek.
Unconfirmed sightings of the GX Man have been reported all over the world.
My VPN means I can be in multiple places at once. I can mod my look at the click of a button. I'll block any ads attempting to promote the manhunt. The time starts now. Play the GX Manhunt at GeoGuessr. Find me and get a reward.
Every step of the way, I ain't losing this race. I'm ready to go. And making me legendary.
Luna de amor, ¿dónde vas? Que me robas la calma.
All they want is Shiba.
Small city thinking, I get why you left. Small-minded people sure know how to drink. I came to the party, I laughed at the jokes you made. I wish that I hadn't, 'cause now the joke's on me. I didn't come here just so I could watch you make a mess. I didn't come here to ugly cry in my favorite dress. So what the hell were you thinking then when you kissed your lips? Now I'm kinda glad you did, 'cause now you adore me, adore me. Go ahead now, adore me, adore me. Little did I know she wanted you alone. I thought she was over you, but I guess I was wrong. I came to the party, I left
you from the first time you called me late. Loved you for your wits and your wicked games. Yeah, always on my mind, always in my brain.